Hello and welcome to the free Elevate Network program. Really excited to have you here and just to show you through exactly how to get your Amazon FBA business set up from the get-go. So without further ado, let's just get stuck into it straight away. And just want to say welcome, of course. Thank you for joining. And this is going to be where I'm going to show you exactly step by step, click by click, how to make money with Amazon. You're going to be getting the exact roadmap that I used to make over $400,000 so far this year, and I've helped dozens of other people make money online with Amazon. Let's talk about my mission real quick, and to be honest, my mission is pretty simple. It's simply just to help people make money with Amazon. I've spent tens of thousands of dollars on coaching, courses, and masterminds. And online education has completely changed my life. It's the sole reason behind my success. And I think the main problem with education online is that most people hide this information behind expensive paywalls, right? I want to remove that barrier and I want to give it away for free so that anyone, anywhere can access that information. Now, why do I want to do that? It's because I want to help you make money first, earn your trust first, and then hopefully you become a paying customer further down the line so that we can help you to scale even further, of course, later down the line. I'm also building this for the people that I really care about the most, which is my family and my friends. And I really want to give everyone a fair and honest chance to start an online business and create time, money, and location freedom doing something that they love, just like I did a few years ago. So I can only win if I help you first, and that is going to be for free, of course. So the first thing I want you to do is to get started with the onboarding call. It's 100% free. It's going to be a one-on-one call with myself, and it's going to allow you to start faster, avoid mistakes, and get a personalized roadmap to actually help you and assist you with starting your very own Amazon business. Just remember that limited spots are available because it's only going to be myself that is actually running these onboarding calls, and we have lots of spots filling up by the day. There's lots of people coming into the community, so make sure to grab your spot before they're all gone. This is not going to be an offer that we're going to be running for much longer. I just want to quickly talk about the agenda for today as well. So I want to be going over the 90-day challenge that I'm going to present to you. We're going to be talking about the accountability post and also how to get set up and get help within the Amazon Elevate Network community. So who am I, right? Why should you listen to me? Why should you even complete this free course? Well, let me tell you my story very briefly. My name's Jesse, and I made over $100,000 in my first 12 months with a brand new FBA business. And since starting, we have made over $400,000 in pure revenue with Amazon, FBA, and also FBM. I've also helped multiple beginners turn their business acumen into a 10K plus per month online arbitrage business without them being like an expert or a guru to begin with. There were people who were just simply interested and inspired to start their own business, and they turned it into a real powerhouse. Some of the people that I've helped include these people and are not limited to these people. So we've got Christian here. He made $27,000 in his first 60 days. He was working full time. He was stuck in the 9 to 5. And Christian decided to join Elevate Network, looking to build something of his own. He joined through our YouTube channel. He saw our YouTube channel. He thought it was pretty awesome. And with our step-by-step guidance, he launched his Amazon store. He scaled with his VAs, so his virtual assistants, of course. And he hit $27,000 in just 2 months. And he actually crossed 50K in under 6 months. And he said that it's taught him what he's actually capable of as a person and as a business owner. And he's now going to be on track to hit 6 figures. And that's going to be all from his laptop without touching the product, of course. And it's a flexible business that he can run from just about anywhere. We've also got Nick. And Nick hit $10,000 in just 30 days with Amazon arbitrage. He was tired of the 9 to 5 and he was eager to build an online income. Nick joined Elevate Network ready for change. and Revolution. He was really, really keen on the training, support, and the tight-knit community that he had behind him. And he launched his first Amazon FBA business and it hit $10,000 in sales in just 1 month. And he also told us that without the community and guidance, he wouldn't be where he is now. And from doing, a consistent $500 days to building systems for growth, Nick was just getting started with. Now he's honestly looking at about $20,000 per month as a very, very sustainable goal, because that is now within reach. So let's guide our attention back to actually the course curriculum and what you're going to be learning from this free program that you have access to. And let's talk about what you're going to be getting just on the surface, and then we'll go a little bit deeper very, very shortly. So on the surface, you're going to be getting the Elevate Launchpad, which is going to be a comprehensive 7+ hour FBAI course for scaling your FBA business to 10K per month, while also utilizing the power of AI. Okay, really important, that extra feature using AI to elevate your FBA business. We've also got the entrepreneurial community, which is designed to enhance your inspiration and troubleshooting ability. So you're going to be able to mingle and get to know other people in the community, make some friends, and learn and benefit from that close, tight-knit community as well. And we're also going to be having weekly webinars where you're going to be able to get frequent support from our team to guarantee your assurance as you continue to build your business up to that 10K per month mark. So a little bit more on the Launchpad. So I'll go into each of the 4 phases that we have within the Launchpad. So the first phase is going to be the business phase, and you're going to be learning how to legally structure, financially organize, and mentally approach your Amazon business. So we're talking about legal structure, getting it set up in the USA, of course, and making sure that it is all legal and you're not going to get in trouble that way. Financially organized, making sure that you have a good financial base, and making sure we're using the right bank accounts, of course, as well as, and then we've got a mental approach, right? So mental approach, making sure you're approaching this from the right, with the right mindset. And those are going to be the 3 main reasons why this business phase is going to be so, so important to actually lay the foundations and get the fundamentals straight before really doing a deep dive into your Amazon business. And so the business phase kind of looks a bit like this within school. Of course, we've got the LLC video to kick things off. Okay, and the LLC video is going to be like an A to Z on exactly how to get your LLC, as well as your virtual address, which is going to be very important, as you'll find out. And then moving on to your bank accounts. So we're going to be talking about the best bank accounts to use while starting your Amazon business. Okay, and how we actually want to separate our individual business or individual bank account from our business bank account. And it's going to be one of the most important things you do early on with your business. And then we're going to be talking about your seller account, so your Amazon seller account. And I'm going to be running you through exactly how to get that set up in the beginning so that you are getting off on the right foot. And then we've got Seller Central. And Seller Central is essentially doing a deep dive into the actual Seller Central interface once you've got that business account set up. Okay, and then we're going to be also talking about Elevate OS, and Elevate OS is essentially looking through our tech stack that we highly, highly recommend and that we use ourselves in our business, right? In my business. And we've used all of these softwares to absolutely scale the business through the roof. So that's really important that you definitely take a look at that video and use all the softwares that we recommend to you. And then we've also got Google OS to cap things off for the business phase. And Google OS is actually going to be going into how to get your Workspace account set up, getting your email set up so that you're able to receive notifications from your prep center, and then also your suppliers as well. It's going to be like your communication hub, essentially. So really important. And then after that, you're going to be looking at the sourcing phase. And the sourcing phase is going to be about mastering the art of finding profitable, low-risk products, using repeatable strategies, sourcing systems, and the most advantageous tools. So we're going to be finding our products, and this is going to be one of the main skills that you need for starting your FBA business so that you're actually able to find profitable inventory so you can turn to profit, of course, and then reinvest that into the business. So we're going to be talking about how to actually find those products in the beginning. And so kicking things off in the sourcing phase, we're going to be talking about how to use Keepa and also SellerAmp, two of the most important, I would say, softwares that we use within our business. Okay, so doing a deep dive into both of those softwares, as well as doing product evaluation. So a product evaluation is going to be more about understanding whether a product is worth buying or not, and using and essentially teaching you how to utilize Keepa and SellerAmp in order to figure that information out. And we're also going to be including a checklist in that product evaluation video that's going to show you exactly how to evaluate each product that you come across. And then we've got product research, which is exactly how to do the sourcing itself. It's going to be a long, comprehensive video, and I think you're really going to like that one, honestly. We go really in depth in that video. And then finally, well, not finally, this is the third phase out of the 4, and this is called the inventory phase. And you are going to discover how to streamline your operations with 3PL workflows, with FBA shipping and inventory systems. So essentially getting your workflows all set up with your prep center, right? Getting your FBA shipping on point, as well as making sure your inventory at your prep center and Amazon's prep center is absolutely maximized. And so the inventory phase kind of looks like this. We've got our 3PL. So that's going to be going over our prep center, of course, getting that all set up and ready to go to be able to send products from the supplier to the prep center, get it all packaged and ready to go, and then sending it off to Amazon. And then we're going to be talking about placing orders. So actually how to place those orders with those merchants, making sure that you get the best deal possible to maximize profit, of course. After that, we're going to be talking about how to get ungated with products, right? So doing a full comprehensive video on how to actually legally be able to sell the product on Amazon. Okay. And then we're going to be talking about cancellation. So how to deal with and how to combat cancelled orders from the merchant, and how to turn a negative into a positive, essentially. And then finally, we've got the scaling phase. Right, so in the scaling phase, you're going to be building a scalable FB or Amazon business with real metrics, strategic reinvestment, and high leverage systems. And in that scaling phase, we're going to be talking about metrics. So we're going to be going over some of the spreadsheets and templates that we use within our Amazon business to track our profitability, and just to give you a really good understanding of how profitable your business is after all costs and expenses, of course. And then after that, we're going to be talking about repricing. So how to actually reprice your inventory to increase your competitiveness in the market and be able to increase your sell-through rate as well. And then we've also got replenishing. So how to actually reorder profitable inventory that's selling like hotcakes, right? How exactly we should be going about that too. And that's going to be essentially it for the Launchpad, right? Let's talk about the 90-day challenge, right? Let's talk about the 90-day challenge that I'm going to be presenting towards you. And look, the goal with this course is to help you to make money with Amazon within 90 days, okay? That's not a promise. That is a goal that I strongly encourage you to set, because it all depends on you. And I can show you exactly what to do step by step, but only you can do it. I've designed this course to be as simple and easy as possible to do. So just do every step that I outlined for you. Don't think, and just do. Okay. This course is going to be 18 videos long. And if you watch one video per day, you're easily going to be able to complete the course in 3 weeks or less than 3 weeks and make your first dollars online with Amazon within a 90-day period. Okay. Now, let's talk about the course and accountability around that. So the most important thing you do is watch all videos in sequential order. Don't skip around, don't fast forward. You can watch them, and I do recommend that you watch them in 2x speed to save you some time. And it's extremely important that you complete all accountability posts. Okay? And then we've also got our contract here that we can get you on, would like for you to sign if you are serious about this FBA business. And so this is what I want you to sign. It's going to be the 90-day challenge commitment contract. So this is not a document, it's a declaration. Okay, this is a personal promise, a mental contract between you and your future self. By signing this, you're committed to showing up, staying disciplined, and completing the free Elevate Network course and the full 90-day challenge. This is a line in the sand you draw yourself for yourself, the version of you who refuses to quit, refuses to drift, and refuses to let another 90 days slip by without any progress. When you sign this, you are committing to a standard that most people will never reach. You are choosing to become the person who follows through no matter how you feel, no matter what comes up, no matter who around you quits. Read each line and pause and make sure that you mean it and you fully understand what is being said and what you are actually committing to. So let's talk about my unbreakable commitments. I will commit to finishing this entire course, each lesson, every exercise, every module. I will not skim, not skip. I will not come back to it later. I will finish what I started. Okay, that's number one. Number two is I will commit to completing the full 90-day challenge without breaking the chain. No excuses. No, I will restart next week. I will show up every single day until it is done. Number three is I will commit to pushing through resistance, self-doubt, and discomfort. I understand that resistance means I'm growing, and growth is the entire point. Okay. Number four, I commit to holding myself accountable even when no one is watching. My results are the reflection of my own private decisions, and I rise to my own standard. Number five being I commit to becoming the version of myself who finishes each time. Quitting ends here, momentum starts here. And the fuel behind my discipline. Write one sentence that it reminds you exactly why you must finish this. So whatever that burning desire is for you to actually complete this program, write it down, get that in writing, and make sure you actually print this out and hold and use this commitment contract when you're actually putting together your business. Okay, that's one thing I ask of you. My promise to my future self: by signing this, I acknowledge that the next 90 days might be easy, but I don't want it to be easy. I'm capable of more than I have shown myself. I refuse to let temporary feelings dictate the outcome of this challenge. My signature below is a commitment that I intend to honor at all costs. Once I sign this, quitting is not an option. Print this, sign it, and keep it on your work desk as a daily reminder of your commitment. Remember that it is important that you don't sign this contract unless you actually mean it. Okay? Make sure that you actually mean it. And if you're not mentally prepared to go all in, do not sign the contract. Okay? This is only for the people who are ready to make a real change in their lives. So if you can see yourself committing to it, then sign the contract. If you can't, then don't, because if you sign a contract and you don't get it done, then the only person you're really letting down is yourself at the end of the day. We've also got the annual planner. Okay, so we've got this planner that you can use to set yourself out day by day. You may have a day job or something else that you need to extend your commitments to. And this annual planner is actually going to be a fantastic way for you to, put some time aside for your Amazon business and get to work. So you can see it here. We have a key. So you can go in and check out your key and kind of like input your big milestones that you want to hit. So whether you want to complete the free course, whether you want to start selling, whether you want to hit, when you want to hit 5K per month, 10K per month, 20K per month, when you want to be at that mark, you want to kind of like highlight it on this page here. Okay. And kind of like set yourself up to be able to do that as well and hold yourself accountable in that regard. And then we've also got this page here where you can essentially just go in and you can put in your goals for the day, right? So for example, you want to complete a specific lesson that you haven't done yet within the program, or you want to apply for your LLC today, or you want to create a Workspace account today, right? or you just want to sort of offer yourself a little bit of motivation to say, I want to work hard and go all in. Whatever you want to do with this annual planner, you can do. I'll make sure that I leave the link for it in the bottom of the school resources, so check that out. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you check it out on the school, in the school classroom as well. Make sure to pause the video and plan out your next 90 days now. Go ahead and do that and then come back to this video. Let's talk about how to get help and support within the free program. So, like I've said, of course, you're going to be able to get on that free onboarding call. So book your free onboarding call if you have not already. Just remember that if you book a call with me and you are unable to attend, please let me know in advance. We won't be reorganizing an onboarding call with you if you book a call and then you don't show up. We don't really like time wasters around here. And I just want to be working with the best people, to be honest, the best people and the most motivated people to actually get stuff done. And beyond that, we've also got the program, of course. So I've spent a tremendous amount of time, money, and energy into this program. And most likely your question that you want answered will be actually answered in the training. And I'm going to be walking you through everything step by step, click by click. Beyond that, we have the network, right? So the network is a super fast and powerful way to get your questions answered. And that's going to be inside of the community. Of course, we like to call it the network. Post your questions inside the school community in the discussion post category. We've already got a few people, asking questions in that category. So feel free to join them in, answer their questions if you can, and they can answer your questions. We can all work together to get our issues sorted out and ironed out. Beyond that, we've also got the Q&A call. So I'm going to be hosting a weekly Q&A call. Feel free to join them, have fun, make friends, and also get my latest, most up-to-date insights on the Amazon space, of course, and get your questions answered. Okay. Now, beyond that, we also have the Elevate Premium and VIP tiers. You're going to you essentially get everything that you need in the free program, right? For free, of course. But the full course, the Community Plus, which includes the full course, the community, and the Q&A call. But if you're willing to invest further and go even faster and get more access to me, consider upgrading to the premium or the VIP plans. And we're going to talk about those in just a second. But quickly, I'll just touch on how the calendar works and some of the calls that we do within the program at the moment. So essentially, we have our webinar call, which is going to be every Saturday, 12 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And on that webinar, I'm going to be going through some information that I've learnt. It's just any kind of relevant information that has to do with Amazon. And that's going to be a webinar, so you can pop your questions into the text box and into the chat box. And I can answer those after I go through the information that I have with you, and I can chat with you guys that way. Beyond that, we have the premium Q&A, and in this Q&A, it's not going to be a webinar. It's going to be an actual call where you can share your screen. You can have a chat with me one-on-one rather than having to type it into a text box and hope that it gets read or answered. Right? Similar to this, yes. This is what our premium Q&A would look like in this photo here, and then we've also got our VIP inner circle. Right? The premium Q&A happens at every Sunday, 3 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time for an hour, and then straight after that, we jump onto the VIP Inner Circle meeting, and that's going to be every Sunday, 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, 1 hour after the premium Q&A. And in that VIP Inner Circle, you're not only going to be able to chat with me, but I'm going to be running through some of our product research tactics. I'm going to be doing a full product research essentially essentially how we do product research within the business, and manual research and that kind of thing as well. So that's going to be really exciting to kind of get you guys to look into that and see how we do it live. So pretty exciting stuff. And then beyond that, of course, we have the tiers. Okay, so we've got our tiers, and if I come back to the calendar, just remember that the premium Q&A is only available with the premium tier, and the VIP Inner Circle is only available with the VIP tier. So we've got a tiers here. So for $0 per month, which is the standard, the free program, we've got a 6-hour plus free FBA course. We've got the entrepreneurial community, which I talked about, and also the weekly webinar call with myself. Okay, you get that completely for free. I want to be handing that out for free, and I want you guys to have that information for free. I really do. And then we've got the $297 per year premium plan, which includes everything that you get in standard. However, you also get a bonus 30-day live sprint workshop, as well as a Q&A, an exclusive Q&A, which means you can actually have a chat with me. And I think this works out to be like less than $1 per day. So it's a pretty good value tier, right? And just remember as well that all the money that we make from this free program, whether it's tiers or add-ons, which I'll go into in just a second, that's all getting reinvested in ads just to get the program out there more and more, so that we can actually get more people involved. And so, you know, if you've got friends that want to potentially join and build their own Amazon business, then we'll have a referral link where you can actually make 40% as an affiliate, and I'll share that in just a second too. But beyond that, beyond the premium tier, we have the VIP tier, which is the $997 per year tier, which works out to be about $2.80, I think, per day. And, you know, this is going to include everything in premium. However, beyond premium and beyond standard, of course, we have the VIP product research tutorials, as I spoke about. So you get to speak with me, and we get to do product research together, which is really exciting. And obviously that's the main driver for profit or profitability within your Amazon business. So this is, you know, probably something that's going to be of extremely high value, right? And beyond that, we also have our templates here and our AI bot, which are going to be add-ons, right? But you get them for free and included when you purchase the VIP tier, so it's worth considering as well. So we have the refund plus returns template, the FBA accounting template, Elevate AI, of course. And I'll go into these three shortly as well in depth, just so you have a better understanding for what they actually are. And then you also get priority support. So on school, you're going to be getting priority support when you reach out to me. So let's talk about the add-ons. So when you come to the course classroom, as you may have already, you're going to see a few different bits of information within the classroom. So of course you've got the launch pad, which everyone has access to. Like I said, it's going to be either 6 or 7 hours worth of content in there. We've got the student interviews. So if you want to check out any kind of, we've got a few of those, few students in there at the moment, but we are working on building out our interviews as well, just to get a few more people in there. And then we've got Elevate AI, right? We've got the two templates, as you can see here. We've got our lead accelerator, and then we've got our tiers essentially in here, which you can buy them either through the classroom or on the plans website. But let me just let's do a deep dive into some of the add-ons. So we have Elevate AI, which essentially saves you hours of product research by giving you a clear, reliable read on any supplier before you spend $1. So what this means is it's essentially like a verifier. Just make sure that you're buying from a good supplier and you're not wasting hundreds or thousands of dollars on a dodgy supplier. Okay, it compiles signals from reputation sources, service review platforms, trust rating systems, domain records, and basic security checks into one simple, accurate report. So instead of having to grab information from various, maybe perhaps somewhat sketchy scam advisors, right? You can get all the information, all the reputable information from the Elevate AI bot. It's going to give you smarter, faster decisions, less risk, and a smoother sourcing workflow for Amazon sellers. And beyond that as well, we're actually working on an AI bot that you're going to be able to get combined with this AI bot as well, of course. And it's going to be able to give you a full in-depth summary of the program. So if you have any questions, you can simply just text the AI bot and it can give you the answers based on, you know, what I've said within the program. So that's going to be another feature that's going to be added to this Elevate AI bot very, very soon. We're not going to be increasing the price. It's going to be kept at $29 despite the increased value that we're going to be providing very, very soon. So I think this is a really terrific value proposition here. Although, of course, if you want to upgrade to VIP, then you do get this included. And that would go same for the refunds and returns template. So this is a high precision returns management dashboard engineered to eliminate guesswork and protect your margins. So essentially what it does here is you can check out all of your returns, all of your refunds. You can input them into one very simple, easy to use template. Now we've partnered with Monday to produce this template. It's a really fantastic resource that we use. We highly encourage checking it out at least. And you're going to be able to track every return from initiation to completion. So from when a return may be submitted to when it's actually completed and it's back at the merchant, right? We use this. We are processing tens of thousands of dollars worth of refunds and returns every few weeks, and so a really organized template like this is, I think, ultimately super important. It's a professional grade refund control system that ensures every owed dollar is accounted for, and you're going to be able to maintain total oversight of cancellations, follow-ups, and payout timelines. So yeah, overall, extremely comprehensive template that's going to be really great for refunds and returns. And especially when you're starting up with your business and you've got stuff going on all over the place, you want to keep everything really transparent, really comprehensive, and well put together. Right, I think this is where this template would come into play. And of course, again, like I said, you can upgrade to VIP and you get this included. FBA accounting template. So most Amazon sellers waste thousands of dollars every year on QuickBooks, reconciliations, and admin fees. This spreadsheet replaces all that instantly, and unlike generic accounting templates, this one is built specifically for Amazon FBA and is tailored for payouts, COGS timing, refunds, reimbursements, and true cash flow. It is a fully automated accountant engineered system with month-on-month tracking and 12-month forecasting. It is a plug-and-play financial command center with no equal in the Amazon FBA space. I mean this when I tell you this. I have not seen a better accounting template on Google Sheets than this one right here. We have been tweaking this and perfecting this. Same with the refunds and returns template, but we have been tweaking and perfecting this template over like 3 or 4 years, and we've been tweaking it slowly, just making it a little bit better here and there, and we're going to be able to give you that template exactly the way we use it within our business currently for a really reasonable deal. And of course, if you upgrade to VIP, you get that included as well. Okay, so really fantastic value here, to be honest. And when you're dealing with tens of thousands of dollars, even hundreds of thousands of dollars, a decent accounting template is going to be able to tell you, it's going to be able to essentially tell you a lot more information about your business than what might be led on with generic accounting templates. So just keep that in mind. Finally, we've got the profitable lead accelerator. So you're going to be able to avoid spending time finding good products and costly VAs, hiring, that process of spending so much time hiring VAs. Our Airtable buy sheet gives you over 800 of our most profitable leads from both 2024 and 2025 instantly, so you can skip the research and start taking action, and they're priced at just 37 cents per lead. This is one of the best deals that we have currently. Not sure how much longer we can have it for this price at $297. We are going to be increasing the price very, very soon. We've had a few people actually jump on to this add-on, and yeah, we want to keep numbers very, very short and small for this leads list that we have on Airtable. So really great value. Not sure how much longer we're going to have it for, not $297, but for the time being, it will be at that price, and I think it's just a terrific value, honestly. So, in summary, right, make sure that you join the free program if you haven't already. If you are watching this on YouTube, make sure to jump onto the school program. I'm going to be leaving a link down below in the description so you can check that out. Making sure you're getting that accountability post done as well on on school once you join up, and then making sure that you're also booking an onboarding call with myself, and we'll get you all up to date with the program and get you in the right mindset as well. And fourthly, remember to invite your friends, right? It's going to be a 40% affiliate program. So any kind of upsells that they purchase, they're going to be also, you're going to be also able to make 40% affiliate on that as well. So make sure you invite your friends with your special link that you will receive once you join the program. So fantastic. Really excited to work further with you guys. And without further ado, looking forward to seeing you in the next video. Welcome to the LLC video. In this lesson, I'm going to be walking you through what a limited liability company setup is going to look like for your business, for your Amazon business, and just going to some finer details about what that basically entails as well. So let's just get stuck into it. So the agenda for this lesson is going to be basically discussing why you need an LLC in the first place, how to set up your LLC, and then also some common setup mistakes that I've seen from time to time for Amazon sellers in particular. So let's start off with why you need an LLC in the first place. So it's going to be able to limit your personal liability. So an LLC separates you from your business, and if something goes wrong, your personal assets aren't on the line. So you are setting up a company, and obviously that separates you from your business, and so your personal assets aren't going to be, well, they're not going to be on the line, right? So it's pretty self-explanatory at this point. There's also some notable tax advantages and deductions. So LLCs can open the door to business write-offs, from subscriptions to laptops to travel. You get more control over your tax bill when you have an LLC in place. An LLC also builds trust with suppliers. So when you have a registered LLC, it shows that you're serious. So when you're if you open up a wholesale account, it's going to be really beneficial for that. And then also, working with prep centers as well as accessing tools makes all of those processes much easier when you have an LLC under your business. And then obviously with an LLC, you can also get an EIN, which is an employee identification number. And this essentially will allow you to open up your very own US business bank account and receive Amazon payouts in an accelerated manner. So lots of benefits to opening an LLC. Obviously, you get that EIN as well, and both of them are going to be super important for your business. So let's talk about how to actually set up your LLC. And I've got some steps here that basically we're going to be going through, and we're going to be using Busy to set up this whole process. I'm also going to be putting some resources into the school lesson, like some walkthroughs and some additional steps as well, just to ensure that it is nice and easy for you to go ahead and get your LLC set up. So firstly, we want to be choosing Wyoming through Busy in terms of our state of as our state for setting it up. We want to be going to busy.com and clicking on Start My Business, selecting Wyoming as your state for zero state tax, low fees, and foreigner-friendly laws as well. So if you're starting the business from outside of the USA, this is going to be perfect for you to be starting it in Wyoming. It's just got a low, competitive. It's got a really great competitive edge. Does Wyoming? So obviously low fees. State tax is 0%, and really welcoming to foreigners starting a business there. So we also want to be selecting the standard package. So that standard package is going to include an EIN and an operating agreement, both of which are going to be essential for starting your Amazon business and also for banking in general. We want to be skipping the basic package because that doesn't include the EIN, and also the premium, because all the premium has is like a ton of unnecessary upsells, so including like contract templates and email templates as well. we're going to be getting our Workspace accounts set up. So email templates kind of unnecessary, and then contract templates is just not relevant for this line of business. We want to be using a professional business name as well. So choosing a name that is suitable for legal documents. You can use a different doing business as name on Amazon later if you need to, but just making sure that we're using a professional business name for that one. Obviously, we don't want to be messing around too much with the names, no tongue-in-cheek kind of names, especially on legal documents that you're going to be signing, making sure it looks nice and professional. We also want to be opting for standard filing and going for the virtual address as well. So we want to be choosing the 3-week filing option. So that's going to be the longer, cheaper option. And I'll explain why that's important in just a second. But we also want to be adding a Wyoming virtual address so that the LLC is compliant and ready to receive mail. So essentially, because we are foreigners, we will need to add a virtual address so that we can register the LLC under that virtual address to make it valid. Okay. And then we also want to be assigning Busy as a registered agent because they're going to be able to handle the legal documents and help us to stay compliant. Make sure that you confirm that you are a foreign individual with no SSN. So obviously, if you are a foreign individual, you're not going to have your SSN number. Your social security number is what it stands for. And make sure you go ahead and complete the payment. Let's talk about some common setup mistakes that I commonly see with Amazon sellers on, when they get their LLC. So common setup mistakes. Choosing the wrong state. So not all states are foreigner friendly. Wyoming is going to be ideal for its low fees, 0% state tax, and ease of setup as well. So we need to understand that not every state is going to have zero tax or have low fees, and it may not necessarily be easy to set up a business in all states just because if you are a foreigner, that does complicate the process somewhat. So make sure we're playing it safe. We're registering in Wyoming, and we should be all good. Another mistake is going with a basic package since it doesn't include our EIN, which we will need to open up the bank account. So avoid the hassle. Don't cheap out on the basic package. Just get the standard package instead, and it'll be well worth the extra money. That's going to be absolutely crucial to go with that standard package. Again, I need to emphasize that we do need to be using a professional business name because that name is going to be appearing on legal and financial documents. So just keep it clean, simple, and credible. Make sure you don't run into any trouble with the government, and all should be well on that end as well. Another mistake is skipping the virtual address. So people do this again to avoid extra costs. The virtual address is going to be about $29 per month, which is pretty good value considering what you get. And what you get with the virtual address as well is not only are you able to register your LLC under the virtual address, but you're also actually able to send any kind of legal documentation to that virtual address. So for example, let's say you get set up with a bank and you need to send any kind of documentation to that virtual address, you'll be able to do so, and you'll be able to read those documents in a confidential manner, and it's going to be nice and easy to read them without other people having a look at those documents that might be really personal. So that's another huge advantage of getting a virtual address. So and just making sure that we understand that we need a real US address to stay compliant with Busy and make sure that we can get the LLC fully processed. And for foreigners, getting a virtual address is going to be the only way to do that. And going through Busy is just going to streamline the whole setup process anyway. So it's going to be a great idea to just go through with Busy for the virtual address. We also don't want to be falling for any unnecessary upsells. We don't need any licenses to start an Amazon business, and we don't need a business website or email to sell on Amazon. through busy, given that we will be starting one with Google Workspace. So just stick with what's required, skip the fluff and the unnecessary upsells, and you should be fine. So in summary, we need to be understanding that Wyoming is going to be the best state for starting your LLC, for registering your LLC. The standard package is also going to be good enough, includes everything you need. You get the LLC, you get the operating agreement, but you don't have any unnecessary upsells. We need to be using a professional business name for the LLC, and then also virtual address and EIN are non-negotiable, so we need to be making sure that those are included with our LLC registration. And that is it for that lesson. Let's move on to the next video. Welcome to the bank account video. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how to open your very own US business bank account. So let's just dive right into it. So on the agenda, I'm going to be telling you why you need to open up your very own US business bank account in the first place for your Amazon business. And secondly, I'm also going to give you my best recommendations for a business bank account in collaboration with your Amazon business. So let's get stuck into it straight away. So firstly, why do you need a US bank account in the first place? Especially compared to something like a native personal bank account, right? So a bank account that you're currently using, or something from your own country if you are a foreigner. So it's going to make tax filing a lot easier. So firstly, running all of your business income through a US account is going to far simplify IRS reporting and bookkeeping. So it's going to be much easier to report your income to the IRS if you have a US bank account. And since we're going to be doing business in the US, we are going to have to report that income through the IRS, right?
we also unlock lending opportunities. So later down the line, if you want a line of credit and you want to stop investing your own money, you want a line of credit through Amazon once you're doing 10K plus per month, then a US bank account is going to give you the flexibility. It's going to be able to help you build your better business credit and improve access to future funding options as well. So lots of opportunities, particularly within one of the bank accounts that I recommend. Lots of opportunity to unlock a line of credit and be able to use that and splash some cash on some inventory. So yeah, really exciting future ahead. Should you maximize all of your opportunities within this business. A US bank account also quickens your inventory payments, meaning that many suppliers actually require a US billing address to process payments without issues. So if you are using a native account or a personal account outside of the US, because you don't have you wouldn't have a US billing address, it would make things a little bit more difficult in terms of getting orders fully processed. And with a US bank account, of course, you are going to have a US billing address, and we will be setting that up under your virtual address that you just purchased from Busy. So it all works out really well. It ties in really well with each other. And obviously having a US billing address to put into inventory payments, inventory purchases, it's obviously going to lower your chances of order cancellations. It also streamlines your operations. So a US account gives you faster transfers, smoother payouts, and a far more professional setup that's going to be built for scaling, right? So it's going to be ready to scale as much as you are, and it's just going to give you so much utility that you won't get from a personal account. So it also allows you to split up your business and personal life, right? So you obviously have this business account, and then you also have your personal account, so you can separate your finances a little bit and be able to distinguish between the two. So you're keeping your finances split, and it's going to ensure clean records, easier budgeting, and reduced tax risk as well. So no falsified reporting from the IRS or anything like that. It just keeps everything nice and clean. It's going to be ideal moving forward. So let's go through some of my recommendations for a US business account. So Wise is going to be the first option that I recommend, especially when you're getting started with your Amazon business, for a few reasons. So it is a very fast and simple setup. So Wise is going to be one of the quickest options for non-US residents to get a US bank account with minimal friction. Wise also supports multi-currency. So it's a bit of it works as like a currency converter as well as an international card. So it's very easy to hold, send, and convert between multiple currencies. And that makes it ideal if you're purchasing international stock, right? Of course. So, if you need to trade between currencies, you're more than capable of doing that through Wise's UI, which is absolutely fantastic. Wise also has really low fees for transfers and great rates. So they offer really competitive exchange rates and low transaction fees compared to traditional banks. How Wise kind of differs itself from traditional banks is it doesn't really charge an international transaction fee, whereas most US bank accounts do, including one of the next recommendations that I have, but we'll get onto that in a second. So yeah, Wise is really competitive with their exchange rates and low transaction fees, which makes it a fantastic option for starting out. However, there are a few caveats with Wise, and the main issue with Wise is that it is limited to solo users. So if you are, wanting to build out your team through Amazon, Wise isn't quite going to be ideal for teams or growing out operations, since you can't add multiple users or grant team access. However, the next recommendation that I have, Mercury, actually does solve this. So let's dive right into Mercury. And Mercury is fantastic because it is actually built for startups. So Mercury is designed for online businesses and entrepreneurs with tools that support fast-growing operations. So Mercury is ready to scale as much as you are. So it can keep up with, if you're onboarding buyers, product researchers onto your account, then you're more than welcome to do that, and you're able to do that through Mercury, whereas you're not through Wise. You also get, like I said, you get multi-user access, so you're able to add team members, assign roles, manage permissions, ideal as your business scales. So maybe not a solid advantage right now when you're solely working on the business by yourself, but once you start scaling the business up, then Mercury will be able to scale with you, as I've said. You also get some really strong integrations with Mercury, so you're able to seamlessly connect with accounting tools like QuickBooks for smoother financial management. So it's really easy to tie Mercury into QuickBooks, and again, for reporting to the IRS, it's absolutely fantastic. It also has a really clean, intuitive interface. Mercury's dashboard is probably one of the best that I've seen in terms of a business bank account. It's super easy to navigate and built for clarity, not complexity. So very simple, very effective UI, and just absolutely, it's beautiful. It really is. And then it's also got some future-friendly features. So of course, virtual cards are going to be really important, and you're going to be able to get that with Mercury, of course. Savings accounts, you get those as well. So if you want to put some savings in there, you're more than welcome to, and access to venture funding opportunities as you grow as well. So lots of opportunities on hand through Mercury. However, what I will say about Mercury is a couple things. So two downsides of Mercury that I didn't actually list in the keynote is that Mercury has international transaction fees. So if for whatever reason you're buying stock from, let's say, Canada or Mexico, which happens occasionally, you do pay like a 3% international fee, which does add up and can impact profit margins. So there's that to be wary of. And also, what I'm going to be sort of explaining here is that Mercury also requires an EIN to sign up with them, since it is a purpose-built US bank account. So let's just go through this slide here. So my suggestion would be to apply for your EIN early on. So make sure that you are getting that done when you apply for your LLC. So like I said, you will need your EIN to open up your Mercury account. So submit the application as soon as you can, and as soon as you form your LLC. So they go hand in hand anyway, the LLC and the EIN. And until you receive your EIN, which could take 3 to 6 months, I'll be perfectly honest with you, it can take 3 to 6 months, especially for foreigners. In that first 3 to 6 months of running your business and buying inventory, you should be using Wise. So Wise doesn't require an EIN, that is different to Mercury, of course. So with Wise, you can get set up instantly, and you can start sourcing with a virtual card straight away. And then obviously you want to be switching over to Mercury once you get that EIN, so you can then apply to Mercury. And like I said here, 6 to 12 weeks is typically how long it takes to receive your EIN. You want to be applying for a Mercury account for long-term scalability anyway. So this is going to be the end goal, is to start off with Wise and then eventually apply for your Mercury account, start using that once you get your EIN. We should also be keeping Wise as a backup even when you switch over to Mercury, particularly if you are a foreigner, because Wise, like I said, Wise is going to be useful for converting currencies, and it acts pretty well as like a middleman between your personal accounts and your business accounts if you are still transferring money over from your personal accounts. And particularly as well when you're paying virtual assistants and you want to be paying them in their native currency, it's also fantastic for sending international payments as well, because like I said, there's no international transaction or payment fee with Wise, whereas there is with Mercury. So that's also something to consider. I think this setup really does give you the best of both worlds. So obviously you get immediate access through Wise, and then you get advanced features through Mercury when you're ready for it. So in summary, we want to be opening Wise first for instantaneous action. We want to be applying for our EIN to unlock Mercury. and then switching to Mercury when we're ready, and we also want to be keeping wires for currency conversion even when we switch over to Mercury. So we're keeping both accounts open while you have your Amazon business up and running. So that's going to be it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to the Amazon Seller Central video, and in this lesson I'm going to be giving you a full walkthrough of how to set up your Amazon account. So let's just dive right in. So the agenda is going to be figuring out the type of account that we want to be opening up, exactly how to set up our Amazon account, and that's going to be it. So just the 2 points for the agenda. So let's get stuck into the type of account that we want to be opening up. So there are 2 types of accounts that we want to be opening up, or at least 2 types of accounts that we should be considering opening up. And one of them is going to be a personal account. So this is going to be for individuals who are casually selling or just as a hobby, and it doesn't require a registered business LLC, and you'll be signing up using your personal name, bank account, and tax details. This personal account is going to be far more limited in features, and it's not exactly ideal for scaling. So that's one option. And then the other option is going to be a business account. Now this is going to be set up under a legal entity, just like, while using our LLC that we've already applied for by now. And you'll be using your company name, your EIN, and your business bank account. So it's going to be able to add credibility. It unlocks access to business features, and it's going to be it's going to offer the proper structure that you need if you're building a serious Amazon FBA business. So those are our 2 options. So we have the personal account and we have the business account. I'm going to suggest to you to open up a business account, given that we have already gone through the process of filing for our LLC and EIN. It's just going to make more sense because obviously we want to be setting this up as a bona fide business. So opening a business account is going to make most sense for you. Let's get stuck into how to actually set up the account. So you can see here on the right, this is going to be the page that you're going to be taken to when you initially try and create your account. So all you need to do is go to Amazon Seller Central and click sign up. So you can see down the bottom here, there is the create your Amazon account button. So you would need to go ahead and do that. And then you would need to enter your details. So your full name, your main email address that you created for this Amazon business. And basically I'm going to be going through exactly which email you need to create for this business with the Google Workspace. Then you need to provide the main email address you created for this Amazon business, so using your Workspace email, and then choosing a password, at least 6 characters long, something that you can remember. Re-enter the password for confirmation, and then click next to continue. Then you will also receive a one-time password OTP via email. So whatever email you've registered, you're going to receive an email from Amazon, a one-time password. And you're going to enter that one-time password to proceed to the next step. And this is the next step that Amazon's going to ask for more information from you. So obviously, because we are registering for a business account, they're going to ask for some business information. So country of residence. You can be honest and upfront with them. Amazon doesn't really mind if you're opening a US bank account while residing in a different country. So if you are a foreigner, then that is all well and good. So obviously choose the type of business that you'll be starting. So typically it's going to be the LLC type of business. And yes, we've talked about country of residence. And then if you're registering an LLC, ensure that it is created before signing up. So again, just making sure that we've got that LLC that we are ready to input into the setup process for your Amazon business. Then we want to be entering our business name and proceeding. So typically with the business name, probably want to be copying what we see or what we have on our LLC is going to allow us to get our account proved nice and fast. So then you want to basically fill in your seller information, provide your bank account and your credit card details. And then if you have your LLC already, you're going to use your business bank account. That should say EIN. So if you have your EIN already, then you would use your business bank account. Otherwise, use your WISE information. And then once you open your Mercury account, then you can switch over your payments over to Mercury through Amazon. And if you're registering as as an individual, use your personal bank account. But again, like I said, you should be registering as a business, so don't really worry about this part. This information is going to be crucial for payments and smooth business transactions. So initially, Amazon is going to charge you like a monthly fee, and they're going to be charging that until you start making sales. And once you start making sales, they'll deduct it out of your sales and you won't get charged anymore. And I think the fee is about $40 per month at the moment. Next, you want to submit your personal details. So enter driver's license or passport number. You need to just confirm with Amazon that you are the main contact person, business owner, and also the legal representative. And then setting up your store information. So you want to be choosing a store name. So again, preferably your LLC name for consistency. So making sure that everything's nice and consistent with your LLC and your legal registration. And then you also need to answer additional questions about your business operations, and you need to answer no for all if you're not creating your own brand. So obviously we're doing online arbitrage, right? And with online arbitrage, we aren't really creating our own brand. We're going to be selling other brands, right? So we need to be answering no for most of those additional questions that they're asking about our business operations. Next is identity verification, as you can see in this bottom photo here. So what you need to be doing is uploading a driver's license or passport and a utility bill just to confirm your address. And like I said, be honest with your address. You can do a home address. So if that is, even if you are a foreigner, put in your local address, not your virtual address. And then choose one of the following verification models. So take a live photo of your face. Join a call with an Amazon associate, and just select the most comfortable method for you. Yes, a video call typically takes maybe 1 to 2 minutes. They don't ask too many questions. They just want to make sure that you are who you claim to be. Or you could simply just take a live photo of your face, and that also typically takes about a couple of minutes to verify with Amazon on their end. And then the final steps involves waiting for an email from Amazon to confirm that your account has been approved, and then you're pretty much ready to go. So in summary, we just need to be making sure that we are selecting a business account and not an individual account. We need to be preparing all required documents, so LLC, EIN if we have that already, right? Operating agreement, making sure we've got all of our ducks in a row legally, so that we have everything necessary in order to open a business account. And then ensure all our information is consistent. So we don't want to be lying to Amazon. We want to be consistent with our addresses, all of our information, so that we don't get held back later on. And then lastly, second last point here is to complete identity verification. We won't be able to access our Amazon account until we actually complete this verification process. So make sure we do that. And then we need to be waiting for an approval email from Amazon. And typically in that email, they're going to send like a confirmation link. So you click that link and then they'll take you back into your personalized login spot. And then you can fill out your details, and then you're officially going to be onboarded onto Amazon's Seller Central account. And that's going to be pretty much it for this video. Very brief, not a whole lot of information on to keep these nice and quick. So that's going to be it for getting your Amazon Seller Central account up and going. And I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to the Software Stack video, and in this lesson we're going to be talking about some of the most important tools to use for your Amazon business. So let's get straight into it. So on the agenda, we're going to be talking about some of the core tools that you will require for your Amazon business. Now, when I say core tools, I mean these are absolute must-haves. You need these non-negotiables. We need these to start and be able to effectively run our Amazon business. Second agenda point is optional tools. And in this section, I'm going to talk about some tools that may be beneficial for your use, although you don't necessarily need them. And number 3, I'm going to talk about avoiding overloading on tools and just keeping the stuff that is going to give you enough leverage in your business. So without further ado, let's head into core tools. Let's have a chat about these. So core tools. Make sure that you use the referral codes in the school lesson description. Generally speaking, you're going to be saving about 10 to 20% on each subscription, so make sure you do use those links. And the first core tool that we use in our business is SellerAmp. And SellerAmp is our go-to tool for analyzing potential deals. It shows you profit, eligibility, and competition at a glance. In reality, it offers far more than that. It is single-handedly the absolute best tool for doing online arbitrage. You can't start an online arbitrage business, honestly, in 2025 without SellerAmp. So this is super important, super crucial tool, and I'm going to do a build-out video for SellerAmp as well, because it is just that important. Second most important tool is going to be BeCool. So BeCool basically automates your repricing to stay competitive. And remember what we said about making sure that we're utilizing our time correctly. With BeCool, you're essentially employing an AI to take care of your repricing. So you set a repricing rule through BeCool and it takes care of it for you and it saves you a ton of time. So it does need adjusting every week or so, but generally speaking, you save so much time with BeCool, it's honestly worth it. The alternative of using BeCool is to, I guess, use Amazon's repricing, but it doesn't work as well as BeCool does, and BeCool only costs about $25 a month, so you get a lot for your money with BeCool. So yeah, you're able to set your own rules. You can let it adjust prices by itself for maximum profit, or you can change it around and try and tell the AI that you want maximum sales. So you can really sort of test the AI to be able to deliver what you need most. Next tool is going to be Keepa, and Keepa tracks your price history, your sales rank, and your stock levels. Essentially, what it does is it understands your demand or the demand for the product that you're looking at and spots patterns. So on the sales side of things, it's fantastic and pairs really well with SellerAmp also. Then we've got SellerBoard. So SellerBoard gives us a really clear view of our real profits, tracks expenses, refunds, and fees with absolute precision. Now, SellerBoard, I would say, is a core tool, but I would probably only download SellerBoard once you start making sales, because it's kind of pointless up until that point. So just keep that in mind also for SellerBoard. Next, we have Google Workspace. So this is going to be important for keeping your business organized with sheets, documents, and Gmail, and it's perfect for systems, team communication, and also documentation as well. So all round, Google Workspace is absolutely a core tool that needs to be used. Next, we've got the optional tools. So like I said, some of the tools that I can recommend you use, but they aren't necessarily necessary. Okay. So just remember to use those referral codes. It'll save you a ton of money. So first one is OpenPhone, and this is going to help you to create a professional customer service setup by giving you a separate business number, so a separate business phone number from your personal number, and this number can be utilized to fast track communication with suppliers and your prep center, and it's only optional because you're not yet dealing with customer calls or running a team, right? So if you're not calling customers or calling merchants at the moment, and you don't need OpenPhone. However, once you start getting involved with product research and buying inventory and communicating with merchants, then OpenPhone might be of use to you. Fathom's the next one, and essentially with Fathom you can record, you can transcribe, and you can summarize Zoom calls and also Gmeet calls pretty much automatically. And this is ideal for like mentorship and team reviews, but it's not essential unless you're doing a lot of video calls. Or you want searchable call notes. I find Fathom particularly useful because I'm doing a lot of Zoom calls with my team. However, if you're not doing a ton of calls, business-related calls, then it may not be of use to you. And the last one is going to be Seller Basics. And so this provides on-demand legal support for Amazon issues like suspensions or unfair reviews. And it's a safety net because it's not required day to day, but it can be valuable if problems arise. So essentially with Seller Basics, you get legal support from genuine lawyers, which is fantastic. And they give you really great direction on where you should go with suspensions and also issues with account health as well. So that is a really fantastic option once you start selling on Amazon, so a bit further on in the process. Let's talk briefly about avoiding overloading yourself with tools and subscriptions and all this stuff. So I think what I suggest is you start nice and lean, because a lot of these tools are actually only going to be beneficial for you once you start selling inventory. So when you're sort of in that stage of setting up your business and doing your product research, I would suggest starting lean, employing less software, because it's going to mean less noise for you, right? It's going to be less for you to worry about, and it's just going to create less noise. So just focus on mastering the core tools first before adding any more to your stack. And then once you think there could be some utility in those optional tools, then I would say absolutely go for it. I'd also be reviewing tools quarterly. You could even do this monthly, but every 30 to 90 days, assess every tool and ask yourself, is it saving 10x the cost? And not just the cost of money-wise, but also the cost of labor and time. That's also something that you have to consider. And if you're not getting a ton of leverage out of a certain tool, then you need to either cut it or you need to replace it. And it's as simple as that, really. Avoiding subscription bloat. So don't fall into the trap of paying for fancy tools, because there are a ton of fancy tools on Amazon that, particularly for online arbitrage, don't really work that well. It's hard to utilize some of these fancy tools for online arbitrage. There's a lot of tools that sort of specialize for wholesale and private label that I would say for most online arbitrage sellers you need to avoid. And especially avoid doing that before generating consistent sales. Like I said, you want to be only looking at those optional tools once you're generating consistent sales. So make sure that you're building traction first, and then scaling your stack. You want to be using a dedicated Chrome profile. Setting up a browser profile just for Amazon, so keeping extensions, logins, and workspaces clean and distraction-free. And I talk about that a little bit more in the Workspace or the Google OS video as well. Automating your workflows. So making sure that we're syncing SellerAmp with Google Sheets to streamline sourcing. It's going to make things really easy for yourself, and also going to make things really easy for any VAs that you bring onto your team as well. Make sure that we're using bookmark folders for fast access to daily tools such as Seller Central and also Seller Board. And again, I speak a little bit more about using bookmarks in the Google OS video. So in summary, make sure that we're choosing tools that save us time, right? That's the main reason why we use tools, is so that we can leverage our time to use our time for more productive tasks. Ensure that you master the core stack first, learn it head to toe before moving on to the optional stack. And then using those, the optional stack strategically, depending on where you're at with your business. So whether you feel like you can leverage it, I would be constantly analyzing whether you can leverage additional software. But overall, just make sure that we're staying lean and evaluating regularly, so that we're staying on top of things and we're not necessarily drowning in debt per se. We don't want to be spending too much money on software, or certainly not more than we need to be. So that's going to be it for this video, and I'll see you on the next one. In this video, we're going to be covering Google OS, and it's basically going to involve setting up your Google Workspace account and also your Google Chrome browser. So let's get straight into it then. So the agenda for today is setting up your Workspace, setting up your Chrome, and that's going to be about it. So let's just jump straight into Workspace. So one of the questions is, why? Why should we be setting up a Google Workspace account? And the first reason is it's going to provide us with a professional email setup. So it's going to allow us to create a branded email. So an email not ending in @gmail.com. So it looks much cleaner when you replace the Gmail with your own brand, with your own name. And that's going to build trust with suppliers, Amazon, and customers. Not to mention, it's just going to look fantastic, right? It's going to look far more credible than using just a general Gmail account or Yahoo. So it's much preferable to those two alternatives. It's also going to give you a centralized file storage inside of Google Drive, and that keeps all of your documents, spreadsheets in one place. So it's going to be easily searchable, always backed up and accessible from any device. And that Google Drive, even with the starter account, is going to give you, I think it's about 30 gigabytes of storage, which is plenty, in all honesty, with the starter package. And even if you need to bump up to the standard, I think it's an extra, $6 or $7 per month. And that gives you another, I think, about 2 terabytes of storage. So plenty of storage for a really good price with your Google Workspace. It also provides you with secure admin controls, so you are able to manage user access, enable 2-factor authentication, and also monitor security from the admin console. You're going to be able to stay in control of your business data as you scale. And I think it's really important to get Google Workspace nice and early, even before you build out your team, because you're going to have all of your business data in one place. And similar to Mercury, once you scale, Workspace is going to be able to adapt and follow you as you scale, which is fantastic, honestly. It also provides you with an integrated workflow. So Gmail, Calendar, Google Drive, as we mentioned, also Google Meet and Google Docs, they all work together seamlessly. It creates one distraction-free system for managing your Amazon operations. So all in all, it's a fantastic system. Integrated workflow, it makes things so easy to use. Yes, overall, it's actually perfect. It really is. So let's start with a build out. So firstly, you want to be creating your account. So you want to sign up for Google Workspace with your business domain and set up your own email. So for example, I've got you at yourbrand.com. So in my personal example, it would be like jesse@elevatenetwork.com. This account is going to control your entire Workspace environment. So when you want to get, let's say, a product researcher on board, you can also add them to your Google Workspace account under their own name at your brand. So it's a fantastic platform because it's able to scale with however big your workforce is. So yeah, really, really excellent. Verify your domain. So follow the guided steps to verify ownership of your domain via your DNS settings. This step will activate Gmail and other Workspace services. Add users and set permissions. So if you have a team already, then feel free to create user accounts for each member, like I mentioned just before, and you can assign roles and control who accesses what through the admin console. But of course, if you are just doing this by yourself at the moment, that's fine. We can leave that step out for now. But what you want to be doing is activating your core services. So Gmail, Drive, Calendar, Meet is going to be the main ones. We need to be customizing which services are visible and accessible to each user. Once you get those, once you get your team onboarded eventually. But yeah, just making sure that you're activating those core services so that you're able to plug and play and use them right from the get-go. It's also important to secure your account. So turning on two-step verification, setting up your admin alerts to monitor unusual activity. Strong security settings will protect your data and your Amazon business. So treat this very seriously. Make sure that you're securing your account. Use 2FA and just maximize the security on your business. Let's talk a little bit about Chrome. So with Chrome, Chrome, it's pretty fantastic. It's a great browser, works really well, pairs perfectly with Workspace. Make sure that we are creating a dedicated Chrome profile. We're not using a personal profile that's already been set up. We need to be creating a dedicated, unique profile for your Amazon business. Set up a separate Chrome profile using your Workspace email. This keeps all of your business logins, extensions, and bookmarks clean and separate from personal use. And you can also pair this with NordPass, where you can essentially save all of your passwords on there, and keeping all your business logins on there is the best way to stay organized with your business. Combining that with your extensions and your bookmarks on your Chrome profile, you've got a really tidy, awesome setup there. Make sure you install cashback extensions as well. So sign up using those referral links that I gave you and install the Chrome extensions for Rakuten, Top Cashback, Be Frugal, and Keepa in particular. Those are going to help boost your profit margins on every single order that you're able to use them for. So make sure we're taking full advantage of those cashback extensions. Also add product research tools. So install those essential sourcing tools that I spoke about in previous lessons. Add them to your extension to your browser, particularly SellerAmp and Keepa. Those extensions are going to save a ton of time. They're going to be absolutely crucial for product research a little bit further down the track. Also remember to set smart bookmarks. So bookmark all of your frequently visited websites, especially Amazon Sales Central, and also your online arbitrage buy sheet that you'll be provided. And those two at a minimum, and then whatever else gets frequent traffic from yourself, make sure that you're bookmarking those websites as well. But those two links in general will be your most used tools, particularly for managing inventory and tracking purchases, so making sure that we're bookmarking those two websites. So in summary, we need to be setting up our Workplace account, understanding the importance of Workplace, and making sure that we are registering our branded domain and getting our DNS settings all set up and ready to go. And then also making sure that we have set up Chrome, the Chrome browser, with all the extensions, and saving all of our bookmarks as well for the core tools that we will be utilizing for our Amazon business. In this video, we're going to be going over single-handedly the most important software that we're going to be using to build up our Amazon FBA business, and that is going to be Keepa. So Keepa provides us with a lot of valuable insights into our business by displaying certain price actions of a product, and generally just indicates how well it is selling. So Keepa helps us by also showing us competition on the listing, so showing us how many sellers are on a listing, and offers all the data that is necessary for us to make really informed buying decisions as well. Just remember about SellerAmp as well, but even though SellerAmp provides estimated sales figures, this does not guarantee that the product is actually selling, and we actually need to be using and utilizing Keepa as well as SellerAmp in order to make informed buying decisions. So you can't be using one without the other, and Keepa is going to be extremely important, especially for reverse product research, which you will learn eventually as well. So let's get started. Let's get straight into it. So in the link below in the school group, you will find a link to create your own Keepa account. It's going to bring you to a screen similar to this one here. And what you want to do is just click on this icon on the top right corner here where it says register. And essentially you want to put in your username and a password, and then also your email address. So for me, I'll put in the demo account that we've created specifically for this Keepa account. And bot check. Okay, so the username's already taken. So that's my username. And then we'll register again, see if that works. Perfect. So we're in. Sometimes what will happen is you'll actually get a notification to submit any kind of bot verification. And in that case, you would just simply want to turn off your VPN. That's probably the only reason why that would come up. And then as you can see here, there's another notification that comes up. It says, please verify your email address. So what we'll do then is we will come over to our email address. Have a look here. We can see the email, welcome to Keepa. Then we just want to click on verify my email. Your email has been successfully verified. You can now use all of our services. So that's great. Next thing we want to do is we want to come over here to your name and then scroll down to subscriptions. Now you want to be subscribing to data access because at the moment you get like a basic subscription, but in order to do product research and gather product analysis fruitfully, we need to be subscribing to the premium subscription so that we can get all the features of the data section. And as you can see here, you get access to the interactive sales rank, buy box statistics, which we use a hell of a lot in our reverse product research, eBay price history, which isn't too necessary for us, but we do also get off account and rating view history as well, which is really important for determining whether we want to be stalking sellers. And there's a bunch of other criteria that we use in order to determine that as well. So let's go ahead and click on subscribe here. It's going to come up with all of your information here. Essentially what you want to do is fill all of this out as per your information that you've given and provided to Amazon. So your business information, I'll click in here to business, put in your company name, your address, and then put in all of your card information as well. And then click on the monthly here. You can do yearly for about, I think it's like a 20 or 20% discount. And typically I'll just say go for the monthly subscription because it is less money up front and you can use a lot more capital to do product research, right? Make sure you're clicking on terms and conditions and then clicking on subscribe now. After doing that, you want to come over to the three bars down here and then going to extensions and visiting the Chrome web store. We want to be downloading Chrome onto our extension. So let's go and look up Keepa. You essentially just want to be adding to Chrome. Add extension. So there you go. Keepa is ready. Open Amazon and refresh open Amazon tabs. So after we add those Chrome extensions to our browser, we're going to be coming up to Amazon. So you want to be checking on Amazon just to ensure that Keepa comes up. And typically there's going to be like a small tab here that you'll just have to press and it'll come up with all of these graphs. And then what we can do is we can actually come into graph settings here and we can see all of these graph settings. We want to be making sure that we have all three graph settings available to us. All three graph settings are really important. We want to be looking at these buttons here, as you can see, these small buttons, and we want to be making sure that only a small amount of these buttons are turned on. So sales rank we need, buy box we need, Amazon we need, new we need as well, and that's going to be it for the top row. We don't have to worry about third-party FBA, third-party FBM, list price, close-up view, don't worry about it. And then we've got the middle graph as well. We're going to keep all three of these on, and then for the bottom graph, all we need is the new offer count. And then what we want to do as well is we want to go straight to data and then to buy box statistics. And then we want to configure columns. So we want to be making sure that we've got seller ID turned on. So if it's not ready, make sure that it is turned on because we're going to need this for reverse product research, of course. And then also we want to be making sure that we rearrange the columns to match this layout as well. So what you can do is you can basically just, if I just pull that back, you can rearrange your column like this. I typically have my ID right here, right next to the percentage one, average price, average new offer count, stock, name, and also whether they're FBA or not, just because this is the most relevant information for us to make our buying decisions on. So let's do a deeper dive into what Keepa really is. And we'll take a deeper look into some of the charts that we use as well and apply some context to it as well. And we'll look at some examples and how you may be able to use it to your advantage to do product research. So first of all, what is Keepa really? So Keepa is all about visualizing price action. So Keepa is going to be showing us pricing trends so we can assess whether a product is actually selling or whether it's just sitting idle. So one of the most important things about Keepa is telling us whether this product sells or not, right? If a product is priced right and it's got a good BSR and it's got everything going for it, but it doesn't sell, obviously that's a massive issue because we want to turn over inventory, right? So if the product doesn't sell, well, we don't want to buy it. And Keepa is going to give us that information where we're able to tell whether we are going to be able to sell the product on Amazon. And it also reveals the true demand. So whereas SellerAmp kind of like guesses the sales, Keepa definitely confirms them. And like I said previously about how we want to be using Keepa and SellerAmp in tandem, this is where it all comes back to us. And Keepa is really going to be all about confirming those sales. And we really want to be leaning on Keepa for this side of the data. And it's important to premise as well that buying without Keepa is essentially like gambling, like I said at the start of the video. And we want to be using it to manage risk and avoiding bad buys, right? We want to be limiting the amount of bad inventory that we're buying because that is simply just wasted capital, right? We want to be making educated buying decisions with our capital to ensure that we are making the most with our money, all right? It also exposes listing competition. So essentially, it tells us how many sellers are on the listing and whether Amazon is buying dominating the buy box. So two things there: sellers on the listing, right? If a product is selling a lot, and like I said, Keepa tells us not only how many sales the product is making, but also how many sellers are on the listing. And what you find is the more sellers that are on the listing, the more competition there is. So the more difficulty, the additional difficulty there is in terms of selling the product. So it's all well and good if a product is selling, but if there's too many sellers, then the amount of stock that each seller is selling is divided because we understand, and we're going to look at this now, the buy box is divided evenly. But we'll get into that in just a second. And then also we've also got Amazon dominating the buy box. And this is going to be a really rare scenario where we absolutely do not want to be touching the product. And we'll get into that in just a second as well. So we already talked about this, creating a Keepa account and upgrading to the paid version, making sure that we get access to all of the data that we need, and making sure we've installed across all our devices, whether that is your phone, if you're doing product research on your phone, but I do suggest staying on your laptop, making sure we're adding it as a Chrome extension so we can research products. Let's talk more about this two-part framework that is designed around Keepa. So top chart is going to be telling us about the pricing trends. It's going to be telling us what customers are actually paying for. So we need to be looking at the buy box price, the new price, Amazon, whether Amazon is on the listing, and also the price range as well. So let's take a look at one of the products we've got here. So you can see here that this green line here, it's going to imitate the sales rank. And generally speaking, the lower the sales rank, the more competitive a product is. So for this product here, it's a spoiled child product. We can actually see that the sales rank over time, more or less, has actually dropped. So it's become more and more competitive, meaning it's selling more and more, and that sellers are actually making turning over a profit, right? That's what it means overall. Now we've also got the buy box price here. So the buy box price is essentially given to individual sellers, right? And it makes it a lot easier for sellers to get through their inventory. And we can see the line here. So typically you can see this product here is very, very consistent in selling, as well as down here with the new offer count in the bottom graph. And we'll talk about that in just a second. But also what I need you to focus on is this new price here. And the new price is represented by this, which is represented by this blue line in the top graph. Remember that because it shares a color with the new offer count color in the bottom graph. Make sure you don't get the two confused. New price isn't important until the buy box price is non-existent, right? And if we were to zoom out, we may be able to find a time when it wasn't existent. Yeah, so you can see here. You can see that in this period here, sometime in July, the buy box was actually not existent. Okay, and that actually tells us that, well, that tells us that there's either a lack of sellers on the product, or simply there's not enough competitive sellers on the product to be allowing Amazon to award the buy box to a seller. Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that the product isn't selling. It just means that there is no buy box price. And at that point, the new price would take precedence if there is a seller on the listing at the time. So while new price isn't important while buy box price is available, and while the buy box is available, it still is important for when the buy box is not present. So that's also really important to understand. Let's go back to here. And you can see here as well, Amazon, orange, avoid if they dominate. So generally what you'll see here is an orange kind of like highlight, or an orange tinge rather than an orange line per se, as you can see here. And if there's an orange highlight, it means that Amazon has been on the listing. And an easy rule for us to follow is if Amazon's been on the listing at all in the last 3 months, and we can see that yellow highlight at all in the last 3 months, we want to be avoiding the listing altogether, because what happens is when Amazon's on the listing, they take all the sales for themselves. They want to sell through all their stock first before any FBA and FBM sellers, and so they take precedence. Now that's obviously not good for us because we want to sell through our inventory, and we can't do that if Amazon is on the listing, right? So if we see that Amazon's on the listing in the last 3 months, we're going to play it safe and then move on to the next product, because ideally we don't want to be selling at the same time that Amazon is on a particular product. If it's been more than 3 months, then, well, fair enough. It's been a while since they were on the listing and they're more likely to not join the listing again. But if it was in the last 3 months, then we would definitely want to avoid it altogether. Let's go back here. And yeah, as you can see, the price range, zoom out for 90 to 365 days for patterns. And this is also a fantastic way for us to understand how a product reacts when there's an increased offer count. Okay, so you can actually see this product here. The buy box more or less is the same, although there is a little bit of a divot here down the bottom, a little bit of a decrease, and this is supplemented by the idea that there is an increase in the new offer count, right? So you can see here the new offer count went from actually almost nothing in July, and it's gone up to what peaked around that 20-25 mark, right? When buy box was down at 62. And the general consensus is that there is a strong correlation between buy box and the new offer count. Okay. Now, the higher the new offer count, the lower the buy box is going to be, because when you have more new sellers on the listing, it is going to be a more competitive product to sell on. And what that's going to mean is sellers are going to come in and going to go, well, I want to sell through this product. And so if I have to reduce my pricing in order to get the buy box, which is how Amazon awards the buy box based on who's fair and who's priced most aggressively, right? That's how the price kind of like drops from these products. So if you see a product where the off count is generally building over time, you can almost be certain that the buy box price is going to drop too. So as you can see here, like the buy box was peaking around that kind of like 94, 95 mark, and now it's down to 62, 63. And you can see here that the product is actually still profitable. But it's important to understand and be able to tell when a product is perhaps peaking out, and you don't really want to jump on it when the seller rank or the new offer count is actually increasing, because that tells us that, well, the product's heyday is long gone, and it's going to become increasingly difficult to make a profit on this product while the competition is growing. And then this is kind of reiterated here. Like I said, the bottom part is going to be tracking how many sellers are on the listing. And what's most important to understand is the more sellers means the more competition. So it's going to be a lower price because there's more competition trying to undercut each other. Whereas when there's fewer sellers, it's going to be less competition and, generally speaking, a higher buy box or new price. And we need to be watching for these supply and demand patterns over time. So there is a strong correlation there, and that's needing to be understood, right? Let's talk about buy box statistics in the data tab. And just to reiterate, to find the buy box statistics, we're currently in price history here. All we would need to do is come into data and scroll over to buy box statistics. So buy box statistics, we want to understand. So this, for buy box statistics, we're basically understanding how many sellers are on the listing, and not only that, but how much of a stranglehold do they have on the product? How much of the product are they selling? Okay, because not every seller sells equally on the product. The buy box is handed out equally typically, but that doesn't mean that each seller is selling an equal amount of the product. And so I'll show you now where we want to be understanding that we want even rotation, ideally, and we want to be avoiding listings where we have one seller who owns 80% or more of the buy box at any given time, right? Because this typically means that Amazon might be dominating the listing. If it is Amazon that owns 80% plus, well, it doesn't necessarily have to be Amazon that's owning 80% plus, but if there is only one seller that owns 80% plus, it means that Amazon typically or can be on the listing. So that's something that we need to look out for. And also, it may be a private label seller that's trying to protect the listing, right? And so what happens is, if we try and jump onto a private label listing, even if it is profitable, we may receive IP complaints. They may complain to the private label seller, might see that we are on the listing, and they'll complain to Amazon, and then Amazon will send us an IP complaint, and all of a sudden we've got an unhealthy account score, right? Which is obviously unideal. So we want to be looking out for that. We don't want to be selling on private label products. And when a seller generally owns more than 80% of the buy box, which we can see within the buy box statistics, that is going to be almost a sure sign that it is a private label product, and we want to be staying away from that. And also, if the listing isn't rotating, so if it makes it hard for new sellers to get sales, right? If we see new sellers who have come to the product in the last couple of months and they've hardly been able to sell any products, right? We've got to picture ourselves, or we've got to put ourselves in their shoes, right? If they're a new seller and they're making tons of products and they're making tons of sales, well, then awesome, we can jump onto the product as brand new sellers and we can also make a lot of sales. But if new sellers are jumping on the listing and they're not making new sales, well, we kind of have to assume that we would be in a similar situation because we also have no experience on the listing. And so it takes time to actually build that up. And it may not be for us if we want to do that, because if we want to be turning over inventory as fast as possible. It's important to understand that there is no tricks to winning the buy box either. And Amazon automatically rotates it based on seller metrics. Like I said, price, so aggressive pricing, making sure that it's a really good value product, how much stock we have as well, and also fulfillment as well. So typically, Amazon allows FBA sellers to gain the buy box more than FBM. And then when it's only FBM sellers on the listing, then they'll award the buy box to the FBM listing. But typically, the buy box is handed out to the FBA sellers. And that's why we generally recommend this for sellers that are starting out, so it's easier for them to jump onto the buy box and it's easier for them to make sales as well. So let's check out the buy box statistics real quick, and I'll give you an example of what this kind of looks like. So you can see here a product like this has a fair few sellers in the last 30 days. We can see we've got a range here, 30 days, 90 days, 180 days. For 30 days, we've got about 28 sellers. Yes, you can see the buy box one is about 36% for the most, for the strongest buy box holder, right? And so this is something we want to be checking out and making sure we don't see Amazon on the listing. And you can see here as we scroll through all of the sellers, Amazon actually isn't on the listing, which is a good sign, right? And there's a fair share of the buy box one as well. There is a fair few sellers here that occupy a lot of the listing, but nothing too extreme. Like there's no one seller that has more than 8% of the listing. And especially if the strongest seller only has 36% of the buy box, this is generally going to be a pretty strong product for us to actually hop on and start selling on as well. So just make sure that we are selling through Amazon FBA and making sure that we're pricing competitively and we're buying a fair amount of stock as well, right? And we will absolutely get our share of the buy box once you're live on the listing. So in summary, making sure that we understand that top chart is going to be all around the price, and the bottom chart is going to be in regards to the seller count. And then we've also got the data tab for the buy box sharing as well. So really important to understand this. There's a lot of data in Keepa that we don't actually use as arbitrage sellers, right? Especially when we're starting off, we don't really need to be knowing a whole lot of stuff in here, especially in particular pertaining to the buy box used statistics. We don't need that. There's no data for this product anyway, but if there was data, it's simply not. And then we've also got the product details in here as well, which isn't too important to us either. And then you've got offers as well, which again isn't important. The main things you need to be focusing on as an online arbitrage seller is the buy box statistics, and then also the price history here. I'm going to be showing you the A to Z of SellerAmp and how important it is for product research. So we're going to be starting off with getting signed up and ready to go with our account, making sure that we have our Chrome extensions as well as making sure that the settings are all correct. And then from there, I'll explain a little bit more about some of the features of SellerAmp and why it is so important for us to use. So in the Elevate Network Classroom, you're going to come to Sourcing OS, and you're going to find SellerAmp video in here, just under resources. You want to click on this SellerAmp sign up tab. Now this tab is going to be able to get you, I believe it is a 14-day free trial, which is pretty good. And it also allows you to have, I believe it's 2 months free if you sign up for an annual membership as well. So we'll go over that in just a second. So clicking on that link will take you to this page here. And then from here, you just want to click on free trial. And then from here, you have one of two options. Well, you technically have four options. You have the getting started, you have the getting serious, and then you have the option to pay either monthly or annually for these options. Now, getting started with Amazon, you're probably not going to be going over this 1,000 lookups per month when you're starting off, especially. So you're probably better off just getting started with this option. You're not going to need the 5 phone app installs or 5 Chrome extension installs until you start delegating a lot of your product research out to VAs. But until then, you're much better off just getting the getting started option. Now, obviously, we can switch to USD here, which is preferable. And obviously paying monthly, paying annually, you do get 2 free months with the paying annually. So do consider that if you do have a lot of capital available to you, very cost-effective option. But otherwise, just pay monthly, it's fine. You're then going to be taken to this page here where essentially you're just going to fill out all of your information. Make sure that we're not paying VAT. Obviously, we don't want to be paying European tax because our business is going to be set up in the US. So don't even worry about paying VAT, even if you are based out of Europe. So you want to be putting in all your account information and making sure all of that is all good. So first name, last name, email, company, mobile number, your billing address as well. You could link that to your personal address or even the prep center address. And then putting in your payment information as well. Make sure you're agreeing to the terms and conditions and going ahead and starting your trial. After you fill out all of that information, then you will be taken to this page here where essentially you're going to be greeted by this little notification where it says click here to install the SaaS Chrome extension. So we want to be going ahead and doing that. So just click on this link, which will take us over here. And then all we want to be doing is click on our add to Chrome button right here. Extension. And there we go. So it's been added to our extension. Now we can use this when looking on supplier websites and also on Amazon. I think it's really important to premise that SellerAmp is going to be a really important tool because it's going to be able to allow us to track how many times a product is selling per month, and it gives us a bunch of really specific indicators for determining whether products are selling well or whether they're not, and we want to be moving on from those products. So it's really essential for finding inventory, especially when conducting research on Amazon. And just again, to premise a little bit more about the relationship between SellerAmp and also Keepa, we're going to be using those together as primary tools for product research. So it's going to be the two most important, single-handedly the most important product research tools that we use when conducting our Amazon online arbitrage businesses is using SellerAmp and also Keepa efficiently together. It's going to be really, really, really important for inventory discovery. As soon as we have gotten that Chrome extension added to our browser, like we have here, all we want to be doing now is going into our account and then going into settings. Now, don't get too overwhelmed by all of these settings that you see here. I'm going to be running through all of these to make sure that you've set them up correctly, and we'll go from there. So starting from the top, reset the defaults. We want to be avoiding this button because we're going to be setting up specific numbers and specific settings based on prep fees, based on Amazon fees, and making sure that everything is accurate, because essentially SellerAmp is going to be our holistic calculator. And so we need to be ensuring that all of our numbers are accurate. So I'll be going through all of that right now. And then you've got my profiles. You can have up to 5 profiles. You don't need 5 profiles. All you need is 1 profile, in all honesty. So don't even worry about this. You can edit the name if you really want to, but again, not really that important. Moving down here, we've got general and SaaS panels. We'll talk about the SAS panels in just a second. We'll stay on general for now though. Home marketplace, keeping that on Amazon.com because we are going to be selling on the US marketplace. Merchant token, don't even worry about that. Amazon FBA shipping. So this is going to be our inbound shipping rates to Amazon. So this is what they're going to be charging us. This is going to be an Amazon fee, not a prep center fee. And generally speaking, for what we're going to be sending into Amazon, we need to be premising this at about 50 cents per pound. After this, we're going to be coming down to inbound placement. So inbound placement fees for Amazon, and making sure that we have chosen Amazon optimized splits. Don't worry about peak storage fees unless we are at the end of the year, so October 1st to 31st. I would be toggling this on manually in Q4. Otherwise, I'll be leaving it off, of course. And also this option, like, you have to toggle it manually. You can't actually toggle it. So toggling it on would mean that the peak storage fees are in use, even if we happen to be in Q1, Q3, 2 or Q3. So making sure this is off unless it is Q4. And then enable SEP storage. So this is going to be based around Europe. So again, don't really need to worry about it too much. You can leave it on or off, but since we're not selling in Europe, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. Storage time, don't worry about putting this in. So making sure this is staying at 0 months. Local fulfillment, obviously going to be selling a lot on FBA and not FBM for now. So leave that on FBA. And then European fulfillment, again, doesn't really matter too much. We can just leave that for now. Default values, making sure that all our ranks and prices are current. Buy box analysis needs to be at a 90-day average as per the default. FBA, FM cost, we can leave that at 0, just because we're not going to be selling on FBM for now. So just make sure that that is 0. And then custom ROI calculator, we can leave 35. After these two pieces of information, the rest is kind of not really necessary. Like miscellaneous, top offers on search results, we can keep those. Keepa on search results, sure. Dark mode, beta if you want. If you want the dark mode, you can do that as well. It's really not, it's preferential, to be honest. Store geolocation, stores the geographical location when scanning the mobile apps. Again, not necessary. VAT scheme, make sure that we are putting non-applicable because obviously, again, we're not going to be selling in Europe. And that's the thing as well. A lot of these options are going to be relevant for European sellers, but obviously because we're selling in the US, it doesn't really apply to us. And then when we look at buying criteria, this is actually another important part. Looking at minimum BSR, 0% is fine. Maximum BSR is 2%. Generally, we like to go off the actual number itself. So, for example, 200,000 rank or 250,000 rank instead of going off of percentage. But we do have to put in a percentage for Amazon's sake. So you can be a little bit generous here and you can put in 3%. And then we've also got minimum profit. And minimum profit doesn't really matter a whole lot, again, because if we are selling a product in bulk, then we can make $1.50 and it's still going to be all good, right? Because we're going to be selling a lot in bulk and that profit tends to pile up over time if you're selling in bulk. Minimum ROI would be a little bit more generous here and say 25% instead of 30. Generally, we want to be working around that kind of range anyway. So, yeah, with minimum profit, minimum ROI, you can go anywhere from 1.5 to $3 for minimum profit, and anywhere from 25 to 30% minimum ROI. But I'm just going with the baseline here. We've also got prep fee, and we need to be setting that at 1.75 because this is generally what most prep centers are going to be charging per unit for processing. So we'll leave that at 1.75. And then we've also got miscellaneous fee, which we don't touch because if there are any other fees, then typically we would be adding them in different sections as well. So miscellaneous fee is just like a random fee just to cover our butts, just in case the prep center does charge us extra fees. But most prep centers, especially the ones that we are going to be assigning towards for you, they're pretty upfront and honest about the fees that they charge. So we make sure to account for all of those fees in this prep center, in prep fee section here. And then going into quick info, so show profit margin. Don't need profit margin. It's not it's not super important. We definitely go based off of ROI instead of profit margin. and show break even. That is also important. Show offer summary, don't really need that. So making sure that we've got show profit, ROI, and also break even. We don't want to be overwhelming ourselves when it comes to all this. So just making sure that we've got those 3 ticked and we should be all good. And we've also got the charts, so making sure all the charts are on, and charts time span needs to be all time. Now, after we finish in the general section, we want to be moving over to the SAS panels, and we want to be toggling off. Google Sheets because we don't really use those. And for the rest, quick info, we need offers, we need ranks and price, we need profit calculator, we need that, charts, yep. Everything else we do not need. So feel free to pause the video here and have a look at what is needed for the SAS panels. I typically like to have it in this order because it's just optimized better with all the most relevant information at the top and then less and less relevant as you scroll down. It just makes doing product research a bunch easier. So feel free to have a look at that. And after we do this, we can move into Amazon and we'll check out whether the setup has been done correctly. And essentially you can move out of here. So we can move into SellerAmp again like this. And then we can come over to, let's look up Amazon.com. Okay, and then we can come over to just a random product. So you can see here all of the SellerAmp Chrome extension works. It's popped up and it's giving us all the information that we need right here. So up until this point, we have already gone over the use case of SellerAmp and how we primarily use it in conjunction with Keepa to do our product research. We've gone through the full setup of SellerAmp, including doing our Chrome extensions and making sure that all of our settings are all set up. Let's now go over a breakdown of how SellerAmp actually works and how it integrates into how we do product research and assessing whether a product is decent to buy and put into our inventory. Some of the information includes alerts, and alerts kind of like flag potential issues such as IP complaints and private label listings. And so we want to be treating these as red flags, but not necessarily instant disqualifiers, which I will go over in just a second. The SellerAmp Chrome extension also shows us whether a product is eligible for us to sell. And in this example, you can see, yes, we can sell this on Amazon, which is fantastic. But we always want to be double checking this in SellerAmp as it isn't always 100% accurate. So yeah, definitely double checking in SellerAmp, but in Seller Central, but SellerAmp does give us an initial indication as to whether we are going to be able to sell the product or not, and whether it may be feasible for us to list it on our inventory. We've also got BSR, which basically is the product's bestseller rank, right? And this is going to give us a bit of an understanding as to how well the product sells in its given category. So in terms of its listing, and then also gives us as a percentage as well, just to give us an understanding of how many products are actually in this specific category. So for this example here, it's 106K BSR, which is generally pretty good, but then we've also got a 3% BSR, which tells us it's actually kind of like on the low end in terms of where we want to be sourcing our inventory from in terms of that sort of sales velocity that I just spoke about. Then if you lower your eyes a little bit, you've got the cost price, and that is going to be the price that you pay to source the product. So we want to be making sure that it is accurate for proper profit analysis. And we need to be including things like shipping and also any kind of like handling fees that we might be paying, and also including any sort of cash back. Well, not cash back actually, but we need to be including any kind of coupons. So using Keepa to make sure that we are sourcing the best coupons. And then if we get a discount from those coupons, then we need to be factoring that into the cost price. One thing that we don't want to be including in the cost price is cashback, because essentially we're going to be assessing that cashback as simply a bonus.
So just keep that in mind when entering the cost price into SellerAmp. Then we've also got the sale price. So this needs to be reflecting the current buy box price and double checks that it aligns with the market before proceeding. So essentially whatever the buy box price is at the time is generally what the sale price is going to be, or what it's going to be automatically coming up as on SellerAmp. And then estimated sales, it says there, and that's estimated sales is going to be for the entire listing. So monthly sales for the entire listing. And it's going to be obviously very useful for gauging product demand as well. Now, in this example, you want to be making sure that the product isn't a variational product, right? Because if it is, then those estimated sales are going to be accounting for the entirety of all the variations of that specific product. And so to know or to understand the exact sales of as a product variationally, we want to be using Keepa to understand that. Let's keep going through because there's a few more things we need to talk about on this SellerAmp Chrome extension calculator. Right. And that is going to be max cost. So max cost is going to be the most amount of money that we can pay for a product while also meeting the minimum ROI that we've set in our settings just before, right? So if we want to hit a 30, 25 or 30% ROI, right? This takes into account all of the fees that we're going to be paying for this product as well, right? Which we also kind of finalized and optimized just before when we were setting the calculator settings, right? But yeah, so essentially we want to be paying the max. This is the maximum we want to be paying for this product in order to hit the ROI that we want to be hitting. So $30.73 is the absolute maximum we want to be paying for a product to be able to sell at its current sale price, or whatever sale price we put into the calculator, and to hit the ROI that we've told the calculator that we want to hit. Profit is going to be our net expected profit after Amazon fees based on entered cost and sale price. And you would have seen just before that we actually took that down because it's not necessarily optimized the same way that ROI is, right? You can obviously see the profits percentage there is a lot lower than what ROI is. And we're going to be leaning a lot more on ROI than what we are going to be on profit percentage. But then we've also got profit to the side there, and that's going to be the exact dollar amount of net profit that we're going to be making if we were to sell the product for its current sale price, and obviously taking into account our current cost price. And like I said, profit percentage, profit margin as a percentage of the sale price, it can be crucial for evaluating deal quality as well. So just keep that in mind. Now we've also got the ROI, which shows our return on investment and measures how much we can make for every dollar spent. And then finally, we've got the break even, okay, which tells us how much, or it tells us the max price that we actually need to pay in order to avoid a loss, right? And it's going to be a vital reference for pricing decisions. Now, you may see here that in this example, the cost price is $32.80. And for us to break even, we would need to be selling it for $47. And you might be thinking, well, there's a $15 difference. How on earth can we only be breaking even after that amount? And that's because Amazon fees account, or they apply onto the sale price and whatever we sell the product for. And so we need to be taking those into consideration when trying to determine our break even. So that's why break even is far higher than what the cost price is going to be. And that'll always be the case as well, because obviously we're going to be paying the Amazon fees and prep fees and everything, no matter what product we are buying and selling. And we need to be factoring into. Let's do a breakdown of some of the other features within SellerAmp and how important and factor in how important these actually are for doing product research. So we've got ranks and prices here, we've got charts, and then we've also got alerts. So let's just dive right in. So ranks and prices are going to show listing data such as sales rank and pricing trends. And typically we tend to steer towards Keepa for this, but it can still offer us some useful context. So for example, here we can see more specifically where the BSR is. So before we saw it was like 3%. Here we can see it's like 2.7%. So it's a little bit close to where we want to be anyway, right? And also it kind of changes, like it shows us how many price changes there were in the last 30 days, and also gives us a bit of an understanding as to like how much time we can expect to sell through our inventory for. So for example, 4 weeks here. But ideally we want to be using Keepa for this kind of information, even though we still have it on SellerAmp. We've also got charts. Now charts are going to show us a quick reference Keepa chart inside SellerAmp. So in case we are sort of stuck for time, right, and we need a quick glance at what at some basic Keepa chart inside SellerAmp, then we can do that right here. And you can see this example here for this product. It's got Amazon on the listing. So this may be all the information we need from Keepa in order to determine whether a product is a good product or not. Because obviously, if Amazon's been on the listing like they have been in the last 3 months and have been consistently throughout the last 3 months in this example, we want to be staying away from this product altogether, correct? So, but if you need additional information on top of that, you've obviously got that, the plus button, the plus icon at the bottom left there as well. So you can go into that and dive into Keepa should you need it. On top of that, we've also got our alerts. So that shows us any kind of red flag listings such as hazmat, dangerous goods, private label, or meltables. And we should be avoiding these listings. So if we see anything like hazmat, if it's hazmat or it's a private or dangerous goods, we need special verification from Amazon to be able to sell that product on Amazon. And that usually takes a few months, from my experience, 2 to 3 months typically. Private label, we want to be staying away from because obviously that is not going to be an FBA product. That is going to be a private label product that someone is using. And then obviously we can get IP issued or IP complaints from trying to list on private labels. So definitely want to be avoiding that. We want to be keeping our account in good stead. And then meltables is obviously a huge risk as well, because if we were to get the product into Amazon and it's melted, well, though it's simply just a write-off and Amazon's not going to allow us to sell that product on their marketplace. But also what I'll say is in alerts, you'll see some other icons such as variations, and obviously variations isn't typically a red flag. It is an alert, so it is something for us to understand that we need to learn and know, right? We need to be aware of it. However, that shouldn't be putting us off. But things like hazmat, dangerous goods, private label, multiples, they are red flags, and we should typically be avoiding them. Let's keep going through and then start from the top. So profit calculator, as you can see on the side here. So it's going to be breaking down all the Amazon and FBM fees for a product, right? I said FBM, it's meant to be FBA. And I don't use it since the core tab shows the same info. It's just a bit of a breakdown. So just in case you are curious about what kind of fees you expect to be paying, then you can see that in that sort of extended profit calculator there as well. But yeah, you can get an understanding for what kind of fees are being paid. So you've got like a referral fee, you've got a fulfillment fee. Typically, you would have like a closing fee as well. Storage fee, we don't factor in because we just include that in the prep fee, right? Then we've also got the inbound fee that we calculate. Remember what we said with the 50 cents per pound, and then no miscellaneous fee either. So it's interesting to see kind of like the breakdown, but it's not going to be necessary to determine or to view for every single product that we're going to be searching for. We've also got offers, right? Now, offers is going to be able to show us the seller count, the stock levels, and whether they are either an FBA or an FBM seller, or whether they might be an Amazon seller, right? Amazon meaning that it is Amazon themselves. That's important to understand. We can hover over those, the seller. We can hover over the seller to see the names, the reviews, and access their storefronts as well in case we want to do storefront stalking. So that's really important as well. Then we've got variations down the bottom. And again, this is going to be something that we use typically for Keepa. Oh, this is going to be some information that is shown better on Keepa, but it's going to be able to show us and compare how product variations are selling best. And we typically use this for micro trends, but yeah, like we said, we like to sort of couple it with Keepa for better accuracy. And so that's pretty much it for the breakdown of the profit calculator on Amazon or on SellerAmp while using Amazon. And so just remember that we want to be going ahead and starting that free trial using that link down below like I showed you because, with that link, you'll be able to get that free trial. And you just want to make sure that you're using the correct link overall. And then we want to be installing the extension and then tweaking the settings as well. And then understanding also on top of this, understanding the profit calculator and making sure that all of our settings are correct so that we can be jumping into product research the right way and we can make the most amount of progress. So that's going to be it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, I want to cover the 6-point product evaluation checklist. Now, what is this checklist? This is going to be the checklist that we're going to be using in order to deem whether a product is going to be good enough to buy and add to our inventory. Okay, so just briefly going over some of the 6 points: probability, supply and demand, risk and reward, buy box rotation, variations in multi-packs as well as red flags and restrictions as well. So let's get stuck into it straight away. And we'll start from the top. So profitability, we need to be understanding and learning whether a product that we're looking at is worth our time and capital. So in other words, are we going to be making enough money from this product for it to be truly worth our time and capital? Because you have to understand, right, when you're doing an order, that takes 10 to 15 minutes of your time. And that's the opportunity cost of doing another 10 or 15 minutes of product research, right, is actually purchasing the item. And on top of that, you have to think about the capital, right? That's if you're working with a very limited amount of capital, then in that case, you may not want to, or you may be second guessing whether it's actually going to be worth buying this product. And we'll just go through some of the reasons why we need to be considering our profitability. So ROI needs to be at around that sort of 25 to 30% margin at least. So bare minimum, 25 to 30%. We need to be checking this in SellerAmp. So if we have a look at our first example here, this is going to be a product that we found on Amazon, right? Cost price, $2.25. Sale price, $19. You can see here on SellerAmp, as we've configured it in our settings, you can see the ROI is at 112%. So that's perfect, right? And then profit as well is at $2.50. So we really want to be keeping consistent with the ROI that we're looking for. And in this case, we need to be at least 25 to 30%. We're going to find that information right here. So obviously 112% is going to be a really fantastic return on our investment. We also need to be checking the break-even point. So the point of which we would be simply not making any money at all, but we would be making back our capital. So we need to be checking and considering our break-even point as well. And we can also find that on Amazon in SellerAmp. We can find it down here at break-even. So essentially what this is going to tell us, this number here, this is going to tell us what we would need to sell the product for, factoring in all of Amazon's cost, fees, and also the prep fees. And it's going to tell us what we need to be able to sell it for in order to make all of our money back. So if we're buying it for $2.25, we need to be selling it for at least $16 in order to break even. And the reason why this looks so, why the break even is so high compared to the cost price is because Amazon has what we call fixed fees for a lot of the FBA goods. And so what that means is like more than 80% of Amazon's fees are fixed. And so for lower priced products, such as this one here, it means it's really tight to good margins on products like these. And also, this is obviously just an example, but typically we want to be staying away from products that sell for less than $25 per unit because of this issue of fees, sucking up a lot of the margin in the products. But just need to be making sure that our ROI, is around that 25 to 30% region at least. And that our break even is, of course, below the sale price, right? Because obviously if it's above the sale price, then, it would mean that we're going to be selling it for a loss, which is obviously ideal. Then we've also got the buy box price needs to be stable over the last 90 days, and we need to be checking that on Keepa. So up until this point, of course, we've only been checking SellerAmp. We can check Keepa now as well, and ensuring that the buy box is nice and consistent. So what we do is we scroll down a little bit on the Amazon page until we get to our Keepa page right here. Need to be going into price history and then checking out the product on here. So as you can see, this is actually not a great product, simply because of the buy box isn't really that consistent, right? We can see that it started off at the start of August around that $36 mark, and now it's down at like $23, right? So this would be honestly like a product that this would not be a great example of a consistent product, because we can see the product, well, as the offer count is increasing, and we'll talk about that in just a second. As we can see that the offer count is increasing, the buy box price is also decreasing. And there is a strong correlation there between offer count rising, buy box decreasing, because as a listing becomes more competitive, lots of sellers try and undercut each other in terms of pricing in order to win the buy box. And that's why you see the buy box falling here as well. And the inverse applies as well. So if we have a new offer count that is decreasing, it means it's becoming less competitive. That means that the buy box will steadily increase as well. So meaning there's going to be more profit for less sellers on the listing. And then secondly, we will also want to be looking at supply and demand, right? And we need to be considering whether the competition is increasing and how that will impact pricing, right? So is competition increasing and how does that impact pricing? So like I said, we were talking about that correlation between the offer count and the buy box price, and all that information, of course, is found on Keepa. We need to be looking at new offer count, making sure that's stable and there's no new major spikes. So we already saw a product that was where we saw the offer count was actually increasing and it wasn't stable. So let's try and find an example here of a product that, so even this product here is, well, the inverse example actually of how the offer count is now decreasing instead of increasing. And we can see it's actually what's contributed and correlates with an increase in the buy box. You can see the buy box was staying around that sort of $13.50 mark. And now, or the last buy box price was around that $16, $17 mark, right? As well as the new price is now around that, what was it, $18, $19, $20 as well. So this is another good example of how the two kind of correlate with each other. But let's see here. So again, that's a supply or an offer count decreasing as time goes on throughout the 3 months. You can see the same here. You can see this is kind of like generally consistent over the past, let's say, almost 2 months, right? If we were to go like that, we can have a look at how consistently the offer count has been over the last 2 months. And you can see that the new or the buy box price has also been really consistent over the last 2 months as well, which also supports that theory that that buy box price and new offer count are correlated. And we also need to be checking if offers have spiked. We need to be checking how the prices has responded historically, and we need to be factoring that into our decision making as well. So obviously if we see the offer count spike like it has here, we need to be checking, okay, how much has the buy box dropped, right? Because it's going to drop. We just know it for a fact, but we need to be considering also how much is it going to drop typically. We need to be making that assessment. So you can see here, when the buy box is around $35, new offer count is sitting around that 6, maybe even 7, 8 offer count, right? 34, and then as it increases, it drops to 29 and then drops to like 23 as well. So we need to be factoring that into our decision-making process as well. We need to be comfortable selling at the adjusted price if supply rises. So one of the other things we need to consider, right? So let's go out to 3 months. Let's see here. see for a product here like this, right? So 3 months. Okie doke. So let's say because we need to be looking at the last 3 months as well. I think that's really important, right? Need to be looking at the last 3 months. And for a product like this, for example, where you can see the offer count has actually halved in the last 3 months, we need to be considering where the buy box was. And we also need to be thinking, okay, like we can see the new offer count is at like about 5 or 6 at the moment. And it's at that $19 mark, right? So we're at $19 here. If we were to add another, I don't know, if we were to add another 3 or 4 offers, right? We're going to be back up at this 8 mark, like we are here. And what kind of price were we selling it for around there, right? 1350, right? Around that, roughly that 1350 mark. And I'll talk about this in just a second, but we need to be comfortable selling at the adjusted price if the supply rises. Okay. So in other words, we need to be okay with selling a product for its lowest buy box price within the last 3 months. So for example, in this situation here, we've got a product that is with a buy box at, $12, looks like $12 for the lowest price, right? We need to be putting that into SellerAmp and seeing whether we can sell this product or not. So if we put it in, we can see $12, right? It's not going to be worth the risk of buying this product because worst case scenario over the last 3 months, if we're taking the last 3 months into consideration, the worst case scenario for this product is we have to sell it for around $12 if we want to attain the buy box, right? And so at that point, we're losing 40% ROI. We're losing about $3 profit, right? Given our break evens at $15, we can't be selling it at $12, right? But we might be forced to if we want to sell the product, if we want to turn over the product. And so because of that, we would usually write this product off because it's simply too risky considering our cost price and the fact that it's not consistent enough for us to be sure about it in terms of adding it to our inventory so that we can make profit from it, right? There is obviously a opportunity to make money from the product, but it is a high risk, relatively low reward product because of that. So we've talked about needing to be comfortable selling at the adjusted price if the supply rises. Let's now talk a little bit more about risk to reward, and we'll kind of like build on what we've just been talking about. We need to be considering what is going to be the worst case scenario, like I showed you in that case just before, and we need to be considering whether we can live with it or not. So lowest price, typically we go off buy box price. In the last 90 days, we need to be making sure that we at least break even, right? Because that's the maximum amount of risk that we want to take. If worst case scenario we break even on a product, well, okay, could be worse, right? If we're losing money, that would be obviously worse than breaking even. At least with break even, we can take that money, we can reinvest it into something that's more probable to be profitable, okay? Or even better if it profits. So we need to be asking ourselves, if we sell at that low point, would I at least break even, okay? So let's take another example here. So let's look at this product here. So we're selling for $11.10, and the sale price currently is $21. So let's say we're selling this product. Let's say assume we buy this product for $7, right? And the sale price is $21. Obviously, it looks really good on paper, 72% ROI, $5 profit. But we also need to take into consideration where we are at with the buy box price, right? So we can see that even though we are selling currently for around that $21 mark, we need to be looking and considering the buy box price at its lowest point within the last 3 months. So we're making sure that we're coming down here and we're not fooling around like this or anything like that. We're making sure that we're clicking on the 3 month period and we're checking out the lowest buy box price in the last 12 months. And we can see here the lowest buy box price is $12.50, right? So worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario, we would have to sell the product at $12.50 in order to attain the buy box, right? And so what we do is we would plug that number into our sale price and we'll see whether we can actually make money on it. So again, not possible, right? ROI, is going to be negative 30%, negative $2 profit. And so this is going to be a product that is too high risk to accept the moderate reward that it provides. So again, moving on. Let's take this product, for example. Let's do one more. All right. Cost price, $13.99. Sale price, $30. Let's come down here. And you can see that this product is actually way more stable, far more stable than the majority of the other products that we've looked at, right? So this would be an example of a really great product. So you can see here, off count, even though there was a bit of a peak around here, it has stayed pretty consistent over the past 2 months or so. If we were to look at that little margin, little part there. But even so, we can see here that there's actually a very low correlation for this product between offer count and buy box price, right? So we can see the offer count was around that, 50 mark, and it's actually increased to around 64, 65. And the buy box actually didn't change that all that much, right? Maybe $1 or $2 down, but that's it. Okay. So very consistent buy box. And we can see here, so even with the little drops, that don't last too long. So we can see here, buy box 25. I think this is probably 25.79 is going to be the cheapest price that the product went for in the last 3 months. So 25.79. All right, so if we're paying $13.99, the worst case scenario, considering the lowest buy box price in the last 3 months, is going to be $25.79. That's going to leave us with a 15% ROI, right, and $2 profit. So worst case scenario for this product, we're going to be making 15% ROI. Now for us, obviously, if we want to be at least breaking even or profiting, worst case scenario, we look at this and we go, okay, well, 15% ROI, obviously we want to be selling for around 25 to 30% ROI ideally, and that's what we'd be sourcing based off. However, 15% ROI is still pretty good for a product's worst case scenario. Okay. Especially considering the profit is above the $1.50 base that we've already set. 15% ROI is perfectly fine and we'll accept it, right? It's an okay amount of ROI to make on a product considering its worst case scenario. So we would still go ahead and buy this product because there's relatively low risk for this product compared to the other product. Because other products, we're going to be losing money worst case scenario. With this product, we're going to be making 15% ROI. So this product we would be picking up based on the risk to reward ratio, right? And just remember that our goal is to only buy products where worst case scenario, we're going to be breaking even, right? Absolute worst case scenario, we're breaking even. We should be buying products where we may lose money on the product. We absolutely do not want to be doing that because, as I'll show you in just a second, no inventory is better than bad inventory, right? And also, best case scenario, we want to be making a strong profit. So obviously, we want to be making a strong profit, best case scenario, but however, sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. And so worst case scenario, we want to be kind of like future proofing ourselves when we're doing our product sourcing, and we want to be ensuring and having a look at the history of the product, making sure that we are at the very least, breaking even when it comes time to sell the product and when we have it actually in stock. Fourth thing is buy box rotation. So is the buy box fairly shared or is it locked up by one seller? No single seller dominates the buy box under 80%. Keepa buy box statistics. So let's go ahead, and you'll be able to do this as well with the Google Doc. But you can go ahead and check off all check off the checklist, right, that we've already gone through. So let's start here. So no single seller dominates the buy box, needs to be under 80% control. And we find that through Keepa and going into buy box statistics. So let's take this into consideration. So we've got this product here that we've already had a look at, right? We want to be coming into data, and then we want to be going into buy box statistics. And then under here, as long as you've configured your columns the same way that I have, you'll find that the percentage one is just here. And we can see that the strongest, and we want to be adjusting it, of course, so that we have the strongest sellers at the top. And you can see here that even the strongest seller has only a 58% hold or grip on the buy box, right? Which is great because that's below the 80% that we already stipulated. So that would tell us that the product is actually very competitive and that the buy box changes consistently, which means that we can have an opportunity, or you have an opportunity to jump on the listing and actually control the buy box and be able to sell through the product. Right? If we saw this number and we saw it was like an 88% buy box, right, that would give us a very a highly unlikely chance of actually being able to jump onto the buy box and sell through our product. Assuming this guy stays in stock. So obviously we want to be avoiding products where sellers are consistently dominating the listing. Okay, buy box is rotated around multiple FBA sellers, and we can see that from here as well. So this guy's got 58, 6, 4, 4, 2, 2, 2, less than 1%, right? So there's like a dozen sellers here who are flipping through the buy box in the last 30 days, right? We want to be checking 30 days. That's going to be our kind of range that we want to be looking at. And then sometimes I'll say, you know what, go check out 90 or 180 days if you really need to as well. But generally speaking, we only work in the 30-day range. And you can see here, there's literally a dozen results of sellers who have actually won the buy box in the last 30 days. So that's a really good sign. We also want to be making sure that Amazon is not on the listing, right? So an example of Amazon being on the listing, if we were to come here to this product here, you can see that the product is actually highlighted orange, right? And because it's the whole thing, you can actually see what that means is that Amazon's been on the listing for the entire time. Okay? You can see here. Amazon has been on the listing for the entirety of the time that the listing has actually been available. So Amazon controls the listing and we want to be on this listing. Now, what we like to say is we need to be ensuring that Amazon hasn't been on the listing within the last 3 months. So we typically come over here to this setting just here, go to 3 months and make sure that there is no highlighted orange on this chart. Because if there is, it means Amazon's been on it and we don't want to take a product where Amazon's been on the product in the last 3 months. So making sure that Amazon is on the listing, of course. And then we've got FBA sellers with low to moderate reviews rotating the buy box. So let's come back to this product here. And when we say low to moderate reviews, we want to be looking at anywhere between like 0 to 20 or 1 to 20 reviews, because that's going to be kind of like where you're going to be at, right? So you want to be making sure that sellers that don't even have the experience yet, you want to make sure that they are also being able to jump on the buy box, right? Because it's very easy for sellers who have had lots of experience on Amazon actually being able to jump onto the listing. But it can be additionally difficult for newer sellers to actually jump on the listing and be able to attain the buy box. But you can see here in this example, like this guy here, he's got 4. So out of like the dozen buy box sellers in the last 30 days, you can see this guy's won the buy box, this guy's won the buy box, like this guy's won the buy box as well. So there's 3 sellers with less than 20 reviews out of the 12. So like 25% of the sellers are actually reasonably new sellers, which is a really good sign, right? That tells us that it's going to be really easy to be able to jump on the listing and start selling, even if you don't have that much history on your account just yet. Buy box price is stable and profitable. So, of course, we want to be going back here and checking out. So price history, making sure that the buy box is nice and stable. This product is a little bit like we've already gone over this product, but like let's pull up this product again. So you can see here, nice and stable buy box price. That's always a sign, especially for the 3-month period. And we really want to be dialing in on this 3-month range as well. This is going to be really telling for a lot of the research that we end up doing. So need to be making sure that the buy box range is nice and consistent over the last 3 months. Let's talk about variations and multi-packs. So we need to be asking ourselves, is this a clean listing or is one that's going to be hiding poor performing variations? Now, I've got an example here of a variational product. And one thing that can be really trippy and can actually catch a lot of new sellers out on Amazon is the fact that SellerAmp isn't able to tell variational products apart by means of their estimated sales. So what I mean by that is you can see this product here. So SellerAmp, for example, clearly identifies in the alerts panel that this is a variational product, right? It says this listing has 2 variations. Okay, sweet. However, it says in estimated sales that there are 50 sales plus per month. Now, the thing is with SellerAmp is they say 50 sales per month for all of the variations in that product range, right? And we can see here. So we've got a size 6, and then we've got a diameter size 8 as well, right? So we've got diameter, so 6 inch and then an 8 inch product, right? SellerAmp only tells us the total sales for the combined variations. And so what that means is we need to further inquire through Keepa to figure out that whether the variation that we're actually taking a look at is profitable, not only profitable, but also is actually selling, right? So all we would need to do, so this product here, you can see we're selling for buying for $34, selling for $65, 30% ROI, $10 profit, which is all well and good. You need to be scrolling down here, and we can see that there is a variations tab right here, okay? So you're scrolling down here, and as you can see, based on what SellerAmp told us, they said, yep, there's 2 listings or 2 variations, and Keepa tells us the same thing, which is great, right? Now, what you can see in this information panel here is that the 6 inch product, but you can see the 6 inch clearly, actually has has all of the reviews, right? Compared to the 8 inch product, which has 0 reviews. So given that the 6 inch product has all of the reviews, 100% of the reviews, we can go ahead and assume that these 50 sales per month, minimum, conservatively, are all for this 6 inch product. And that's going to be helping us with determining how many units we want to purchase for the product spot. We sort of talk about that in a little bit later of the video, but you just need to be considering that as well. So like, for example, let's say this product was like, let's say 50%, right? So 50% for this product, we would say, right, then actually this 6 inch product only sells about 25 a month rather than 50 per month. And that's the distinction we need to be making. And that's why Keepa is so important to be used alongside SellerAmp, and that we're not prioritizing one over the other, because they both work together, and you can't really use one but not the other. So that's really important to understand as well, and making sure that we're making our assumptions based on that information, making sure that we have that in our disposal. What's also important is that we are analyzing the top selling variation. So we saw the product was 100% of the share, but it needs to be, as a minimum, at least 1% of the share. Okay, 1% of the reviews for the total product need to be for that specific variation that we're looking at buying. If it's not, then we'll just deem the product to be too weak in terms of overall product sales per month. We also need to be making sure that the variation is matching what we're sourcing. We need to be we need to be understanding what the variation is alluding to. So, for example, we know that there's the only difference between the 2 products is what the one is a 6 inch and the other is an 8 inch. So we need to be ensuring that we are actually sourcing the 6 inch product if we are going to be listing the 6 inch product. And then also we've got sourcing the correct pack count, right? So a good example of this would be this product here. So you can see the Garfield Fat Cat 3-pack, right? So we're selling 3 packs on here. Okay. So let's assume the sale price was, I don't know, $50, right? And the max price or the max cost is $25.83. Okay. And let's say we're buying these products individually, or we're buying these books individually and we're repackaging them together on Amazon. We would need to be buying from the supplier at 25 divided by 3 or 25.83 divided by 3, which gives us $8.61, right? So just keeping that in mind as well, making sure that we're actually packing the correct amount for like a multi-pack, because that's going to be really important. And sometimes SellerAmp will let you know as well that it's going to be a multi-pack if you aren't able to distinguish that through the Amazon title. Let's talk about red flags and restrictions as well. So we need to be ensuring that there are no like IP complaints in the alerts tab. And also, like it's not the be all and end all if there are IP complaints. But we just need to be ensuring that we are following Amazon's rules and regulations. Of course, we need to be, understanding that is super important. But also, when it comes with IP complaints is that you could potentially receive cease and desist messages or letters. So we need to be considering that and considering the risk behind it. So if it's a product where it's like a high risk product and low reward anyway, and then we see like an IP complaint, it might write it off, right? Whereas if we see a relatively low risk product with high reward, and then we see like an IP complaint, well, we may just want to risk it because of how much profit it can bring in, right? So it's a technical thing, but realistically, we do want to be staying away from IP compliant products. But like I said, it's not the be all and end all either. Not hazmat or dangerous goods unless we're approved. So there is a program that Amazon runs, and that's a hazmat program. So you can essentially sell hazmat and dangerous good products on Amazon, but you do need a little bit of experience on Amazon before you can do that. And then once they give you the option to apply, it takes 3 to 4 months to get that sorted as well. So don't worry about this for now. Hazmat and dangerous goods, just don't worry about selling until you're at least about 6 months into your selling journey, is what I would say. And then you can start kind of looking into that. And also hazmat and dangerous goods will come up as an alert on SellerAmp. So you check that out via the software. We need to be checking the ASIN in Seller Central and confirming eligibility. And one thing is also another thing that's like really important is like if SellerAmp tells us that we're not eligible to sell the product, we don't need to be panicking. We just need to be checking and verifying that within Seller Central, because Seller Central is the be all and end all, whereas SellerAmp kind of gives us like a quick glance in terms of whether we may be able to get ungated for the product or not. So SellerAmp, gives us a bit of a heads up. But at the end of the day, if it's a really good product and we want to sell it, or we want to try and get ungated for it, we need to be going step by step, and we need to be going through Amazon Seller Central. And I'll kind of like digress into that in a later video as well. So we've already gone over that. If gated, you save the ASIN to revisit after gating training. So yeah, like I said, we're going to be doing a video on this, where we're going to be essentially saving that product in a specific folder, and we're going to be revisiting that product as we gain experience on our account, so that we can eventually sell it if it's still profitable for us in the future. So like I said, just a few important points to remember is that if SellerAmp says no, under eligibility, to panic. Obviously, you need to be double checking in Seller Central anyway. Being gated is normal, and ungating is often a quick and easy process, especially if you're in like Q1. Q1's a very easy time to get ungated from experience. But if you're in Q4 and you're finding it kind of tough, like don't panic. And just keep hustling in, keep it up, because eventually your time will come where you get ungated relatively easily and you're able to start selling a lot more products. So don't worry about being gated. It's just all part of the process. And like we said, with the profitable products, don't avoid them just because they're gated. We need to be writing these down in a specific folder that I'll talk about in a future video. But don't necessarily just avoid them. We need to be writing those down and checking them every so often. And then, yeah, like I said, making note of the ASIN and revisiting after we complete the ungating steps. So what we need to do is just remember that we need to be copying that ASIN, pasting into Seller Central, adding a product to confirm restrictions, and then if we're eligible, we can get easily approved and we're good to move forward. If not, then no worries at all. Okay, and we just keep moving on. In conclusion, we just need to be understanding that we don't want to be falling in love with products. We need to be falling in love with the data of the products, right? So as long as the data makes sense and everything adds up, then we can go ahead with it. Don't fall in love with products, or don't get your hopes up too early. And, I also need you to be really stringent in sticking to this product evaluation checklist, right? I put this together in mind for your ease to be able to buy products on a regular basis with ease. And, especially if there's one of these 6 checks that it fails, the product fails, you'd probably want to skip it, right? That's how important this product evaluation checklist is going to be for your product research. Okay. And I just want to reiterate that the only thing that is worse than no inventory is going to be bad inventory. So making sure that you are buying 100% strong products, and it's going to make your life a whole lot easier as an Amazon seller. So we'll leave it there. and I will see you in the next video.
In this video, we're going to be going over the main ways we do product research with our Amazon FBA business in order to find profitable inventory. So let's just get stuck in. So the agenda for today is going to be about setting some expectations about what you can expect when it comes to sourcing inventory. We're going to be talking about some prerequisites and what you should expect from the product that you are sourcing in order to be feasibly purchasing it and selling it on Amazon. And we're also going to be talking about the approach and the execution of the product. And then after that, I'm going to show you a real world example, a real case scenario where we're going to be able to put our theory into practice, and we'll start doing some real product research through reverse product research. Let's talk about setting expectations. So with setting expectations, you need to be mastering one core skill. That's essentially what it's all about, right? So product research is going to be the single most important skill in your arbitrage business. Everything else depends on how well you source personally. So finding your first personal product shouldn't take longer than 4 to 5 hours. So if you had to have one single skill in this whole Amazon business in order to succeed, it's going to be sourcing, right? Doing product research effectively and efficiently in order to find profitable inventory, okay? And also I've set an example there that, and I've actually set an expectation that finding your first profitable product should not take you longer than 4 to 5 hours either. It's important to understand that it will be hard. It is technically the hardest part of the business. And part of the reason why it is so hard actually goes ahead and demonstrates why the opportunity exists in the first place in order to make money on Amazon. You know, if everyone could do it, you know, it would be easy, right? So it's important to understand that it will typically take about a month to master. And the goal is to hit about $100 to $300 worth of sellable inventory per hour of sourcing efforts. So we want to get up to the point where we're hitting anywhere between $100 and $300 worth of sellable inventory per hour. And that's going to be where we're going to be essentially making the most of our time. It takes generally about a month to get to that point. We also need to be delaying gratification as well. What we need to understand is that you aren't going to be able to see rewards or as instantly as you would with a job, right? With a job, you work, you get paid hourly, irrespective of whatever results you put in. When you're running a business and you're doing your own product research, the quality of your sourcing, the quality of the work that you're investing into your business is going to pay off in the long haul. So it's not a short haul thing where you're going to work hard and then you're going to get paid out instantly, right? You're not going to see instant rewards. But once mastered, the skill will pay off for life and it'll do your Amazon business a world of good. Okay, so it's going to enable you to also build a team around it as well. So when it becomes time to building out your VAs, building out your team, once you start, you know, making some serious money through Amazon, being able to teach that skill to your virtual assistants as well. I mean, that's going to be incredibly profitable for you and a very advantageous thing to do as well. It's important to learn before you earn also. Building upon the idea that you're not going to see the instant rewards, you need to be expecting to spend weeks developing the skill before seeing any kind of real results. Because the faster you commit time and communicate, the faster you will win. It's also important to stay on track. Understand that deviation from this reverse product research method is going to make it highly unlikely that you'll find any inventory. You need to be exactly doing as you are shown. Otherwise, if you change it up, there's no way to guarantee or be able to give you a high probability that you'll find products eventually. Okay. Let's talk about some of the prerequisites for reverse product research. And obviously we want our Amazon account to be active. We don't want to be moving forward unless our Amazon account is fully set up and approved. And also we need to be having the compulsory tools installed. So you need your Amazon Seller Central account set up and approved. And on top of that, you need SellerAmp and also Keepa downloaded with a working understanding of both. Make sure that you do both tutorials prior to watching this video. Don't just skip ahead and start doing product research straight away. You need to understand SellerAmp and Keepa first and have a good understanding of it before moving on with the product research, because those are the two main tools that we use in order to do our reverse product research. And then making sure that our Chrome setup is complete as well. So having your bookmarks set out with your sourcing bookmarks and your extensions ready to go as well. So this will be taught obviously in the SellerAmp and Keepa lessons also. And again, just reiterating that we need to be ensuring that everything from Business OS, every single lesson from Business OS is complete, because if it's not, go back and fix it before proceeding, because the system isn't going to work otherwise, right? You need to have the necessary education in place first before going on with the product research. Let's talk about approach and execution. So we need to be putting data over emotion, okay? The products don't matter as much as what the data does, okay? Focus on sell-through, pricing, and supply, not what necessarily looks good. Right, we don't want to be searching Amazon randomly, essentially. If you think a product sells well on Amazon, well, it might, but that doesn't mean we necessarily source that product, right? Because it could be a private label product, it could be a product that Amazon is selling itself. There's so many more factors to sourcing on Amazon beyond whether a product simply sells well or not. Okay, so there's a lot more to consider. I'm going to be talking about that very shortly. Just remember that you can't delegate just yet. Don't dream of hiring before you master sourcing yourself, right? Get the skill down pat and then move on to hiring it out, right? In the same way that you shouldn't be too eager to do product research before learning the essential skills, you also need to understand how to source yourself prior to onboarding your team, right? Onboarding your VAs, because if you don't understand how to source yourself, then it's going to be really difficult to teach that to employees of your business that you're paying a wage to. You're investing vital capital into these people who simply don't know how to do a job because they haven't learned from you, because you don't know the job yourself, right? So you can't teach what you don't know. Make sure you understand this back to front first and prior to hiring out your team. Just remember to follow the process. Remember that there is one proven method to start. Don't skip ahead or improvise until you've got those results under your belt. And also remember to ask before you buy. So especially when you have limited capital, always get your coach to review buys before spending. Just remember that prior to, or at least when you've gotten started with your business, there may be a few leads that you might get wrong in some way, shape, or form. So for example, you might just get the product wrong. Right, so you might be sourcing the wrong product for the listing, or you simply may not be profitable when you actually think you are. Always get your coach to review buys before spending. So whether that's myself or someone else on the Elevate team, make sure you review your products first, especially when you're starting off. And then once you get a little bit more comfortable, then you can go off on your own and start sourcing your products yourself. Communicate to accelerate. So regular check-ins, audits, and questions will dramatically shorten your learning curve. Reach out to us if you have any issues whatsoever, right? We are here for you. You can lean on us. You can ask us any questions. Make sure you're auditing your process as well. Make sure you're coming back to this video as well, right? Make sure you're coming back to this video if you have any questions. If you want to continue to teach yourself and continue to learn and develop with your Amazon business, make sure you come back to this video because it's going to be really important for you in the long term. Let's look at the step-by-step process for how to actually start on Amazon. So let's get started with the step-by-step process of how to actually conduct reverse product research. So let's firstly understand that reverse product research is a method where we are going to be identifying other arbitrage sellers on Amazon. We are going to be identifying exactly what they are selling. We're going to be finding those products cheaper on other retail sites, and we're going to be selling what other successful Amazon sellers are currently selling within their own marketplace on Amazon. Okay, this is the strategy that built my business, and you're not going to need any gimmicks or random searches in order to achieve success with this method. This has worked so well for me over the past few years, and it's still extremely relevant and extremely fruitful as well. So let's get started first of all. So step one, start with a vetted product. Now, when we say vetted product, we mean a product that is already profitable and something that shows up really well on either Keepa or SellerAmp, right? Now, remembering that we don't want to be searching Amazon randomly. And if you're starting off with your business, you may not already have a profitable product, okay? And so in that case, you want to be choosing a product from Winning Product Wednesday in the school group, okay? And that's going to look a little bit like this. So if you come into community and you go over here, click more, and then click on Winning Product Wednesday, we'll have a lot more Winning Product Wednesdays. We've only had one so far. But if you have a look here, we've actually got a document for 500 of the top auto ungated ASINs. So this is going to be really a great resource to use in order to get ungated with your business and be able to add a little bit of experience onto your business so that you're able to sell on Amazon and you're able to sell a lot more products on Amazon. So let's take this stick module replacement for PS5 product that we found from those auto ungated ASINs spreadsheet that we have in the Winning Product Wednesdays. And let's scroll to the bottom here. And now we're moving on to step two, right? So we found a product and that was step one. So step two is going to be going to the Amazon product page as we have right here. We want to be opening up Keepa as we have down the bottom here. And we want to be going to buy box statistics, right? And so we get there, obviously we're in price history here. We want to go over to data, right? We're in product details here. We just want to be scrolling over to buy box statistics. Next thing we want to be doing is identifying the sellers with anywhere between 1 and 100 reviews, okay? Because the sellers with between 1 and 100 reviews are going to most likely be arbitrage sellers. And so with that, they're going to be doing the same method of selling on Amazon as what we are. Therefore, a lot of the products that they are selling that is profitable to them will also be profitable to us, okay? Now, I can see here, there's a few weak sellers in this on this product in particular. So you can see a lot here with 0 reviews. And so generally, we want to be looking at these the top 4 sellers here, right? Now, you can see anywhere between 1 to 5 reviews. So that's generally going to be correct in assuming that they are arbitrage sellers, okay? Now, another thing we need to be looking out for is for this FBA tick, right? So we can see here, if they have the FBA tick, it means they're selling on Amazon FBA. Whereas if they don't have it, as this guy doesn't and this guy doesn't, it means they're probably selling FBM, right? We only want to be stalking FBA sellers because we are also selling on FBA for now, right? So what we would do is we would come in here and take a look at their seller ID. And so for this guy, for example, D&D Direct, we're going to copy his ID. We're going to come into Keepa. And then we're going to go to data. Then we're going to go to product finder. And then from here, there's going to be a few filters that we want to be filling out before we input the seller ID. So firstly, let's look at sales rank. And so sales rank is typically going to be talking about how strong a product is selling. Okay. And with our sales rank, we only want to be maxing out at 250K, right? So we want to be looking for products with under 250,000 as a sales rank. Because the lower the sales rank, generally the stronger the product and the more likely we are to be able to sell it for a profit. Moving on from that, we also want to be setting our minimum new price and also buy box price. Actually, we can just do new price, to be honest. We want to be setting that from $25. We say that because with FBA, it is pretty difficult to make any sort of profit for products under $25. You need to be buying it extremely cheap. So generally speaking, we want to be selling products for more than $25. Next is going to be the new offer count. So we'll scroll down and grab that. So new offer count here. Currently, we want to be putting that at 3, no less than 3. This just means that we're going to be taking out all of the private label products. Okay. And then next, we want to be doing buy box seller third party. So we've got buy box here. We want to be clicking on third party. You can see our filters slowly coming down. It started off at like 13 million, I think, and now it's down to 500,000. And then once we put in our seller IDs, that's going to drop dramatically again. Now, after we've inputted all of the seller IDs from the product that we just found, the current filter matches 156 products, as you can see down here, right? Now, which is fantastic. That's absolutely unreal that we can go through and we can check out 156 products. If you are doing the same, going through the same process and you find not as many products, so let's say less than 10, what I would suggest is trying to extend the time window in the buy box statistics. So you want to be extending it out to like 90 or 180 days, from 90 to 180 days. And that's going to be able to catch more sellers who have kind of like rotated through the Amazon listings for the product that you found as well. So, and you would do that through Keepa on the buy box statistics page on the Amazon page. So let's go ahead and try and find some products. Click find products there. Okay, and now we get all of these products right here. So what we're going to be doing with this list of products that we found is we're going to be going through one by one and checking out all of the ASINs in SellerAmp. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this ASIN right here, the first one, this vital proteins, collagen, peptides product. We're going to be opening a new tab and looking up SellerAmp directly. Making sure that we're logging in. Okay, now we've got our ASINs here. I'm going to click copy paste for that ASIN that we first found in our product finder on Keepa. And you can see here a couple things, right? We've got a couple things to have a look at in this SellerAmp data display, right? First of all is the buy box analysis, right? Now, we want to be looking at products where less than 80% of the listing is dominated by one seller. Okay, so we can see here that this product here is won by 70% of the seller. Okay, which is good. And also the product is suppressed, right? So it's 29% suppressed. Now, being suppressed is not necessarily a bad thing. When it's suppressed, that generally means that it still can be sold as a new price product rather than a buy box price product. So that's not too bad when we see suppressed. And also when we see 70% won as a Whole Foods, when we see 70% won, it's not too bad. It's on the verge of being a little bit too much, but that's okay. My main concern here is that Amazon was on the listing. Now, they were only less than 1% on the listing. However, going on our rule that we don't touch a product if Amazon has been on the listing in the last 90 days, right? What are we looking at? With 90 days, we're looking at about 3 months. And you can see here, it was on the listing about 7 weeks ago. So if we want to be ultra safe with this product, we want to be staying, or at least ultra safe with our capital, we want to be staying away from this product because Amazon was recently on the listing. Even if they only won less than 1% of the buy box, we still want to be playing it safe here, and we don't want to be touching this product since Amazon was on the listing. So let's keep going through the products. So let's go for another one here, the second product. Go back to our SellerAmp page, paste it, enter, and we'll take another look. Now, the next thing as well that we want to be looking at, aside from buy box analysis, right, is we want to be looking at our max cost and sale price, right? So if we want to be making at least 25% profit on this product, including all of our Amazon fees that we might be paying, all of our prep fees as well, we need to be buying this product for less than $30.61 if we want to sell it for $58.98, right? So if we want to make 25% profit on this product at this price, then we need to be buying it for this price. So generally speaking, what I would do then is I would go ahead and click on a Google search for this product and try and find it around that $60 mark. Now, for that $30 mark. One other thing that's important to understand is that when you're searching for this on Google, right, when you're doing your product research and you're searching for the product through multiple suppliers, there may be suppliers who don't tell the true price of the product, meaning after discounts, until after you try and verify those discounts, right? So what that means is that when we see a product like this, where it's like, say, $30 max cost to be profitable, where we want to be profitable, I would be looking at paying $50 prior to discounts in order to actually, once we actually add in and we apply those discounts, then we can try and get it back to that $30 mark, if that makes sense. However, for this product, as you can see here with the buy box analysis, as we touched on with the prior product, it looks like this Vitamin Well LLC has won 99% of the product, 99% of the buy box. And so this is going to be a product that we want to stay away from, okay? So with that in mind, we're going to go back to our product finder and we're going to be going back to the third product. And this is what you're going to be doing. And this is going to be how you're spending most of your time with your Amazon business, because this is what you need to be doing in order to, find profitable inventory, right? And so it's hard at the start, and it can be tiresome and take a lot of energy to constantly be searching for it like this. But this is ultimately the best way, especially when you're starting off with your Amazon business, in order to find profitable inventory. So we can see here again, suppressed buy box. We also want to be looking at alerts, right? If it's a meltable product, that generally means that we want to be staying away from that product, okay? If it's meltable, it means that it could be damaged in transit to Amazon, because of course, if we're selling FBA, we're going to be selling through Amazon's warehouse and not our warehouse. So this product is going to be pretty mildly in terms of we're going to be selling through Amazon, we're going to be selling through FBA. And if it's a meltable product, if they don't pack it correctly, there's a very good chance that it could melt before it gets to Amazon, and then it's essentially a write-off and we lose money, which is obviously not ideal. So due to the fact that it is a meltable product, we want to be staying away from this product. And so we're going to be going back to Product Finder. We're going to be going on to the fourth product. And you essentially want to be keeping going through this product until you find, products that really match up with what we're looking for. Okay. So let's go ahead and look again. Okay, so let's look at this product here. So you can see that the product is suppressed, right? Meaning that, like we said, it's still being sold, just not under the buy box, which is fine. And we can see here, actually, with a buy box analysis, that not one seller actually has more than 8% share of the buy box, which is great. This is a really good sign, okay? And we can see here that the sale price is $26.49, which is good because that's above our initial price, which was, or our floor price, which was $25, right? So this is also good. Now you can see here, we need to be buying this product for under $11.70 if we want to be making at least 30% profit on the product, okay? So let's go ahead and check out this product. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on the Google search icon here. Now, obviously, we want to be sourcing suppliers that are going to be around the price of the average of the max cost. Now, it doesn't have to be exactly the same as the max cost. It can be a little bit more once we factor discounts in. We might be able to get a little bit closer to that max cost. But just looking out for around that $12 mark for for the lip balm. Let's have a look here. So Summer Fridays has it for 24, and obviously we would need probably close to a 50% discount in order to make that work. We can definitely check that out and see if we can make that work though. So what we'll do is we'll go to Command and click. See if we can find it there. And honestly, it looks like Summer Fridays is probably the only seller of the product, as well as Mecca, but it looks a little bit more expensive there as well. And then when you get down here and you can see, Australian listings, so you buy, you probably want to stop looking, and especially when it comes up with like AliExpress, Throne. We can have a look at Throne. I assume that's probably a pre-owned supplier anyway, so it's probably not worth looking into. And then you can see here, INR, GTQ. At this point is where we probably want to be stopping searching for this product and looking at the suppliers that we've already opened up. So let's have a look here. See, already straight away, we're bombarded with a 15% off. Now, obviously, that's not going to be good enough to be able to hit our max cost of around that $12 or $13 figure, but we can continue looking with some of the coupon Chrome extensions that we have installed on our Chrome browser that we installed in Business OS, and we can use those to try and get down to that point. So let's have a look here. So we've got Summer Fridays, vanilla, buy once for $24 or buy and subscribe, so 15% off. At $20, if we get another 15% off, we could get it down to about $17, but we still need to be at probably a 30% discount from there as well. So we can go every 3 months and then try and load it up and see how many we can buy. So it's only 3 at once, it looks like. Let's have a look here. So drop that, go back into the bag, have a look, check out. Apply discount code. I'm saving some money already, which is good. Good to see, but it may not be enough in order to make this work. But let's have a look. So we're already getting 35% off here, as you can see, $25 saved so far. We might be able to use that discount code as well if we subscribe, so additional 15% off on top of the 35% off. And if so, then we actually might be able to make this work. So let's have a look. So we can see 46.8. So we've got 3 in our cart. So 46.8 divided by 3. So we're looking at 15.6. If we go back to SellerAmp, we plug it in, 15.6. So we've got enough to be profitable here, but not enough to the point where we want to be buying stock. So only 7% ROI, $1 profit. Let's try and redo this one without, let's try and redo it while subscribed. Okay, so let's check out. Save some more money. So it looks like we cannot use the same coupon that we did for the product that wasn't subscribed. So again, we've got 52 here. So it makes a little bit more sense to actually dive into that product. 15.6, assuming we could sell it for like 28 or so, what does that make it? Means we're at about a 15% ROI. It's still pretty lean. you know, assuming we could buy a little bit more, you know, we can buy different, I guess, flavors or different colors of this lip balm. So let's assume that we can buy, you know, 5 of them. Since we're not that profitable with this product, we're probably just going to move on. 15% is pretty lean for ROI. Look, if you had a lot of capital, you probably could go ahead and do this and try and make some profit out of it. But obviously, if you're only able to buy 3 from Summer Fridays, it makes it a little bit tough. I mean, you're barely making $10 profit on that order, so it's probably really not worth it. Let's just continue on having a look at some other products. So let's jump into Product Finder. Let's have a look here. Fujifilm, probiotics. Let's have a look. $34. And essentially, you just need to be going through all of these listings and finding how many products are actually profitable based on like what you can buy. So let's see here: Garden of Life, probiotics for digestive health and gut. 700 sales a month, which is great. Maximum cost we need to be at about $17. This is assuming we could get ungated by buying at least 10 of these. So if we buy at least 10 at $17, you know, we're looking at about, what's that, $176 spend. Not too bad. We can see here Amazon.com. They're on the listing, right? 2 days ago, 50%, 55% buy box 1. We want to be moving on from this product. And essentially, you just need to be going through all these products here and just trying to find whichever ones are going to be most profitable. And like I said, this is an enduring process, but ultimately one that can be very profitable if you are sourcing the right products. It seems like with this product finder, with this product that we actually chose to do reverse product research on, it seems like some of the buy box data figures aren't really working in our favor. So I'd probably just redo that, and I'd probably go and find another product in those 500 auto ungate ASINs to start using, and just go from there. But just continuously doing it, spending as many hours as you can, finding that profitable inventory, and investing as much money as you can. Obviously, we want to be that $100 to $300 spend per hour point, you know, within a month from now. So doing this for at least an hour or two every day, it's going to put you in a really good position come, you know, 1 month later. And ultimately, you know, this is going to be something that you have to be doing over and over again just to improve. And then once you get really good at it and your business grows, and then you can obviously offload it to your VAs as well, right? But it's important to understand this. Important to really keep pushing on with this, and just put your absolute all into it. Let's keep going through and just see what we can find. Copy. Okay, so we need to be in it for $26, and buy box analysis looks pretty good here. Maximum one is 44%. Let's check it out. Oh, it's a private label. Okay, it's a private label. Look, here's the thing with SellerAmp. So sometimes, like with your alerts, it tells you it's a private label when it may not actually be. And as you can see here, the fact that there's more than 3 current offers, it's probably not a private label considering how many people have been on the listing in the last like 30 or 90 days. So I would continue looking at this product even though there's an alert here. These typically, they're not necessarily unreliable, but sometimes they can be incorrect. And in this case, I believe it is incorrect. There's no full way of knowing, but I would just go with your gut. And if your gut's telling you that there's lots of offers here, and especially sellers within the last 90 days, then I would continue sourcing this product. So you can see here, what have we got? Magnet electrolytes. If we go into shopping, would that be a little better? I would toggle between the shopping and all as well, just see what you can find. We're looking for 28 servings. It's probably not a good product. Yeah, not a good product. So that probably is a private label then, because of the fact that there are simply, well, there's the alert, and then obviously there's no supplier here either as well. So when there's no supplier, it generally means that it is through manufacturer only, and then from manufacturer through to Amazon. So that's one thing to keep in mind. So we'll get out of that, go back. I'm just going to keep going through here. Have a look at this one. Okay, so adaptive health has 94% of the buy box one. So we're going to get out of that. We're going to go to the next one. And essentially, you need to be skimming through these products like this, right? So you don't really want to be spending more than like 10 or 20 seconds on a dud product, especially like you can see here, another, looks like another dud. So you just got to keep going through. And if you've got 143 or 156 products that are profitable, yeah, I can almost guarantee there's going to be at least a couple there that are going to be really solid. And obviously, when you're starting off, it's going to be a little bit slower anyway. So that's just something you have to understand. Oops. Okay, so we've got a split buy box analysis, but it looks like, is Amazon on the listing? Yeah, they are. So Amazon's on the listing, so we don't want to touch this product. Let's have a look here. Typology. Typology is typically pretty good for when it comes to doing product research. Let's have a look. $24 buy box. Buy box looks pretty good. There's a good spread there. The max one is 29%. Last one pretty recently. We also want to be looking at the charts. So you can see here offer count's gone up a little bit while price hasn't really negatively reacted, which is fantastic. It's been really consistent. It's had a few spikes in price, which is good to see as well. And you can catch that. But yeah, overall, like this is pretty good. This is really good. So this might be a really solid product, especially if we're able to buy it for that around like that $24 per unit mark. But also, if you have a look at the max cost, we're at $32 max cost. It'll be pretty easy to find a product, or it could be easy to find this product for around that $32 price. So let's just have a look and see what we can find. Typically, we'll be buying this product through Typology. So we got that product there, and then Typology, Tinted 2, Concealer. Let's see if that works. Yep. Making sure that we're getting the right color. So this is a type 2 light. So it's $35.90. We need to be at about a $32 price point. We can add, how many can we add? Well, can we add up to 30, right? So let's have a look at how many sales we're making per month. So we're doing over 100 sales per month. How many relevant offers are there? So there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll do every offer below, what have we got here? We want to be within spitting distance in terms of when we're looking at relative offers. Right, so we've got like a $57 price point here. Good mix of FBM and FBA as well. So, you know, as long as there's FBA on the listing, it means that they are probably going to be selling. Should be 0. Let's have a look here. So 56, 58. We can do up to here, and then there's a big jump from 60 to 62. So we're looking at about 10 sellers. So let's say 10 relevant sellers divided by 100, assuming 100 is the base. We're looking at about 10 units. So we can comfortably pick up about 10 units here. And what's that? You're going to be spending about, what's this? About $350. Let's see if we can get free shipping as well. Yes, we can. So we get free shipping as well when we buy 10 units. Let's drop that. Go to checkout. Continue with that. So even this might be worth doing the Premier benefits, right? Especially if you get 10% off all of your online orders, right? I'm trying to think. Yeah, it would be more than 10% off. So you might want to consider doing the Premier benefits as well in this example, right? You need to be doing the maths and seeing if it makes sense. But essentially, let's see here. So assuming we don't have any discounts, which we're going to find out about. So $35.90 per order. So let's say we're buying 10 of them for $39 and $359, and we're going to be adding 29, but taking off 10%. We're going to be at $349. So if we were to do this Premier benefits, not only would we be saving $10 off of our current price, right? But you're also going to be saving 10% for the rest of the year, and also free shipping for all products that you purchase through Typology as well. So there are going to be brands that do this kind of thing. You need to be keeping an eye out for it, and it can be really profitable for you, especially if you're spending a lot of money with this company, especially like here. It looks like you can make your money back on the first order as well. So definitely something you want to look into. So that would bring the price down to $34.92. So let's go through, continue without this discount, assuming $34.32. Let's try coupons as well. Let's see if we can save some money on this. They may give you some free products as well instead of getting a discount, but that kind of like sweetens the deal as well, especially if you're getting them for free. You can try and sell them through Amazon. And obviously if you're not paying anything for it, your profit margins are going to be pretty good on those free products as well. So definitely keep an eye out for that. I know Typology in particular does that kind of offer occasionally, especially with some of the coupons that they have running currently. So that is the best price that we found. So assuming that that's the best price we can do, so $34.92. Let's have a look here. Let's go back to our product. $34.92, $34.92. So we're around that $25% ROI, which is really good, right? Especially when we're at a $7 profit, right? Let's assume we're buying 10 of these. We could buy probably more, but this is on the ultra conservative point, and also with first purchase, we don't really want to be going over like that 12 to 15 mark. I feel like that's pretty much a limit in terms of the first order, and then after that you can go nuts. But you obviously want to be doing a test buy before you go nuts as well. So you can see here, if we're paying $340, assuming we're going to buy this order, we do it for $349.20. We're able to sell it on Amazon for its current price for about $569.90. Then after all of our fees, our Amazon fees, our prep fees, or everything considered, we're going to be left with a total profit of about $77.70 USD. So not too bad, right? And that's definitely something you can be profitable on. And you can have a look at some of these prices here, like some of these spikes. You can see here, if you were able to sell it at the top, you'd be able to sell it for, what's that? Gets up to about $80. So at its peak, it was selling at about $80. So if you're lucky enough to sell it for $80, it happens every now and again, especially when sellers run out and there's a lack of supply. You can be turning over almost $230 if you were to sell all of your profits, all of your stock for the top price in the last 90 days, right? So there's a lot of money to be made from this business model, and there's a lot of profit to be made from reverse product research overall. So let's wrap up with common mistakes and a few other things I just want to quickly touch on. So essentially, in summary, we don't want to be searching Amazon randomly, right? We want to be using the process that I have shown you, and we want to be continuing to use that while we develop our skills, our product research skills. We don't want to be skipping straight to buying without running any of the data checks as well, right? We need to be looking out for those. And we also, and that includes the 6-point product evaluation process as well. So making sure that we're touching on that, making sure that we're looking into that, and we are using that to ensure that we are buying products correctly, right? And we're judging them correctly as well. Do not avoid profitable gated products. We're going to be teaching you how to ungate, right, in this program. And we're also going to be teaching you how to track those gated products as well. So stay tuned for that. And make sure that we're not just guessing, right? We're not playing a guessing game. We're always verifying with Keepa, with SellerAmp, and with myself or your coach if you're unsure. So live trainings as well. So we are going to be having live weekly product research calls and trainings. Make sure you're hopping onto those and you're checking in and you're working with us, and making sure you're keeping that communication up as well. I think that's ultimately really important for your development and your growth as a business owner and running your own Amazon business. Because every week we're going to be breaking down live examples of profitable product sourcing using the exact reverse product research process that I've just shown you today. Also make sure that you check the pinned post in the community for the call times. Sometimes they do change depending on whether I'm busy or whatever it is that it might be going on. So make sure you stay tuned for the latest times and everything. So your next steps are going to be setting goals for this week. So blocking off 1 to 2 focused hours for your first reverse product research session. And your mission is going to be to find one product that passes the 6-point product evaluation checklist. Okay, so making sure that we are touching on that checklist, making sure that we are using that, we are efficiently utilizing it, and using it to conduct our product research. Right, pretty straightforward. Do not buy anything yet. Your only goal is to find qualified products using this process, and you're going to be learning buying frameworks next. Do not resist the urge to skip ahead. Right, we want to be. There are 2 aspects of product research. One is going to be actually finding the products, and then the second is going to be verifying the products as well, right? So firstly, we want to be finding those products and then verifying them against the checklist, and then we want to be using the process that we're going to be teaching very shortly about how to go about buying those products and sending them to your inventory with your prep center. Make sure to ask for help if you are stuck. If you're hitting 4 to 5 hours of effort with no product that passes the evaluation, post it in the community or ask your coach or myself, and make sure that you attend the next Q&A coaching session, right? Communication is ultimately key here. You need to be keeping in contact with us if you are having any issues with your sourcing. If you're getting that 4 to 5 hour mark and you're getting no products whatsoever, you might have to just jump on a call with us when we're doing our product research calls, and we can have a chat there and we can kind of go over some, making sure that we're refining our strategies and making sure that it's easy for you to understand what we're doing first of all, but also to make sure that you are actually sourcing products for yourself. You're submitting those, and we're applying, we're approving you, of course, and then from there you're kind of like just learning and gaining with your with your skills. So in summary, let's go through. So remember that sourcing drives success, and it's going to be our number 1 skill that we are learning as Amazon business owners. Okay. Understand how important sourcing is, and understand how fundamental reverse product research is going to be for your business. Okay, super critical. Expect a learning curve, right? I say 4 to 5 hours, right, for your finding your first product because you are so new to it. So that learning curve is going to be huge, especially when you're starting off. So don't fret if you are having issues at the start. Obviously, reach out to us, communicate, but also expect it just a little bit because it is a process that takes a little bit of time to acclimatize to. Make sure that you're staying consistently disciplined. You're checking in every single day, doing your 1 to 2 hours a day at least, right? And you're staying focused, you're staying committed to the process. And eventually, you're going to see some great success with this program. I really believe it. And like I said, following the process. Just make sure that you're following the process, making sure you're following what's taught to you, and you'll be great. You'll be fine. Last but not least, remember to trust data and not feelings, right? We need to be using the data. We need to be utilizing the resources, the tech stack that has been recommended to you in order to figure out whether the products that we're finding are going to be suitable for you to sell on Amazon and become profitable on. And then after that, it's going to be like a snowball effect where you're going to be selling lots of products and you're going to be making lots of profit. But obviously, we need to be trusting the data, especially in the start, not feelings, and ensuring that we act upon the data that we are presented with. So that's going to be it for that video, and I'll see you in the next one. So now that you have submitted your products through the product review form, it's time to turn our attention over to our 3PL lesson, which is going to be going all over prep centers and how to get set up with a prep center and how important prep centers really are to the fundamentals of setting up an Amazon business. So without further ado, let's just get straight into it. So briefly on this keynote, I just want to quickly talk about how the supply chain works, as well as onboarding, and generally how like the sending and receiving of the products works before doing a bit of a deeper dive into the logistics and the heavy works of the overall process. So let's just dive into it. So we've got supply chain first. And with supply chain, we need to be understanding that prep centers are going to be fundamental for handling all of our products, right? We don't touch a single product with this business model. It's all going to be through our prep center. So the prep center is going to be handling the product inspection, labeling, and bundling before Amazon receives our inventory or your inventory. And also, it allows us to actually operate our business remotely. So it's fully remote, this business, and that's what is so amazing. It enables us to just simply take a hands-off approach in terms of doing proper manual labor. And yeah, prep centers really do give you the opportunity to run your business from literally anywhere in the world. So no need for in-person handling. And also the way we set things up here, and some of the prep center that we recommend you join, we've had a lot of experience with them in the past, and strategically as well, it's actually located in tax-free states, as are most prep centers. And so therefore, we actually are going to be able to avoid sales tax, which is going to be helping us to overall reduce our costs and improve our margins. We need to be factoring into the costs. So for a base product, we're generally going to be expecting to pay about $1.70, and then for products that are perhaps hazmat or dangerous goods, products that once you get approved to sell those products, to get polybagging and that kind of thing, it's going to be costing up to $3 per unit for prep services. But we need to be building those fees into our sourcing decisions, as we have already through SellerAmp. So let's keep moving forward with this. And this chart here gives us a little bit more of an understanding in terms of how the supply chain works with our Amazon business. So of course, we're starting from online retail. So we're purchasing products from an online authorized distributor, right? And we're going to be sending that not to Amazon, right? But we're going to be sending that to our prep center. Okay. So we're sending that to our prep center, and they're going to be inspected, labeled, packaged according to how Amazon strictly has their FBA requirements, right? Everything is to specification. And then we're going to be sending that to, on behalf of us, the prep center is going to be sending our inventory to Amazon's fulfillment center. And Amazon's going to be scanning and verifying and storing the product in their warehouses. So they're going to be receiving the product, they're going to be checking it in. And generally that process takes about 1 to 3 weeks for all the inventory to be fully checked in and made available for sale once it actually hits Amazon's warehouse. So we have to give it a little bit of time for it to do that. And sometimes this process can actually blow out beyond 3 weeks, up to 4 weeks during Q4 as well. So that's something to take into consideration in terms of expectations of how quickly we want to get products for sale, right? Then we've also got listing for goes live, right? So after Amazon receives and checks in the product, it's been 1 to 3 weeks in the off season, right? Assuming you're selling in the off season at this point, the listing is going to go live, and so it's going to be active on Amazon's marketplace, which means that customers can literally buy your product from anywhere in the United States. And from there, essentially, we want to be making sure that we are pricing the product in a way where we are going to be able to win the buy box, right? More times often than not. And so from that strategy that we're going to be implementing to win the buy box, we're going to be able to get sales, right? So that's the next step. So a customer's going to be purchasing your item from the Amazon listing, okay? Amazon's going to recognize this, and they're going to ship that product to the customer. So they're going to pick it off the shelf, they're going to pack it in a box, and they're going to deliver that product directly to wherever the buyer's location is, okay? And then as soon as it hits the buyer, right, buyer receives the product, they don't initiate a return, they keep the product for more than 2 weeks. Generally 2 weeks, Amazon will pay you. So Amazon releases our earnings for the sale approximately 2 weeks after the transaction. So you can see there are a few steps in the supply chain, and the Prep Center really does play a critical part in that. So that's why it's really important that we do a detailed walkthrough of everything that happens. And we are going to be recommending a really awesome Prep Center that works really well, as it has for us in the past I think it's been about at least 2 years now that we've been with this Prep Center. And they're going to do a really great job with your inventory. I'm confident of it. So let's talk about onboarding. So first of all, we need to be actually signing up for the onboarding call, and I'll show you in a minute just how we do that. And all Sales Central and Slack onboarding information will be addressed by the CEO and the founder of the Prep Center, which is called Prep Bros, and his name is Jordan, and that's going to be on the call that you guys are going to set up with him. And then you're also going to join the Slack Workspace after onboarding. So the Prep Center is going to invite you to the Slack server, and that's where communications, updates, and support will all take place as well. And that's a very simple system to set up. Beyond that, we are going to be connecting our Amazon account, and I'll show you exactly how to do this as well. So granting the Prep Center access to our Amazon Sales Central account, just understanding that we need to do this. We need to give them limited access just so that they are able to access your inventory and be able to update Amazon on exactly what is going to be heading towards them so that they can keep an eye out for it and they can process it as fast as possible. Okay. And then beyond that, so yeah, it's just so they can essentially manage your inbound shipments on your behalf. And then inside Slack, you're going to be given a specific address to use when ordering inventory from retailers as well. We want to be checking our onboarding emails, and you'll be receiving an email detailing the next steps, including how to send an invitation to give account access. So a lot of this will come through on whichever email you get to, you input in order to get onboarded with the Prep Center. And then beyond that, we want to be using a dedicated channel. So it's very straightforward how this all works, and I'll show you in just a second, give you a look inside how our Slack actually operates currently. And yeah, that's going to be your main source of communication with the Prep Center. It's going to be directly through your assigned Slack channel for fast responses and smooth coordination. Let's talk briefly about sending and receiving. So we want to be sending it to the right address, so making sure that we are sending inventory to the Prep Center's designated address. So whatever that is, they'll inform you as well of what address your inventory is going to be directed towards, and every person's inventory is different, or inventory address is different. So make sure that you're not copying other people's inventory location or address, and we need to be including suite number as well. Okay, so there's a bunch of different bits of information that need to be correct when we are actually purchasing products, and essentially that's going to ensure that everything's correctly tracked and received, and obviously we want to be avoiding the risk of lost inventory, right? So we want to be making sure that we're sending it to the right place. We need to be logging our inbound shipments accurately, and I'll show you exactly how you should be doing that on the Prep Center platform, the software that they have that you'll be able to access, and confirming delivery in the software. So once your supplier marks the order as delivered, logging into the dashboard to verify the number of units received at the Prep Center, so making sure that you're maintaining close communication with both supplier and the Prep Center in terms of the inventory that's being received. Okay. And then once 50 units have been logged as received in the Prep Center, the Prep Center will automatically prep and forward all of that inventory over to Amazon's fulfillment centers. So that's automatically done. You don't need to manually send out inventory to Amazon. The Prep Center will do that for you once you hit 50 units in total that hasn't been already prepped and sent out. You can send inventory on your own accord. However, this automated system has worked far better for us than any other alternative, just because it's a very hands-off approach, and it allows you to kind of like focus on doing product research and kind of like moving the needle of your business rather than having to do a lot of like the back-end stuff. You kind of just like automate it through this Prep Center, which is really great. And then I'll show you how to create a shipment as well. But in summary, we need to be understanding the supply chain, applying to Prep Bros, learning the dashboard layout, and set up the user permissions. So first things first, you want to be coming to the prepbrothers.com website. Okay, it's very simple, prepbrothers.com. And it's going to take you to this screen here. And all you want to do is just click on this sign up button on the right-hand side. And yes, we want to become a partner. What you want to do is you want to scroll down until you can see this client application form, and you just want to be filling out that information. So putting in Jesse, so putting in your name, of course, and then email, you want to be putting in your email. So let's do just demo@gmail.com. Business name, Kilometers, store name. Just make sure all this information is correct. So business name, Amazon store name. Typically, it's going to be the same for you. So just keep that in mind. And then Amazon store URL required. Just make sure that you're putting in your Amazon store URL as well as specifically as possible. And then you want to be coming down here and going, how long have you been an Amazon seller for? Now, generally speaking, what I would say is I would actually encourage you to put 6 months to 2 years, just so that you are more likely to get accepted to be able to sell through the prep center. They're more likely to accept you if you say you've had some sort of experience already, especially during peak times when they only take in sellers who are doing lots of inventory already. But yeah, I would just be putting at least 6 months minimum in this spot. And then putting in your phone number as well. So putting in your phone number, whether that's through open phone. If not, well, you should have an open phone number by now. So making sure that you do have that open phone number and inputting it right here. Have you read and understood our prices? Just click yes. They'll talk about it anyway. They'll discuss it with you on the onboarding call, which we'll talk about in a second. Review and understand terms and conditions. Yep. Are you ready to send products to us within 2 weeks? I'll just say yes. Generally speaking, you will be ready to send products within 2 weeks anyway. How did you find us? You can put in my name. So if you were to put in Jesse Yomanides, that would be ideal. And then services you are interested in. So FBA prep, of course, we are going to be doing FBA prep with the Prep Center. Return management is also going to be important. So return management is going to be essentially if products get returned back to Amazon and they're unfulfillable, so if they're damaged in any way, then we may want to send those products back to Prep Pros so they can reassess the products and either send it back to Amazon or dispose of the products themselves. So return management is going to be equally as important as FBA, so making sure that we are ticking that box. FBA and order fulfillment. This isn't going to be something you want to be focusing on just yet. However, I will recommend for you to just tick the box anyway, because it is a medium to long-term opportunity, right? And we want to make sure that the Prep Center understands that as well, that we are going to be open to FBA in long term. And then we've got long-term storage as well, which generally isn't going to be our what we're going to be doing, right? Because long-term storage just means simply you're going to be keeping the product in one place, you're not going to be really selling. And this isn't, we're not going to be treating this as a storage king. So leave that unticked, and then we'll go ahead and click submit. And you'll see application submitted. Thank you for application. Our team will reach out within 2 business days. So the team will review the application, see what they can do for you, and they'll probably give you an email just saying like, yep, we will accept you, and we invite you to jump on a call so we can talk a little bit more about what we do. And so essentially what will happen is I'll send you a link similar to this one here, and you can go ahead and fill out this link so you can meet with Jordan and just have a discussion about your business, and he'll give you a full run through of actually how the whole system works. But first and foremost, obviously you want to be putting your details again, so name, email. If you've got guests, so if you've got a co-founder or someone that you're working on this FBA business with, and you can go ahead and attach their email as well, and they can join in remotely. And then obviously we're going to be putting re-inputting the services that you are interested in. So remembering that we are inputting those first 3. Please share anything that will help prepare for our meeting. So for this part, I would just say to put in any questions that you may have so he can answer them prior to actually joining the call, so he can give you the best answer possible. We don't accept brand new sellers, so this is exactly what I said. So they don't want you to be a new seller, but if you tell them 6 months, generally speaking, it's fine. So you want to confirm that you have listings already and that you're actively selling, and that's generally okay. And then sending text messages. So you want to be sending text messages to your US phone number, or you can do your Australian phone number here if you really need to as well. It's just going to give you updates in terms of when you're actually going to be. It's going to give you updates in terms of when the meeting is going to be. So I've actually skipped a little bit here, but you can see like you can put in your information for whatever day suits you best and whatever time suits you best, and you can just go in and fill this out again. Yes. And then don't worry about text messages if you don't want any notifications reminding you about anything. And then you can go ahead and schedule an event. And it'll schedule your event, and you'll be receiving a calendar invitation that is sent to your address, like this one right here. So then after that, right, what will happen is they'll get you onboarded. So you jump on a call with Jordan, and he'll basically run you through this welcome packet, essentially is what it is, and they'll just give you an A to Z of essentially how to use their program. So let's see here. So that's Jordan, of course. There's Cole, Becky, and a few other guys in the team that actually help with the whole process, and they're all really great to work with. So purchasing inventory, ship it to the warehouse location, as we said. Inbound shipments need to be logged in the dashboard. Prep Brothers does what a prep center does, and then passes inspection, and then sufficient quantity, usually around 50 units, get shipped out every time. Now, getting started. So with the email that you have received, you will receive an invitation to create an account on our dashboard. Our dashboard is where we're going to be managing all of our inventory and shipping to Amazon. I'll show you a breakdown of how that dashboard works. We also want to be linking our Amazon account to with Prep Brothers software, through Amazon's API. So we'll show you how to do that as well. And then connecting Slack. Connecting Slack will be something that Jordan can do on his own. I'll just show you essentially how the interface looks, so you have a bit of a better understanding of how Slack actually is to use. But he'll be able to help you with the setup process more than I will. So inbound shipments. To create an inbound shipment, we want to be clicking on this button here. So let's say we buy a product, right? We want to be clicking on this button here, and then putting in the supplier first, the order number second, and just like that, right? So example, Walmart, and then the order number. And then within the inbound shipment, so if you click on this little button here, it'll take you to all the ASINs that need to be added into the shipment, so that the team is aware that the items are expected, right? So if we don't input this information into their software, right, what's going to happen is they'll receive the products, and they may take the product and actually add it to someone else's inventory accidentally, right? If they're not expecting it to come through for yourself, they might assume it's going to come through for someone else. Obviously, that's something that we don't want because we've paid for the product, right? So just making sure that you are putting all this information in as soon as you make the order, right? You're telling the prep center immediately that, hey, I've made this order, right? And then also beyond that, when you have a shipping number, you want to be putting that into the notes here as well. Inventory can take up to 6 hours to appear on dashboard. Some partners use the notes feature to list the quantity and the ASIN. There you go. So you can do that as well. Expiration dates, don't worry about that. If an item has an expiration date within 120 days of the receipt, the partner will be notified via Slack. So this is something that we want to be considering. So if it's a close expiration date to the day of purchase, right? What can happen is we can sell it to a customer through Amazon, and they might return it because it might be off, right? And so if it gets to that point, then the customer will initiate a return, and essentially we've lost our money, right? And we can liquidate the product, or dispose of it, and that's gonna be pretty much it. So If we see this happen, then generally we want a refund from the supplier. So we would be sending it back from the prep center to the supplier again if it has a close expiration date to the current date or the date of purchase. Tracking numbers. So let's see here. So tracking numbers, there's an option to add in the tracking number for each shipment. All right. They're not required, however, they are appreciated because they do just help speed up things efficiently and accurately. And of course, if we want to be selling on Amazon as fast as possible, we want the turnover rate to be as quick as possible, then we need to be putting in those tracking numbers. Just make sure that everything is accounted for and that it just really creates a seamless experience. Inbound tags. So these are tags that the prep center is going to be using. Right, so this isn't something that you need to adjust, but it is a good way for you to keep updated. And you can also update your buying tracker on Airtable, which we'll talk about in just a second. Well, actually in another video. And you can update it through there. But essentially open means that the shipments have been created, but the prep center hasn't received it yet. Shipped means that prep center has started to ship the items at the warehouse, right? And received means that all the items in the process have been received and shipped. Okay. Creating listings via Inventory Lab. We don't need to be worrying about that because we don't use Inventory Lab. Reviewing SKU history. Again, that's not really something that's necessary. And this is more like FBM stuff as well. So again, not really necessary for us doing prep, doing all that additional prep. It's not going to be necessary. That is purely for FBM. And essentially, this is all just relative like shipment information that again doesn't really matter to us too much. We've got a billing page as well. So what's this? Invoices, paid, produced. Again, it's pretty just like standard information for the billing. You're not billed in advance, so you are billed once the products have been received. So it's not like a $100 minimum or anything like that, like you will see for some prep centers. Returning inventory, so if there will be a $5 charge to process a return in inventory, right? And this needs to be made aware to the prep center through Slack if we are deciding to return inventory. In compliance fees, yeah, so they actually do charge in compliance fees if you don't, as you can see, if you don't input shipments into the warehouse and it's actually received, right? So this is just clearly to kind of like penalize the people who are not on top of their shipments and their inventory. So that's another reason why it's super important to be on top of it so that you can avoid fines. Incorrect shipment names, inventory not loaded. Making sure that all of this is correct so we do avoid all these fines. And then we've also got Slack, best communication processes, right? So what have we got here? Toggling with the @ and then if you want to talk to a specific person, you want to be using that function just to tag the team member so they can respond as soon as possible. And there's a thing with threads as well. Keeping the reply within the thread means it's going to be a little bit more logical and a little bit more organized for you to be able to check responses and that kind of thing. Unable to purchase shipping labels. That's fine, don't worry about that. Hazmat shipments, don't worry about this because we can't sell hazmat anyway. Adding team members. All team members we need. Yeah, so if you have any other team members that you want to add to the Slack channel for whatever reason, whether it's delegation or co-partners, just make them aware on the Slack channel. And that's pretty much it for that welcome packet. Now, there is a bunch more information here for the portal. So let's just quickly go through it. So we've already talked about inventory and adding items, product, select the actions drop-down box and then select delete. So you can delete the products if you are no longer able to purchase the product for whatever reason, or if the order gets cancelled. Yes, on the inventory play. And by the way, I'm going to be uploading all of these templates to school, so you can see them in your own time as well if you need to, if necessary. It talks about adding multiple items to inventory at one time, so you can do that via a spreadsheet if you want to really, keep your time investment to a minimum. And doing a lot of this back end stuff. Can you access your inventory in a spreadsheet? Yes, so you can do that as well if necessary. Can you customize how your inventory is packaged? So generally speaking, Prep Brothers will recommend a certain type of packaging, but if you manually want to change that around, then you can do that as well. Generally not something we want to do, but they give you that extra personalization for your products if it's necessary, right? If you deem it to be necessary. There's a lot of other stuff in here as well that isn't really relevant for us. It's more like FBM stuff, but I'll attach it to the school anyway, just so you're able to access it. And then we've also got Amazon permissions, right? So this is going to be really important for giving the Prep Center permissions, and you'll be able to do this when you're onboarded with Jordan, right? So when you jump on the call with Jordan, he'll basically walk you through this, but I'll walk you through it anyway, just so you're up to date for when you actually go ahead and get it done. So you want to be coming to, so essentially, Prep Brothers needs to be able to complete your shipments to Amazon. They will need certain permissions, and so we're going to be granting them those permissions, just so you understand why we are giving them a little bit more access to your Amazon account. I understand you may be feeling a little bit tedious and you don't want to give them that, I guess, access, but it is important if we want them to be able to process our inventory. So what we want to be doing is coming to this settings button here, clicking on user permissions. Once you're in user permissions, you'll be in user management. You want to go to authorized partners and then add authorized partner. And once you've added once you've added Prep Brothers, you can grant them certain permissions. They'll basically give you an email that you can use through Slack, either through Slack or when you're on the call, they'll give you an email that you can use, and you can add that to the authorized partners list so that they can accept it and then be able to take on those permissions that you give them. So they'll click the invitation and send you an invite. And so we need to go. So what would happen is once we send out that invite, it will come up in open invitations. And essentially the permissions that essentially the permissions that we want to be sending will come up as this. So you'll see an invite with open status, click actions. Yeah. So once they have accepted the invite, then we can go in and we can actually update the permissions, right? So we can come in here and we can update, and these are absolutely necessary. So this is why we've put this out here. But what needs to be done essentially is we need to be updating inventory planning to view and edit. And also we need to be updating manage FBA inventory and shipments to view and edit, but also manage inventory / add a product to view and edit. And then also managing orders to view and edit. And then once they've been updated, you want to hit save, and then the Prep Center will have all the access they need to your account to be able to process your inventory and be able to send it to Amazon's Prep Center warehouse. We are now inside our Slack channel for Prep Bros, and you can kind of see the response that they're going to give you once you join up that Slack channel. And it's going to be something similar to this. They're going to be giving you a rundown of who is actually working at the business, and they'll give you the welcome packet that I just went through as well. And yeah, it's all good. And yeah, I mean, Slack's a really great channel to use for communication. Highly recommend it for using it with Prep Center and also, co-workers and that kind of thing. So it's really great. But essentially that is the A to Z of using a Prep Center. And any additional I know there's a lot more to go through with Prep Center, and it may take you a while to kind of get understanding of the inventory management, and also using the software and using Slack and setting those Amazon permissions. That will come with time. But also when you jump on that call with Jordan, he's going to be able to help you out with that as well. So Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next video. So in this video, we're going to be talking about how to place your very first Amazon order. And by this point, you would have gone through the 6-point product evaluation process. You would have verified the supplier legitimacy with the AI bot. And of course, you would have submitted your product review form via Airtable. And you would have, by this point, received positive feedback from our team. You would have estimated the monthly share and applied the test buy rule to the product. And so now you are officially ready to purchase the product and add it to your inventory and to send it to the prep center. So in this video, we're going to be going through step by step exactly how that all works. But of course, step 0 is just deciding if you should buy, and you need to make sure that you've already gone through that process of, like I said, doing the checklist, using the AI bot to verify the supplier, and then also submitting the product review form. And then after that, we're just going to move on to step 1, which is going to be purchasing the product and shipping it to the prep center. So as you can see here, we've got a product on Amazon, this product here, and it's selling 12 times a month, $62. We're going to be picking it up for, selling for $166 sale price. And let's see here, we've got it here for, well, it's $69 on this supplier's website. But what we can do is we can get a quantity discount if we get a quantity discount, which means we buy more and they actually reward us, so they give us more of a discount. So if we buy 10 units of this product, we actually get it for $62.99 per unit. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do. We're going to add that to our cart. And we're going to come in here and put in all that information. And sometimes what will happen is they'll actually ask you to put in your information and either register or log into an account. So you might have to create an account in order to check out. Just making sure that everything is correct. You got your personal details in there. Put in a password as well, because you are going to be creating an account with some suppliers. And then shipping address, making sure that your shipping address is 100% accurate to what the prep center has given you through the communication channel. And then also what you can do is you can click that your delivery and billing address are the same if they are the same. But if you also have a different billing address, so perhaps one that is set up to your virtual address, then you wouldn't want to click this. You want to leave this unclicked and then put in your billing address here and your personal details, and then your shipping address needs to be the prep center details. And then we go through here. And generally speaking, we like to pay with PayPal if possible, but however, it's obviously not available here. And making sure that we are choosing the cheapest shipping rate as well, even if that means that we have to wait a little bit longer for it, because obviously we need to be looking at the dollar cost average here. So making sure that everything's all good in our shopping cart. We've got 10 quantity and we've got the right product, of course. We're going to be paying the right price. The unit price is also correct. We're going to go ahead and check out order. And then check it out. So we already had an account, but what we can do is we can go in here and just choose the correct address for so the payment address is going to be your billing address, and the shipping address is going to be the prep center address. Make sure that's all good. And then you want to go ahead and check out order. And then you want to put in your card details as well. And then after you do that, your order will be officially processed. It is important to understand that some websites may require a US billing address. And so if you don't have that, then they sometimes won't accept international cards. So if we are using a Wise card, then we need to be either, there's a couple of things that we can do. We can either use our Prep Center's order form to request that they place the order on our behalf, and you would have to get in contact with them through our communication channel in order to do that. And that's probably the best way to do it, honestly. However, the other alternative is just simply waiting until you receive your EIN after you've registered for your LLC, and then with that EIN, you can go ahead and get your Mercury bank account, and then with that bank account, you receive a debit card, which you can then use in order to purchase this inventory. And then obviously you'll have the American bank, US billing address, which makes payments a lot easier, especially those payments that you don't have PayPal available for. So there's that you can do, and typically that'll let you, using the Prep Center order form, that's going to allow you to proceed without delays. And ideally, we want to be simply sticking with PayPal compatible retailers early on in your process of building up your Amazon business, simply just to avoid any kind of friction. And then what you want to be doing as well, after you check out and the order is placed, you want to come over to your master buy sheet, and then coming over to your purchase order form, as you do here, and open the form. And then once you open the form, you want to put in your information. So bought the order today, and let's say the order number was 12345, for example. The item name, so making sure we're putting in the name from Amazon, not the name from the supplier's website. ASIN, we can find the ASIN just here in SellerAmp. Amazon link, copying and pasting the Amazon link. Retail link, making sure that we're not using the checkout link, and making sure that we are actually using the product page link, as so. Size and variation, because it's a book, this won't apply. So as we say in this text here, we're going to put in NA for not applicable. And then we're going to be going down here. So tags. Once you start selling in FBM, obviously you can tag it FBM, but for now we're just going to put in FBA. And then we're going to leave our status as purchased. And then obviously we can see all of our statuses here, and we're going to be able to update these as we receive updates from the supplier, through our email. So we can go ahead and update that status in our master buy sheet as our order progresses down the line. And then we've got coupon as well. So for example, let's say you got a coupon that was save 20 or save 10, right? We can put that in there and put in NA if not applicable, and then cashback. So this website doesn't have any cashback as far as I'm aware, but sometimes what you do is you'll have pop-ups that tell you like, hey, receive this amount of cashback for using our cashback site. Or you can use cashback monitor, of course, to monitor which cashback sites have the best rates available. And then what you want to be doing is simply just putting it in like that. So for example, let's say you got 4% from Rakatuan. And you just want to be typing in 4%. Sorry, $4, my bad. And then quantity as well. So putting in the quantity. So for us, we obviously wanted to go ahead and purchase 10 units. Total order per ASIN. So total order per ASIN is going to be how much we actually spent per ASIN, right? So if we're buying 10 times by 62.99, it's going to end up being $629.90. So we want to put that in. And then potential profit per order. Let's have a look here. Come down here, and best way to calculate it is just coming into the profit calculator of SellerAmp. clicking on 10 quantity. So buying for 630, selling for 1670, profiting about 709.8. Just putting that in as well, 709.8, because we're doing per order and not per unit, of course. So in the order, we're doing 10 units. So that's the potential profit number that we're looking at. And then also you can put in any kind of invoices, order confirmations or tracking, just to keep it all in one place and keep it really well meshed. And then on top of that, you've got source by. So you can go in here and edit it yourself. So you can put in your name, or if you have delegated a product researcher role, then you can put in their name as well. And then if it's someone else, or if it's a replen spend, for example, you can put in replen here as well. So we leave this open for you to adjust for your own name. Reason for cancellation, we don't want to be touching this. You can see that there's no asterisk because it's obviously not required, right? When we're placing the, when we've just placed the order, we're not going to receive a cancellation notice this early. But if we do receive a cancellation notice, then we want to be updating this lead through the Airtable as well. So we've got all the reasons for cancellation. There's a few reasons why it may be cancelled, and typically they'll let us know why it was cancelled. If not, you might want to just inquire as to why it was cancelled, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in the cancellation video that will be upcoming. And then issues as well. So any kind of like issues that you may have had with the product, even if you were able to submit the order, you can go ahead and type that in as well. But obviously we didn't have any issues in our particular example, so we can go ahead and click submit. And it comes up with, thank you for submitting the form. So then we can go onto our buy sheet again. And we can see here the product has been inputted, and all of that information comes up as we expect it to. So that's all good there. Now that was step 2. Obviously we wanted to fill out the purchase order form. And now the third step is going to be to submit the inbound form for our prep center. So this is going to be notifying prep bros of what's arriving so they can check our inventory correctly. And we need to be doing this immediately after every order. So after we fill in the buyer sheet, we need to be doing this, filling in the inbound form, because skipping this step can cause delays and also late fees and also check-in issues. So we want to be getting on top of this as soon as possible. And essentially what we want to do when we jump into our software is simply just coming up to this new shipment tab here. So you'll come into the dashboard, click into inbound shipments, new shipment, and then you essentially just want to fill out all of your, you want to input your inbound order, so where it was coming from. So for example, Walmart, and then your order number as well with the hashtag in front of it. And then within the inbound shipment, all the ASINs in the shipment need to be added. So all you do is come in there, you can write in notes, so 10 ASINs expected, right? Or you can put in here 10 expected, add items, and then you can go ahead and fill out all the product information as well. And just keep in mind, obviously, that it takes up to 6 hours to appear in the dashboard. So it's always good to sometimes, so what that means is basically this expected column here doesn't appear until a few hours after sometimes. That's the warning that they've given us. So it can be good measure to simply just put it into the notes here of how many quantities of the product that you purchased you expect to arrive at the prep center. Okay. And then beyond that, essentially, we just want to be simply monitoring for updates and tracking successes. So we want to be checking our emails, of course. So once the order is placed and both forms are submitted, we need to be tracking the shipping from the supplier to the prep center, all right? And we're going to be doing this through our email. So they send us an email, the supplier does, when they have shipped out the product. And as they ship out the product, they're going to be sending us a tracking number as well, so we can input that tracking number in the inbound shipments, and then also on the purchase order form as well, so that we are staying well up to date with what's happening, and we can update as well. If we come over to the master buy sheet, you can see here that we can actually go ahead, and so let's say, for example, it is shipped to the prep center, that we can go ahead and click in ship to the prep center. And that's how you do it, right? So you come into a status, then you change it up depending on the status of the shipment. And beyond updating the Airtable statuses, as soon as we get those delivery confirmations, we need to be confirming check-in once the prep center logs our inventory as well. And we need to also prepare how to create an outbound shipment if we want to create that ourselves. However, generally speaking, as we spoke about in previous lessons, the prep center typically does that for us every 50 units that comes into the prep center. So that's something that we really don't have to worry about. But simply put, our job or your job from here is going to be to monitor and update and just ensure that orders aren't really they're not falling through the cracks, right? We need to be staying on top of our trackers and ensure that nothing gets lost or delayed. And now that you've placed your order and you've submitted it to the Airtable tracker, your inventory is going to be in motion, which is fantastic. It's great news. Well done, give yourself a pat on the back. And in the next few videos, we're going to be talking about orders getting cancelled and also how to get ungated to start selling gated products as well. And that's going to be our topic of focus for the remainder of this OS program. But I'll be going into depth on both order cancellations and getting ungated in future videos. But that is typically what can happen once we actually place these orders. So sometimes what can happen is we may get cancelled, and I'll show you how to combat that. And then we also might have difficulty with ungating products, and I'll show you how to combat that as well. So I'll see you guys in the next videos. In this video today, we're going to be talking about how to get ungated for products that you can't currently sell on Amazon. So let's just dive straight into today's lesson. So on the agenda, we're going to be looking at gated products versus restricted products, what the difference is between the two, and also how we take action differently based on whether a product is gated or restricted. And then after that, we'll dive into some of the gated types of products and how there's different grades of being gated and how that actually influences how we move forward with those products as well. And then I'll also talk about how to complete orders for products that are currently gated. So there's going to be a completely different method that we use for gated products when ordering them, as opposed to normal products that we are already ungated for. So without further ado, let's just get straight into it then. And we'll talk about gated versus restricted. So gated versus restricted. So gated essentially means that we can sell the product upon approval of the product. Now, what does approval mean? Approval means we're going to need some documentation to prove that we actually bought genuine products, because what happens on Amazon is there's a lot of counterfeit sellers, and so that actually ruins the reputation of Amazon. And especially now, given that you are a new seller, Amazon's kind of looking at you and they're thinking, well, we don't know this person. We don't have a proven history, a track record of this person. So it's going to take a little while for you to build up that history so that they can actually auto-ungate you and then allow you to sell products on Amazon. So this is simply just a process that every seller goes through. So you're going to be no different in this circumstance. But again, like a gated product means a brand. A gated product means Amazon requires additional documentation or action before we can list the item. So we'll probably need like an invoice or an order confirmation, and generally this is going to be part of Amazon's effort to preventing counterfeit goods from reaching customers. So there are essentially two types of gating, right? So the first is going to be like an invoice-based approval, where we submit an invoice showing that we paid or that we purchased units from a legitimate supplier or distributor, right? And then second is going to be auto approval or a quiz that they actually give us. And in this case, some categories may simply ask multiple choice questions to approve us. So in that event, it's going to be nice and easy for us to simply answer those multiple choice questions. And even if we get one of those wrong, Amazon will actually allow us to retake the test as many times as necessary in order to get all the questions correct. Generally speaking, it's only 4 to 5 questions anyway, so not a big deal. And also with that, auto approval means you don't have to submit any documentation or wait a few hours or days for Amazon to get back to you. You can simply start selling the product straight away, which is fantastic. But obviously, with this type of gating, it's relatively rare when you're getting started up with your business. And so most gating types for you are going to be invoice-based approvals. And so let's talk about limiting applications. So brands require a purchase of either 10, 100, or even 1,000 units to approve you. And at this stage of your Amazon career and business, you only want to be focusing on brands that require 10 units or fewer to ungate. Any more than that, let's say 100 or 1,000 units, you're going to be buying, or you're going to be using a large sum of your capital for this ungate, right? And that's totally unnecessary, and that's just not the direction we want to be going in, right? At all. You may not even be able to afford 10 or 1,000 units of a certain product. So we want to be simply sticking with 10 units or fewer to ungate. And if so, then we'll move ahead and process those. If we say it's 100 or 1,000 units, as I'll talk about in just a second, we want to be adding those to our checklist that we need to be checking every now and again, every week, right? And so as a new seller, like I just said, 90% of our early buys are going to require invoices. It's normal and expected, and over time, as we gain sales history and account trust, Amazon will begin auto-approving you for more brands and categories. So it is going to be an uphill climb from the start. However, once you get a little bit of history under your belt as an Amazon seller, it gets gradually much more easier for you, especially in Q1 and Q2 is typically where it gets a lot easier for most sellers. And then we've also got restricted products, which essentially means do not sell, right? So restricted products are going to be blocked on Amazon for you as an Amazon seller, even if you submit an invoice. So I say there, even if you submit an invoice, you won't actually have the opportunity to submit an invoice. So essentially Amazon's going to block you from doing that, and you can't be ungated through normal means. So these products are typically going to be products that you really need additional history on your account before you have the opportunity to get ungated for the products, right? And the way we identify restricted products is if you don't see the apply to sell button that you would for gated products, and you only see like a copy listing button. Amazon doesn't allow you to upload an invoice like we just said, and the page leads to a blocked or restricted product notice saying that the account doesn't qualify, okay? And this means that essentially it's unsellable to you, and Amazon uses these restrictions to protect the platform from high risk or sensitive items. And over time, as you build a strong account, some restrictions may be lifted, but most will stay in place permanently. So there is a little bit of moving room with Amazon in terms of, when you build up some history with your account, you are able to sell some restricted products. However, there is a large portion of restricted products that will stay restricted, and you will be unable to sell on that listing on Amazon. So just keep that in mind as well. We also need to be checking that, before we purchase any inventory, we click apply to sell on the Amazon listing. So we need to be doing that before we place any orders, right? Just so we can see whether we're actually able to sell the product on Amazon. And if you see an option to submit an invoice, then it's going to be like a gated product. But if you can't submit anything, it's going to be a restricted product and we don't want to buy it. We just simply want to be adding it to our watch list instead. And that's what I was saying just before as well. If it's a restricted product, if it's a product where you need to submit a 100 unit invoice or a 1,000 unit invoice, we need to be adding all of those onto our watch list. Let's talk about the gated types. So determining the ungating type. And so as we apply to sell, we click apply to sell on the Amazon listing. There's going to be 3 categories that we can fall into, right? It's going to be an auto approval or a quiz. So you may be prompted to answer a quiz or short form and fill it out, and you'll be immediately approved. So it's really just a very streamlined process for this one. There's going to be no invoice or order confirmation needed, so it's very straightforward. The next one is going to be the most common type of ungate that you're going to see, and that's going to be 10 units. And that is going to be the ideal start for beginners. So what that means is it's going to be still possible for you as a beginner to get ungated for these products, even if they do require, invoices or order confirmations. And so you're actually able to convert an online order confirmation to PDF and submit to Amazon to get ungated. So I'll show you exactly how to do that. So what you want to do is you want to click Command Shift and then 4. That's what we do for the Mac. And then let's just say we want to take a screenshot of your order confirmation. Make sure you take a screenshot of your order confirmation, the full thing, right? Exactly like that. And essentially what you want to do is you want to come into Finder. Okay, and we've got the screenshot here. Right click, go to Quick Actions, and then Create PDF. And that should create a PDF. Let's have a look here. Yep, so there you go, PDF of the screenshot. So it's nice and easy to do that. Okay, and then after that, where are we at? Yes, so we've already talked about that. Let's talk about 100 plus unit ungating. So this is going to be either 100 units or 1,000 units. Typically that's what we're talking about here. And we want to be skipping this because like we said, we don't want to be buying 100 units of something. We also don't want to be buying 1,000 units of any product for now until you get some history under your belt and you have a little bit more cash to spend, right? We want to be freeing up capital before we think about doing anything like this. So we skip it, but we obviously want to be adding to our watch list and revisiting once our account gains trust. Do not buy this product yet. And sometimes what we want to do, why we want to add to our watch list is because sometimes what can happen is a 100 or a 1,000 unit ungate can get downgraded to like a 10 unit ungate, right? And then even after time, sometimes if we don't even budge with the 10 unit ungate, it can get downgraded to an auto approval, right? And so as we gain, that's why I say it's so important to gain history on your account, because as you gain history on your account, it's going to become more and more easy for you to get ungated for products and be able to sell them on Amazon. But in particular, for 100 and 1,000 unit ungating products, we want to be skipping these for now and just holding out until they eventually become 10 unit ungates, or we just want to be skipping it forever. But obviously we want to be adding it to the watch list and keeping check of this every single week. Okay. Let's talk about how we process an order for a 10 unit ungated product. So first of all, we need to be buying from a supplier, a verified supplier. So either using a product that's approved by the AI bot or generally trusted retailers. So for example, Target or Walmart. Then we also want to be going ahead and getting order confirmations. So order confirmation, you're typically going to receive that into your email, of course, right? Or you can sometimes pull them from your account on the retailer's website. So it just depends on which retailer you're working with. Sometimes you can access it through there, but most of the time it's going to be available for you through your emails. We need to be ensuring that when we get this order confirmation, it needs to include our name, our shipping address, our supplier and store name, of course, as well. And on top of that, the product name and then 10 units purchased as well. So we need to be buying 10 units of this product, of course, in order to get submitted, to have a chance of getting ungated, because that's what Amazon requires, is the minimum of 10 units. And then we want to be submitting that invoice to Amazon, right? So screenshotting that order confirmation, saving as a PDF. So we want to be saving that PDF as brand name underscore invoice. So for example, if we go back to our example here, we go back to Finder, come over here and we go rename, and we can call it Target underscore invoice, just like that, right? .pdf. And then obviously we're only going into Seller Central and catalog, then add to products, apply to sell, request approval, and then upload the PDF, including the product images if Amazon requests. And also if Amazon requests any kind of like product images. So when we say product images, we're talking about items in hand. We need to be contacting the prep center for this once the order is delivered, of course, because they need the order to be delivered, and then they can take the photos and do that, right? And Prep Brothers is generally pretty flexible with this kind of thing. They can send you photos of the product however you like. Just make sure that we are complying with whatever Amazon is asking us to do in order to get ungated for the product. And then we want to be going ahead and clicking submit. One thing that I need you to understand, and then something that I also need to premise, is that your first ungate request will 100% get denied. 100% it'll get denied, right? Extremely common. And the reason why Amazon's bots reject a ton of legitimate submissions is because, so essentially Amazon workers have like a 3-strike system. And what happens is, if they allow an invoice, or if they allow a seller to get ungated for a product, and then that seller ends up selling a counterfeit product to a customer, and the customer complains to Amazon, that worker gets a strike. Okay, if that happens 3 times while the worker is working at Amazon, he gets fired, or he or she gets fired, right? And so these workers, they want to be denying as many submissions as they can. If they even have a sniff that a invoice is incorrect. So that's why, even if the invoice is completely legitimate, right, they are going to be rejecting a great deal of them, right? So just understand that before proceeding with your ungate attempts, right? So first attempt, because time is money, we don't want to be investing all this time into getting all this information on attempt 1. We technically want to be just applying a little bit more information every attempt that we do. So order confirmation for the first attempt. Second attempt, we want to be doing an order confirmation plus tracking info. Okay. Attempt 3, order confirmation plus tracking info like we did attempt 2, plus delivery confirmation email, right? So not only the order confirmation, but also delivery confirmation email. And then on top of that, for attempt 4, we want to be doing photo of item in hand, plus annotating name, units, and supplier on the order confirmation that we have converted to our PDF as well, right? So just make it super logical and easy for the Amazon workers to understand that you have done everything that is required of you for this ungate. And then for attempt 5 to 10, we want to be annotating the invoice, but also the delivery confirmation email as well, and just keep resubmitting the case. Now, another thing on top of this is, if we are unable to get ungated within a certain period of time, so generally speaking with the product, we have like a 30-day return policy from as soon as the product gets delivered. In that 30-day period, right, if we don't get so generally speaking, like these attempts take about 24 hours for Amazon to get back to us, right? And so if we are diligent with this and we attempt, let's say they don't accept our request to ungate, and we get to like, I don't know, the 20th time, right? And that happens sometimes where it gets to like 15, 20 times attempting to get ungated, and Amazon still doesn't allow us, right? One thing you can do to protect your capital is, like let's say it's a 30-day return policy. What you can do is, on the 29th day after you have received the product, you can go, and you haven't been ungated for the product through Amazon. What you can do is you can actually apply for a return through the supplier, and the prep center will actually help facilitate getting that return back to the supplier. And that way you're protecting your capital, right? You may lose a little bit of money through prep and shipping, right, the product back to the supplier, but at least then you're not stuck with a product that you can't sell on Amazon, but also that you've invested, you know, a great deal of your capital into as well. So at least then you can cover your butt a little bit. But yeah, that's essentially how that ungate request should go with all your attempts. And also, so the Amazon workers will sometimes give you like a reason as to why the ungated attempt was denied. So let's go through 2 of them. So first of all, do not submit again without new information is something they'll tell you. So essentially what you want to do is open a brand new case. So don't add to the case. You want to open a brand new case, and that way you'll get a new support worker that they'll be able to review instead of the person that you've already been dealing with. You want to change up the PDF name just a little bit, and then also reorder the pages if you have multiple pages. So that way they see it as a brand new, PDF, and they'll assess it differently. We don't accept retail receipts is something they can say as well. So again, we want to be opening a new case, same documents with a different agent will often result in us getting approved. So yeah, we just want to be changing agents as much as possible, because if we're with the same agent, we keep submitting the same thing, it doesn't look good on our account, and they're going to be less likely to ungate us if they deny us the first few times. And that's pretty much it. So in summary, don't panic if you're getting denied. It's all part of the game. So just remember that this is part of the Amazon business. Getting denied for ungate requests is extremely common, and don't be surprised if you have to go 10, 15, 20 times before getting ungated for a product. It can take a while. Making sure that we're also only going after 10 unit ungates until we have some momentum with our business. Also tracking our submissions, so making sure that we're adding any restricted products, any 100 unit ungates, any 1,000 unit ungates. We're adding all of those to our watch list, and we're checking those weekly. And then finally, make sure that you're using the AI bot that you have at your disposal to verify whether the stores you're buying from are safe to buy from, in terms of actually being able to get that genuine invoice. Is also like a really big thing as well. So take all that into consideration, and if you follow all these steps correctly. In this video, we're going to talk about order cancellations and essentially how to combat them. So let's just get stuck into it straight away. So on the agenda for today, we're going to be talking about some of the common triggers and how sometimes some of the actions we take when we're doing our order placing can actually affect us, and essentially give the suppliers that we're dealing with a bit of a red flag analysis about us. And technically, we're going to be going over some of those triggers. Secondly, we're going to be talking about auditing. So auditing meaning, digging a little bit deeper to figure out the real deep issues of the way we are doing order placing, as well as we're going to be looking at some alternating strategies to check, because you've got to remember as well, not one strategy is going to fit best for every single supplier that we work with. And so I'm going to be running you through some of those alternative strategies that we use within our business that deeply help us to actually get orders placed successfully, because that's what we want to be doing at the end of the day, right? We want to be successfully placing orders for profitable inventory, and we don't want to be getting order cancellations at the end of the day. And then lastly, we'll also talk about some growth opportunities, as well as some introducing to you some templates, and also some software that really helps us get past order cancellations. So let's just jump straight into common triggers. So essentially with common triggers, there are going to be like address issues typically. So making sure that your billing address and your shipping address match and are US based as well, in order to avoid automatic fraud flags, right? Now, obviously, if you are using your Wise account and that may be attached to, an address that's outside of the US, so you have like a billing address that's outside of the US, in that case, I would be changing your billing address to match the shipping address or to match the address that you gave for your LLC. So either one of those two. I'd be trying with both of those if your original billing address that is attached to your Wise account actually gets, if that order gets pushed back. And then we've also got reseller policies. So some websites, they limit or block orders that they suspect are for resale, and check for your quantity triggers this. So, and I'll talk about this in just a second, but we want to be limiting our quantity for some of these reseller policy websites. But also at the end of the day, some websites are very high friction to resellers. And sometimes no matter what we do, we actually can't get through and process an order with them. But there are obviously some things that we can do in order to limit our order cancellations in this regard, and I'll talk about that in just a second. But also, I think I believe that suppliers also have like fraud detection. So large orders or misplaced details that can also trigger fraud alerts, and review any cancellation emails for clues. So yeah, essentially you want to be reviewing any sort of like cancellation emails for clues, because they can actually give you an understanding as to why the order didn't get processed. And then sometimes if they don't give you a reason, you can actually email them with a template, or you can actually call them up and do that as well. And I'll show you a software in just a second that we use for calling merchants in the US. A VPN or IP block. So ordering with a VPN or a flagged IP address can cause systems to block your transaction. So again, this is going to be something that you want to be looking out for. VPNs and your IP settings can be a big red flag for suppliers. And so we want to be just understanding that that can be a very common trigger. And then also, sometimes simply, the supplier may want to work with you, but they cannot simply because the product is not in stock. So occasionally products are oversold, and we want to be double checking stock availability and reading cancellation notices carefully as well, just to diagnose why the cancellation actually happened. And sometimes what you can do is you can actually apply and request through the supplier to be notified of when a product is going to be back in stock. And that's generally what we would do for out of stock items, because obviously we cannot actually purchase an item that a supplier simply doesn't have. Let's talk about auditing and how we audit cancelled orders. And essentially, so first thing we would want to be doing is checking our supplier email. So looking for any explanation provided and use that to our advantage to diagnose the cancellation cause. So yeah, first things first, checking the cancellation or the supplier email. That's going to be first, probably the main way or the first way we are notified of the order cancellation, of course. And so we want to just look for any explanation provided and then just go from there. We also want to be verifying our info, so confirming billing, shipping, card address, and account infos are accurate and match our Amazon account setup, right? And then also reviewing order size. So if the order was large, test with a small quantity, see if that goes through. So generally speaking, we want to be maxing out at like 10 units for most suppliers. But if an order gets cancelled, and for that if an order gets cancelled and there's only 10 units in that order, then you may want to consider buying less if it's not to simply just get ungated for that product. You also want to contact support, right? So you want to be reaching out to the supplier directly via open phone or email, just to ask exactly why the order was cancelled if no reason was provided in the first place within that cancellation email. And so OpenPhone is going to be the software that we use for actually getting in contact with suppliers via phone call, right? And what OpenPhone actually does, and I'll open this up just now, OpenPhone essentially gives us our own US phone number, and it's pretty great. It's a pretty great software that we use at the moment. So I'll talk you through a little bit more about this right now. So yeah, if you use the link that is in the description, you will get a $20 gift card if you are signed up for 3 or more months. So that's a pretty nice gift. Let's talk about the actual product itself. So yeah, essentially Quo is OpenPhone. OpenPhone is Quo. They're just going through a bit of a rebranding at the moment. And what it allows you to do is call, text message, and also do like phone menu and routing. So let's say you just need a more streamlined alternative to emailing, right? Because emailing can take a few days or weeks for the supplier to actually get back to you. Sometimes you simply just want a quick answer from them, and Quo actually allows you to do that, and you don't have to use like an international phone number and get charged international call minutes either. This is like probably the most affordable and reasonable solution to actually either using your own phone number or writing emails yourself. And if you have a look here, these are the payment plans for Quo. So you get a 7-day free trial with the link that I've got in the bottom there, as well as that $20 gift card after 3 months, after being signed up for 3 months at least. And essentially, there's either monthly or yearly. And typically, I like to say monthly because most of the time the yearly membership isn't really worth it. However, in this case, you do get 25% off, whereas most of the subscriptions that I suggest for you are going to be closer to like 10 to 15%. So if you do have the capital, then I would suggest going with a yearly subscription. However, if you are a little bit tighter on capital, then monthly is fine. But also with yearly, keep in mind that if you pay yearly up front, you also get that $20 gift card right now, as opposed to having to wait 3 months for it. So there are a few advantages with paying yearly as opposed to monthly. In terms of the 3 tiers over here, the one that I would suggest for you is simply just getting the starter subscription. That gives you a one new phone number, right? Make sure it's toll free, and you get calls and messages to US and Canadian numbers. So that's essentially going to apply to like 99% of all of our suppliers anyway. We get voicemail transcripts. So let's just say they want to give us a call, right? And here's the thing as well, with the Quo phone number, we can actually put that phone number into our orders instead of using our own phone number. And then sometimes what can happen is they can actually give us a call and we can speak to them about an order, right? So it just streamlines the whole process, and it's just a fantastic software to use. And what can happen is as well, if they try to call you and let's just say, I don't know, your time zone just doesn't line up. So they're trying to call you and you're asleep and you're unable to pick up the phone. They're actually able to leave a voicemail as well. So you've got the voicemails that you can access and also the transcripts that come with it. You've got the Quo API as well as email ticket support. And so like if you need to reach out to them, you've got email ticket support in terms of reaching out to Quo itself. And then you've got like an AI agent, which also helps as well. But yeah, it's only like $15 a month if you pay yearly upfront, or it's going to be $19 per month if you pay monthly. But yeah, highly recommend getting a Quo subscription. If you want to simply just do email first, I would highly recommend OpenPhone. It's one of the best subscriptions that we have. If you want to, I guess, email first before calling them, so if you want to email them and just in case they get you back too fast, and if they don't, then you can reach out to them via OpenPhone. Then what you can do is you can copy our email template that we have here, and essentially what we've got here is, well, it's not so much of a template, but it's actually what it is. It's a Monday template. And have a look at this. Let me just pull it up properly. So here's what we've got here is a client return refund template. And if you have a look, this is going to be the best way to actually track your refunds and your returns. So obviously, if you get an order cancellation, right, you're going to need that money refunded. So what you can do is you can come in here and follow up. So you can put in your tasks. So whatever the supplier's name is, the date placed for the order, the date that it was cancelled, email follow up, call follow up, and then we've also got the order number to the value of as well. And then you've also got status here as well. So if you want to change up the status, you're more than welcome to do that. Your bank account as well, so either that's PayPal, or whatever bank account that is as well. And then we've also got the notes. So whether it's a reseller policy or for whatever reason that the order was cancelled, right? And that's why we're going to be receiving a refund. So remember, like if an order gets cancelled, you're always going to be receiving a refund, right? They're never going to just take your money and run. Let's just say as well, for returns, like let's just say there's a product that like they made a mistake and they sent you the wrong product, right? And you need to get that product returned to them. Then you've also got this tab here which allows you to actually return the product back to them as well. So again, you've got your merchant here, date placed, returned, order number, value, bank account, status, estimated delivery of when it's going to be going back to the merchant, of course, and then you've got tracking links and notes in here as well. So this is a really fantastic template that we use Monday for, and it works really, really well. So thrilled to be using this template, to be honest. To be able to use both of these templates within Monday, you will need to actually sign up to the standard plan so that you do get the timeline and the Gantt views as well as the calendar view, and you get guest access in case you need other people looking at it, as well as automations, integrations, and that kind of thing as well. So you can do that. You can do it with a yearly subscription or a monthly subscription. It's going to be anywhere between $14 and $12 per month. So it's fairly affordable, and it's a really great software that we use for just tracking refunds and returns, because you'd be surprised how much money you will actually have tied up in refunds and returns, once you start properly investing into this business. So you absolutely want to be tracking that and making sure that you're receiving all the money back if you do have cancelled orders or incorrect orders that were received by the prep center. So after contacting support, we want to be logging the pattern, right? So we want to be tracking the cancellations on Monday, as we just went over, just to spot the repeat issues with suppliers, sites, and specific products. Now let's look at alternative strategies. So alternative strategies would be like, for example, using PayPal if possible. I would always be using PayPal to begin with, if it is supported by the merchant, right? PayPal is essentially like a high quality authenticating payment software, and this works far better than the standard checkout that you would see it typically with most merchants. And also it helps to reduce like red flags and improve transaction success rate as well. So 100% recommend using PayPal. Another thing you could do is use PayPal, of course, if the standard checkout doesn't work. But if it doesn't work with PayPal, then I would still even just try it with the standard checkout. Just mix and match and see what works in order to get that order through. And then also switching browsers, so making sure that you're at least trying to use an incognito window or even like a different browser if you encounter repeated errors. That's another great strategy to use if you're not able to place orders successfully. You can also alter your details, so adjusting your email format. So like I said, changing your billing address to match your shipping address, or changing your billing address to match your wires address or your LLC address. Making sure that you can change around that billing address just to see what works. Making sure we're not actually changing the shipping address, of course, because we need the product to actually end up at the prep center and nowhere else. So just keep that in mind. Obviously, we don't want to be shipping our product to the LLC address or to your wires address. We don't want to be doing that. Changing up your phone number as well. So if you've got a private phone number, maybe you want to put that in instead of the quote phone number. But typically, I would just stick with the quote phone number, to be honest, because it's much more easy, much easier to differentiate between private messages and business messages if you keep all the business messages on quote. And then also email. So if you've got different emails, and you can try and change up your email. So sometimes what happens as well is like a merchant will blacklist your email. So if you've got spare emails, you might want to be trying to use those in order to get the order processed, of course. Rotating accounts, so creating new store accounts. If your current one gets flagged or hits a purchase limit, that can happen, especially with like B2C merchants. You can definitely get flagged and hit purchase limits. But if you're dealing with like wholesaler accounts, then like B2B accounts, that's going to be okay. You won't have any issues with like getting flagged for purchasing limits or anything like that. But if you are working with B2C businesses, then you might want to consider creating a new store account. We've also want to be capping our order size. So keeping orders under $1,000. Of course, this applies for B2C businesses, not B2B, because if it's B2B and it's wholesaling, then they actively encourage you to spend more than $1,000, and you'll see this occasionally where they'll actually encourage you they'll give you more of a discount per unit if you actually spend more money with them. And that's an example of a really fantastic like wholesaling like business, right? Or a really good example of a wholesaling supply that you can actually use. But generally speaking, for like B2C, for B2C suppliers, you want to be keeping your orders under $1,000 and limiting SKUs to 10 units per order when sourcing from a new website. So yeah, typically just a 10 unit is going to be what we want to be limiting ourselves to, and then when sourcing from a new site, and then once we gain a bit of experience and we understand that they can allow more units to be bought, then we can up that limit as well. Let's talk about growth opportunities. So let's say we had a cancelled order and we retried it with some of those alternating strategies that we suggested, right? And we were actually able to get the order processed. Well, fantastic. That's really good. Of course, we want to get those orders processed. We want to get those orders converted from cancelled to successful. Now, what do? We want to be logging every single outcome of the orders that we place, right? Whether they are cancelled or successful. So we need to be maintaining a record of each order, noting whether they were fulfilled or cancelled. And you'll be able to do that through the Airtable buy sheet as well. And essentially, we want to be considering what strategies we used at checkout. So just remembering what works for each supplier and spotting those patterns as well. So over time, you will notice which suppliers, card types, addresses, and browsers actually produce the most successful checkouts, right? So over time, as you build up your experience with using Amazon, you're going to get a good understanding for like what works and what doesn't. And so I highly suggest for you to continue pursuing those successful routes. You also want to be using your data to double down on what works and avoid repeating tactics that trigger cancellations, of course. So once you build up your repertoire, once you build up your business, you understand what works, what doesn't. Forget about what doesn't work and continue to build on what does work, right? And that's going to be how you are able to build up your success rate when it comes to placing orders. And then building a playbook. So another step you can do is actually turn successful tactics into repeatable SOPs that you and your team, eventually once you build out your team and you start delegating, you will then be able to have repeatable SOPs that you can follow in order to reduce future cancellations as well. So in summary, we need to be expecting the inevitable, right? So the inevitable meaning that order cancellations will happen, and it's just about finding workarounds in order to get those successfully placed. Identifying the root cause, so exactly what is stopping you from being able to produce a successful order. Adjusting our approach, right? So adjusting what isn't working, implement successful strategies or alternating strategies to find what is successful for you, and then tracking those and improving on it and just becoming gradually better at placing successful orders. So that's going to be it for that video, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, I'm going to be talking all about tracking your metrics with your Amazon business, and we do all of this through SellerBoard. So in today's lesson, I'm going to be essentially showing you through exactly how to get your SellerBoard account set up and exactly what SellerBoard is. So first things first, SellerBoard is going to be a software tool that enables us to effectively monitor our profit and loss statements, manage our inventory, identify discrepancies, among other things as well. It really is an essential software that we use and that we need in order to run our Amazon business. And keep in mind that SellerBoard is going to be the only software that we use to actually track our profits and our bottom line, right? We do actually have some Google Sheets for you to use just to be able to manually track those profits as well. But mainly we use SellerBoard for that. So it is important that you're going to have to stay up to date with updating your buy costs and products, and also making sure that you're tracking your expenses in SellerBoard, because this is truly going to be the best way for you to actually track your P&L statements and everything like that through SellerBoard. So let's get started straight away. And getting set up with SellerBoard, I do have a link for you to use to actually create your SellerBoard account. And if you use the link that I give you, you'll actually be able to receive a 2-month free trial and also save $50 on your subscription. So, if you are going to be creating a SellerBoard account and using SellerBoard, as I suggest you do, you may as well take advantage of the 2-month free trial. So definitely use the SellerBoard sign up link that will be in the school classroom in the metrics lesson. And after setting up your SellerBoard account, you're going to need to link it to your Amazon Seller Central account. This integration is crucial for SellerBoard to accurately track your sales, profits, and expenses. Keep in mind that the linking process can take up to 24 hours to complete, so it allows some time for the data to sync properly. So you got to remember all of your IP information about the business, everything that's going on with your inventory, that all needs to be uploaded onto SellerBoard, and that is a pretty dense. There's a lot of data for SellerBoard to essentially go through, and that's why they typically ask for up to 24 hours for you to get that information downloaded to SellerBoard. So just keep that in mind. We obviously want to be making sure that we give SellerBoard that full 24-hour period so that all the data can sync properly. And then once we've done that connected your seller account, the setup process is going to be completed, and we can finally dive into actually understanding SellerBoard and what's actually inside it. So just making sure, and I need to premise it as well, that by this point we need to be ensuring that SellerBoard is actually set up and we've gained access to the dashboard, so we're able to walk through the dashboard with our data present. And essentially, I'll walk you through all the tabs, purposes, and functionalities so you can leverage Sellerboard to the fullest for your online arbitrage business. And I'll essentially walk you through exactly what is important and what's not important as well for this business model. So let's dive into the dashboard. So that's going to be under profit. If you go into dashboard here, it's going to be the first screen that pops up. And it's going to be a comprehensive overview of your business's profitability, as well as key financial and operational metrics. So beyond the tracking profit, it actually it offers valuable insights into your overall business performance, helping you to make important decisions. So from this screen here, what you can see is that, particularly on the tiles page, right, and that is going to be the default view that when you log into Sellerboard, it's going to give you a breakdown of your profit and a summary of the products sold within a selected time frame, and it's going to be good for assessing your sales performance and profitability at a glance. So as you can see here, you can see the amount of sales that you've had, right, in any given time frame. So you have these tiles here. So for example, today, yesterday, month to date, this month, forecast as well. And what I've noticed is for the forecasting through Sellerboard, it's actually very accurate for the most part. So that's definitely an interesting feature that you can use. And you've also got like last month as well. But you can typically adjust these depending on what kind of information you want to see. But you can see obviously sales, the amount of orders and or units that have been ordered from you, as well as any kind of like refunds that have been handed out to customers, as well as any advertising costs, which isn't going to be necessary, of course, for this online arbitrage business because we don't do any kind of advertising. Estimated payout. So estimated payout means after all the Amazon fees and prep fees and any kind of like software fees that we're going to be inputting as well. Like what do we actually end up with? And then you've got net profit as well. So net profit would be essentially not including. So estimated payout would be after Amazon fees, and net profit would be before Amazon fees. So in the tiles tab, just under here, as you can see, you got the products, units, refunds, and that kind of thing. And you'll be able to see your products in the display like this as well. But you've also got this tab. So essentially with the dashboard, right, this is what we're going to be checking for the most part when we're using Sellerboard. And we really need to be checking this tab either daily or weekly. Just depends on our sales volume. Like, especially when you're getting started, maybe weekly's enough. But once you start ramping up sales, you'll be wanting to switch to daily pretty quickly. And you're going to review all the products you've sold and ensure that cost of goods prices have been entered for each item. And if there's any COGS data missing, you can be sure to input it promptly to maintain accurate profit tracking and ensure precise financial reporting. So of course, you need to understand that putting in your COGS information is going to be really important in order to achieve accurate information, because if we don't input our COGS information, a lot of the data can be skewed. And obviously, if we're using Sellerboard, we want to be using it as optimally as possible, and we need to be ensuring that it is nice and accurate. And then if you click on the More button next to the Titles tab, it provides a detailed breakdown of all the Amazon fees associated with your sales. It helps you to understand your costs and optimize your pricing strategy. So what I'm referring to there is like this little button here. When you click More, you can actually drop down and view all of your Amazon fees at a glance and kind of see where a lot of the fees are actually allocated. You've also got Chart as well. And this section offers visual representations of your business data, allowing you to easily access your business's overall health. And you can also use this tab to compare different time periods, helping you track trends and make data-driven decisions for growth. Now, in terms of the dashboard, like we use tiles a lot, Chart not so much, right? Because Chart kind of like takes into account advertising cost, and obviously we don't have any advertising cost because we don't advertise, right? So we don't really use that. What I find is we typically use P&Ls and trends a little bit more than what we do charts, but it's really up to you in terms of what kind of, which way you prefer to actually view the data. Then we've got the P&L. So of course we've got profit and loss statements for each month, and this report is going to be essential for year-end tax preparation as well, and should be shared with your accountant. So just keep that in mind. Obviously, we want to be making sure that all of our P&L statements are 100% correct. We're updating that, and that's why I strongly suggest returning to your dashboard, at least every week or every day, once sales ramp up, so that you can make sure that all your information is inputted correctly, and so you've got the right data to actually hand over to your accountant at the end of the financial year. And then we've got trends as well. So this is the last one. Trends gives you insight into sales velocity of each product. Can be useful for evaluating which products need restocking. However, we do have better tools that we use within Seller Board for checking when products actually need restocking. But it does display the profit per ASIN as well as any returns per ASIN, so you can kind of get a glance at whether a product is worth actually doing restocking for or not, replenishing as well. So it is an invaluable tool, give or take, just for ensuring that your inventory stays profitable and that you are making the correct restocking decisions as well. After the dashboard and still under profit, we have PPC. And PPC is essentially, it's not relevant for our Amazon arbitrage business model. And simply that's because we don't run any sort of PPC campaigns. That's going to be largely around advertising. So this is really not a tab that we need to be focusing on at all, so you can just skip past this one. And then after dashboard, after PPC, we've got products. And product section is where we mainly go to enter our cost of goods for each product, right? And it displays a list of all the products you've ever sold on Amazon. So it is vital to assign a COG to each product, as missing this information can lead to incorrect profit and misleading business metrics, as well, as I just said. So, this section shows the profit per product and tracks how much inventory is actually marked as unsellable and helps us to manage our stock more effectively. And another important tip, and something an issue that we kind of experienced within my team when using Seller Board, is if you purchase a unit at a different price and you want to track multiple prices for the same product in Seller Board, you want to go to the product tab, change the cost of goods type to buy, period, batch, marketplace, and then input your different unit prices. So this is in terms of when you're doing replen spend and you may be spending a different amount per unit compared to the first couple of times that you actually purchased the product. This is where this tip is going to come in handy. And again, this is just another way to keep your records nice and accurate across different purchases. So you can see in here, this is where in the products section, you come down here and you can essentially just click either constant, or constant means consistently. So, if you buy multiple, like I said, if you buy multiple orders of the same product, and it's the same pricing, you can leave it as constant. But if it's different, then you can do it by period batch, and you can kind of just be a little bit more specific with how much the unit price was for each product that you purchased. Expenses. In this section, you can manually input expenses that aren't automatically pulled from the MWS interface. So that includes costs like prep fees, software subscriptions, shipping, supplies, and other relevant expenses. So essentially in here with your expenses, it is going to be crucial to track all your expenses down to the penny in this tab. So the more expenses that we can record and deduct from our income, the greater the saving is going to be for our taxes as well. And we just need to ensure that all of our expenses are ordinary and necessary for running the business. And this is going to be a really great way for us to analyze whether we need to cut any fat from the business. So if we are paying for subscriptions that we're not using or we're not effectively utilizing, then this is a great way to kind of evaluate whether, in this tab, it's a great way to evaluate whether this is the correct software to be using and whether it actually impacts and adds value to the business. But within expenses, you can add anything in here. You can add the cost of the mentorship. You can add your shipping supplies, as I said. Really anything that is relative to the business, you can go ahead and add into your expenses tab. We've got the LTV tab as well, and that basically displays the value of per customer over time. However, since we operate as arbitrage sellers and we rarely ever have return customers, it just isn't really a feature of the online arbitrage model. This tab is simply just not relevant to the business model, and we won't need to be using it. So feel free to disregard LTV. Cash flow, the cash flow tab. It helps us to track the money coming in and going out of your business, and you can see the amount received and the current cash balance. It also provides insights into how your cash flow has changed over the past few months, helping you to monitor your financial health. So generally speaking, we don't really use cash flow tab a whole bunch, just because it's really not for us. Like, it's just not the way we like to view the data that we have. However, if you enjoy seeing like a line graph like this, and that's how it kind of like construes your cash flow, then go ahead and use it. But for us, it's not really something that we use. So it does have a little bit more utility than something like, for example, the LTV tab, especially for us, arbitrage sellers. But yeah, overall, we don't really use cash flow all that much. Let's talk about reports. So the reports section provides access to detailed business reports that differ from those available in Seller Central. And those reports can include key data from a dashboard, such as daily profit and loss for each product, order lists, and more. This section gives you additional insights into ensuring that your business can remain healthy and profitable. So if you really need to like knuckle down and find like a report on any kind of metric within the business, this is going to be the place to find it. And it can be, like I said here, it's going to be really actually quite insightful to be able to check data based on day, month, a particular product. If there are any repeat customers, obviously, like I said, arbitrage doesn't really have a lot of repeat customers either. But if you need that option, then you have that there as well. And yeah, reports is actually a very, very useful tool within Sellerboard. And then we've got the inventory section, right? So that everything before this was the profit section, and then everything after this is going to be the inventory section. So in the inventory section, you'll find various tools to help manage your stock. And one of the reasons why I prefer Sellerboard is that this section actually allows us to effectively handle and monitor our inventory, ensuring smooth operations and helping to avoid stockouts and overstocking. So first tab within the inventory section is Planner. And the Planner tab acts as your inventory assistant, tracking the sales velocity of each product and alerting you when it's time to restock. So this feature is essential for maintaining optimal inventory levels, and I'll guide you through how to effectively use it to ensure that your business stays well stocked and profitable. So let's set this up then. Let's set the Planner up, because the Planner's, like I said, the Planner is going to be really useful in determining when you need to actually start replenishing products. And so what you want to do is within Planner, you're going to be coming up with a tab like this. And then on the right side, you want to click on the actions button. So you can see here, these three dots, you want to be clicking on that button. And then once you've clicked on the action button just here, you want to be selecting edit, and that should bring you to a screen like this one below. And this is the product settings, right? And you can see here, so target stock range after new order 30 days. Essentially what you want to be doing is, so we want to be setting that at 30 days, right? And the goal is, in regards to stock count range, is you want to be making sure that all inventory replenishments are maintained to at least a month's worth of stock to ensure that we don't run out. Okay, and that's why we put 30, because 30 days equals a month. And then we typically don't really set a buffer for FBA either, and then we leave a supplier and SKU empty as well. And then step 4 is going to be, after you've set your target stock range, you're going to want to go to manufacturing and logistics. So the next slide over. And we want to be filling this out. So manufacturing time, days. Remember, we want to be keeping this as 0, because obviously we are not manufacturing the product. We are buying the product from the supplier straight away. The product is already built, right? So we're buying the product and we're sending it to the prep center. We want to be making sure that we are clicking that button, of course, because we are using a prep center. And then shipping to prep center, we set this at 10 days. Typically, we expect it to be at the prep center within 7 to 8 days, but we say 10 days just to give a little bit of a buffer. And then we also say 20 days to get shipped to FBA and then processed as well, ready for sale from the prep center to the Amazon warehouse. And then we also want to be clicking apply to all, because all the products are going to be following this planning setting, right? And then after that, we want to be, if we're using FBM, your lead times are going to be different. And so we want to adjust the number based on how long it takes to receive the inventory. But since we're not doing FBM just for now, we will skip over that. And then after you've inputted this data, you want to click apply, and then that completes the inventory setup, or the inventory planner setup. And so as your business progresses, it's important to ensure that you never run out of stock. You want to be using the day until next order tab as your indicator. And so when it reaches 0, it's time to restock that inventory. I also recommend following Sellboard's recommended restock quantity if purchasing that amount is feasible for you. So Sellboard is going to tell you exactly how many units you should buy of that product based on sales velocity, based on margins, as well as a few other factors. And it is worth following those as long as you can actually afford it and it makes sense for you. This approach helps you to maintain a consistent supply of products and prevent any stockouts as well. Purchase orders is another part of the inventory, right? As you can see here, but we don't really use it because we track our inventory differently. And purchase orders is primarily for inputting inventory that's been ordered in bulk. And since we aren't typically wholesaling products and we are doing online arbitrage, it's not going to align with how we source products, and it's not going to align with how we do business. So we don't really touch the purchase orders tab. FBA shipments. So this tab helps you to monitor your progress of your shipments to Amazon's FBA centers. It displays the percentage of units received in each shipment, and we rely on this tab to actually keep track of all the shipments and ensure that there are no discrepancies. So it plays a crucial role in our inventory management process, and it helps us to maintain accuracy and efficiency. Suppliers is a tab that we won't be using since it's not relevant to our arbitrage business model. And this section is typically designed for other types of Amazon sellers, so it's just simply not how we operate. And then we've got autoresponder. So autoresponder is essentially, it's a pretty nifty system that helps for us to send messages to customers once they make a purchase. And then these messages essentially, they request that the customer leave a review once they've received the product. And the idea is that implementing this will help increase the number of seller reviews that we collect, that you collect, and that will be advantageous in boosting your credibility and your reputation when customers buy from you. So let's go ahead and check out the steps to activate the autoresponder. So firstly, you want to be creating a new campaign within the autoresponder tab. After creating the campaign, you'll be taken to a page that looks like the screenshot below, so like something like this. And from here, you can customize and set up your autoresponder settings. So you're going to be putting in like a name, so like campaign 1, for example, right here. Status, make sure the status is active so that it is applicable, right? Targeting, we want to be sending to new and repeat customers. And then products, we want to apply a campaign to all products because all of our products are going to be FBA products, and we want reviews on as many of our products that we sell as possible. We also want to be sending, clicking to send email 5 days after the delivery date and saving and finish. And we say 5 days typically because we want the customer to be able to not only receive the product, but also be able to open up the package, use the product, and enjoy it, and then be in a good mood when it comes time to actually start submitting the review. And then that's pretty much it. After we click save and finish, campaign is ready and it's active and it's ready to go. And you get that included in your membership as well with Sellboard, which is pretty nifty. So products, this section helps you to see which ASINs are associated with which campaign. And as an arbitrage seller, we don't need to be using this tab. So forget about using the products tab. In the order tab, in this section, you can track the status for your campaign for each order that you receive in your store. You also have the option to manually send your campaign emails from here. However, this tab won't be particularly important for you as an arbitrage seller, as it's more relevant for other business models. So again, just don't worry too much about using this order tab, because it basically gives you a little bit more flexibility than what the campaign tab does. However, with the campaign tab, all of it is automated, and the orders tab, it's kind of manually inputted. We just skip the orders tab. We just do it all through the campaign tab because it's all automated and it's nice and easy to actually achieve those reviews. But then we've also got money back, and this is a really important part of Seller Board. So in this section, you can check if Amazon actually owes you any money, right? So occasionally Amazon might charge, they might overcharge or miss reimbursements, and so it's crucial to regularly audit their fees. This helps ensure that we're not being overcharged and we're receiving all the funds that we are entitled to, ultimately maximizing profitability. So there are occasions where Amazon may actually owe us money and that we are unable to see ourselves. And so Seller Board essentially detects this for us, and we're able to put through claims through Seller Board in order to get back that money. So you can see like an example of this, and I'll go through the loss and damage part in just a second, but you can see here in this screenshot, there's $91 left on the table in terms of estimated reimbursement amount, right? If you're paying $20 a month or $15 a month for Seller Board and you're making back $90 a month in estimated reimbursement amounts, like it's more than paying for, the Seller Board subscription itself, let alone with the additional other features that we get with Seller Board. So I think that goes to show the overall utility and value of Seller Board, to be honest. So let's talk a little bit more about lost and damaged. And so occasionally inventory items may go missing or damaged while stored in Amazon's FBA warehouse due to mishandling by their employees. And normally Amazon will either locate these lost items or reimburse them for you. However, there are times when this process doesn't go as planned, and this report helps you to identify when products are lost and Amazon has not yet located them or provided reimbursement. So you can use this report to contact seller support and ensure that you get the compensation you deserve for any missing items. And it's a great way for you to actually protect your profits and avoid potential losses as well. And there's a video, like a YouTube video, that explains in detail how it works. And I'll be sure to actually link that in the school classroom as well, because it's a really great video that explains it extremely well. Let's talk about returns. So returns is another part of the money, or the cash back, or the money back section on SellerAmp. And when a customer requests a return on Amazon, the platform processes the refund and charges the seller immediately. However, if the customer fails to send the product back to Amazon's warehouse within 60 days, Amazon is actually supposed to reimburse the seller. And unfortunately, this is a process that doesn't always work as expected. So sometimes Amazon doesn't actually reimburse the seller after 60 days, right? And this report can actually help you identify cases where Amazon hasn't reimbursed you for the returns as it should have, as you are entitled to receive those returns. And by reviewing this report, you can pinpoint those errors and reach out to seller support to ensure that you receive the refund that you are entitled to. You're actually able to receive an Excel sheet as well, detailing the items that were refunded but not returned, allowing you to track and resolve these discrepancies efficiently. So you can see here again with returns in this screenshot, for example, you get another $25 reimbursed back to you, which again is higher than a monthly amount or a monthly subscription for Seller Board, which is quite interesting. And then finally, in the money back section, we've got FBA fee changes. So sometimes Amazon adjusts the fees they charge for FBA based on measurement they take with your products. And so if Amazon overestimates the size of your product, you could end up paying a higher fee than necessary. And this report helps you to identify whether you've been overcharged due to management errors or to measurement errors. If you discover discrepancies, you can reach out to seller support to request a remeasurement of your products. Seller Board will provide an Excel sheet showing the fee changes, along with a template that you can use to contact Amazon and resolve the issue with. This process can help ensure that you're not paying any more than you should be for FBA inventory. So this is just another example of seller board sticking their neck out for you and ensuring that you don't overpay for fees. And of course, we want to be making as much net profit as possible. And so if Amazon's overtaking a little bit more than they are entitled to, like obviously that's a problem. And seller board helps us to actually stop this. And that's kind of like what the FBA fee changes page looks like. We've also got here FBA shipments. So in the FBA shipments section, you can track all the shipments that you've sent to Amazon's warehouse. While you can see this information in your Seller Central account, Seller Board actually offers additional benefits. It helps you to identify potential issues with your shipments, such as missing items, and gives you the tools to take action. So if a problem arises, you use Seller Board to create a case with Amazon, which makes resolving shipments easier and more efficient. It's like having a dedicated helper to ensure that your shipments are properly managed and any issues that you have are quickly addressed. Okay, so if you have any issues with FBA shipments, Seller Board is going to give you that alert a little bit easier and a little bit more clear than what Seller Central will. So just keep that in mind. It's a very useful tab that we can use. So that's FBA shipments right there. And then we've also got alerts. So in the alerts section, Amazon Seller Board provides you with notifications about various aspects of your Amazon business that may require your attention. So these alerts can include things like low stock levels, negative customer feedback, losing the buy box, competitors offering lower prices, discrepancies in the quantity of items in your shipment, changes in the product details, and the most crucial alerts to monitor are going to be the stock alerts, right, which tell you when the products are running low and need to be stocked. Keep an eye on these alerts so that you can make sure that your inventory levels are always sufficient to meet demand and prevent stockouts, helping you to maintain a steady flow of sales. What I would recommend for this alerts tab is, with all these alerts here, how many of these are actually beneficial for you to be alerted about? Because realistically, you don't want a gazillion alerts per day about something that's going on in your Amazon business. You only want the stuff that's actually necessary for you. And what I would recommend is simply leave your low stock level alert on and turn the rest of these off, because they are somewhat useful, but for the most part, they are kind of like just noise and distraction. So that's what I would suggest, is leaving low stock levels on, turning the rest of it off so you can stay focused during the day, right? And when you are working on your Amazon business and you are only kind of like your focus is only taken away when something serious is going on, like low stock levels, because then you obviously need to go ahead and do replan as soon as possible. The most crucial alerts to monitor are the stock alerts, as we said. So that's kind of like where we're coming from in that regard. Let's take a look at the log tab. And so in this alerts log tab, just here, you'll find a history of all the alerts that were sent to you. So yeah, you can see here, you just want to be focusing on stock alerts. And so that's just like a visible example of how that would look. So making sure that stock alerts are ticked and everything else is unticked, and making sure that we're just leaving the email section free as well. Making sure that we're hitting click on the bottom right corner here, this button here, so it should pop up as like a blue save button. Make sure we're clicking that so all of our progress is saved. And that's pretty much it for Seller Board. So let's take a deeper look into how the subscriptions actually work. And so with the pricing for Seller Board, it goes like this. So you can pay annually or you can pay monthly. Annually gives you a 20% discount, which is a fair discount compared to paying monthly. So if you can afford it, I would pay monthly. However, because if you pay monthly as well, you get that 2 months free subscription, as I spoke about at the start. However, if you pay monthly, you still get that 2 month subscription. So that's worth keeping in mind. So it's either $19 or $15. And then you've got like professional accounts, business, enterprise. You don't need any of that. All you need is the standard account. And that should do you. So either the standard annual or standard monthly. And that gives you pretty much everything you need. So 3,000 orders per month, 150 follow-up requests per month, Additional seller accounts not necessary. Additional users. So if you want to bring on another user or another admin on your account, then you can do that. You got your automated reports. So you can do 3 per month, and then you've got all the good stuff here that you get with all the other the more expensive subscriptions as well. So overall, Seller Board is a really fantastic software. Helps us monitor our profit and our loss, our P&L statements. It keeps it all in one place, manage inventory, identify any kind of like discrepancies among a bunch of other things. So it really is essential, and it should be our only software that we're using to track profits. So yeah, that's going to be pretty much it for this video, and I'll see you on the next one. In this video, I'm going to be talking about repricing your inventory once you get it into Amazon's warehouse, and how we do that most effectively with BeCool. So starting from the top, Amazon's pricing is dynamic and it changes constantly, right? And so when our competitors change their price, essentially what's going to happen is the buy box changes around for products, and it can be difficult to manually set the pricing on those products if we're not using an AI repricing tool already. And essentially what happens is with BeCool, which is the repricer that we highly recommend, this is instant. When you're using it, it's instantly notified of your competitors changing its pricing, and it actually adjusts your pricing to suit it, and actually submits that pricing to Amazon. So not only will you have the most competitive pricing based on your data, but also you're going to be able to make really strong margins as well. So something that's really important to understand with the repricer is that it is important to regularly update your prices. And when I say prices, I also mean your repricing rules, right? To make sure that they're up to date and that everything is accurate and competitive, of course. And then we are also going to be focusing on basing our minimum and maximum pricing for those repricing rules on Keepa data, not fixed ROI percentages. Okay. And like I used to do fixed ROI percentages, like basing it on that. So for example, I would base it on, what I would put my minimums at 30% ROI, whatever that is. And then my maximums at like 50% ROI, because that's the range that I wanted to get into. And I left a lot of money on the table because I simply ignored the data that Keepa was telling me. And so I've learned my lesson now, and that's why I'm teaching to go based off Keepa data rather than fixed ROI percentages. And so we'll go through that in just a moment as well. But we also want to be protecting our margins while maximizing buy box rotation, which I've been talking about just now. So let's get set up with our AI repricer. And the best repricer after testing them all is going to be BeCool. Okay. So what you want to do is connect it to Amazon, and it typically takes 8 to 24 hours for your inventory to sync. So just keep that in mind as well. It's going to be very similar to BeCool in that it takes a lot of time to actually process all of your data, all of your inventory, and then be able to process it, and linking it up with Amazon as well takes a fair bit of time. This is the pricing for BeCool, and with the link that I'll share with you in the school lesson, you'll actually get a 14-day free trial as well, but only with that link. And essentially what you've got here is you've got your basic, you've got AI Deluxe, Premium, Ultimate, Enterprise, as well as monthly and annual subscriptions. And essentially, especially when you're starting off with Amazon, you really only need the basic tool. You're probably noticing a trend, a bit of a pattern with a lot of the software that I'm suggesting to you. Like you really just need the basic stuff, and that'll get you by, to be honest. And you'll be able to make a lot of progress with even like a basic version of most of these subscriptions. So BeCool specifically, basic is going to do the job. If you want to do annual and save 10%, go for it. Otherwise, basic is just fine. And essentially what that does is it gets you repricing speed, so instantaneous repricing speed. You've got the AI listings and rule-based listings. You get 1,000 rule-based listings plus 50 AI-based listings if that's something that interests you as well. And then you can also, with the basic, you get the standard buy box rules in here, and these aren't really that important because we're going to be creating our own custom repricing rule anyway. But you still get a good amount of features with this basic model. If you really want like an AI repricing model that leans more on AI rather than a repricing rule that you create yourself, then you could go for this AI Deluxe model, and you get far more listings as well. But obviously, I would only suggest going for this once you surpass like 1,000 listings on Amazon. But up until that point, I would just consider sticking with the basic package. So with your vehicle, you're going to be taken to your dashboard like this. And essentially what you can do is you can come over here to repricing rules. And then from repricing rules, what you want to do is move that out of the way. You want to come down here to add new rule and just click on this here. Or you can go up the top here to add new rule. Just click on that. And then after that, you want to go to rule based and then click on custom rule, scroll down, and you can call it whatever you want. You could call it, for example, you could call it custom rule, let's say. Oops. And then rule description, you can just leave that out. Then you click next. And now we're going to be looking at competitors. So competitors, we want to be competing with the buy box price, not the lowest price, because obviously if we compete with the lowest price, it's going to be a race to the bottom. And what I mean by that is something, and that's going to be something that we really want to avoid, is having like a race to the bottom, right? Because when we race to the bottom, it means we're going to be cutting our margins significantly, and all for the point of selling products, right? And if we are in no serious rush to sell products, like most of the time we aren't anyway, we want to be competing with buy box price and not lowest price, because that's going to be able to give us a really great balance and strikes a really great balance between being able to sell through our inventory at relative pace while also maintaining decent margins as well. So with this option, we want to be going on to buy box price instead of lowest price. And then competitors, we don't want to be competing with Amazon, of course, so we can leave that out. FBM, we don't want to be competing with them either, because of course we are going to be selling FBA, and as FBA sellers, we already get a massive advantage in terms of winning the buy box over FBM, because we are going to be going through Amazon's warehouse, of course. And then we also want to be turning non-featured FBM off as well. And so we just want to be leaving FBA and non-featured FBA on, and then turning the rest off. And then after that, setting my SFP offers. So you have a look here. SFP are merchant fulfilled orders with the Prime badge. And so by choosing FBA, the system will treat your SFP offers as FBA offers. I will just set this as FBM because, again, we're not going to be selling FBM. So it would just make sense to set the SFP offers as FBM. And then set competitors' SFP offers as, again, we don't really need to be worried about this too much. But we can leave, we'll put this to FBA. Put this to FBA just so that if in the rare circumstance that FBM does have a Prime badge, very, very rare circumstance, then we do want to be treating them as an FBA seller, right? And then after that, we want to be leaving this off. So excluding seller, we don't want to be excluding sellers. We can leave that off. Excluding sellers with free shipping, we don't want to be doing that. Leave that. Expedited shipping, we can leave that as well. That's fine. We can leave positive feedback. We can leave total feedback count, and we want to be turning on excluding sellers with back-ordered products, because essentially if they have a back-ordered product, then we don't want to be we don't want to be pricing our inventory based on products that aren't even available, right? Because if they're not available, then they can't be bought, and so the buy box will go to the next person. So making sure that we are turning that on, and we are excluding sellers with back ordered products, and then excluding sellers with handling time more than 2 days. We can leave that off, and then setting the item condition you would like to compete against, the same, just leave that off as well. And then after making all those changes, we want to click next and then move on to the next page. And then on this page, it's going to tell us how it's going to be essentially telling our repricer how to compete against other sellers. So we want to be matching the buy box price. We don't want to be undercutting, right? Let me just pull that up here. So buy box settings, let's see what we've got. So when buy box winner is above minimum price, we want to be setting this at when buy box winner is above minimum price. We want to be setting at buy box price minus 1 cent. It means we're going to be able to undercut the seller by 1 cent as long as they are above our minimum price, which is good, of course. And then when the buy box price is below minimum price, we do not reprice, right? We don't want to reprice when it's below our minimum price, because once we set our minimum price, that's the lowest we want to go in terms of our stock, right? So even if the buy box is below our minimum price, we don't want to be going down to the buy box, because that means we're going to take a massive compromise to our margins, and that's obviously not ideal. And then when a buy box winner equals minimum price, we can just use minimum price. That's fine. Buy box winner is found outside minimum max. So when the buy box winner is found above max price, I would say minimum price. Because they do not reprice, so we make sure that we stay at our max price, because sometimes what happens is if we actually go beyond the max price and we go to a point where the price is like massively high, Amazon what they can do is they can actually remove our featured listing, or they can remove our featured product, and they can actually strip our right to sell the product if it's not fair, if it's not sold for a fair price. So we don't want to be getting too greedy in terms of pricing, and so that's why we say do not reprice if the buy box winners are found above the max price. And then when the buy box winners are found below minimum price, again, we don't want to be repricing, leaving that off. And then when buy box winners are found below minimum price and above maximum price, we don't want to be repricing. Buy box winner not found. So when the buy box is suppressed, we do not want to be repricing, of course. And then competition not found. When you are the only seller, use max price so that we can maximize our profits, of course. When buy box winners are excluded by your settings, we don't want to be repricing, right? And that's essentially how we do it. And then price change safety net. We don't really want to be touching this too much. It protects us from large one-time price drops. Look, rarely does that happen, and then also this further complicates things as well with your repricing bot. And I find that the less direction we give it, the less likely it is to be confused or make a silly mistake in terms of when it comes to repricing our inventory. So we'll just leave this off for now. And then we can scroll down. And then if the rules in buy box winner found between minimum and maximum include the safety net, would adjust your price to equal or be lower than minimum price. Your price will instead automatically readjust to the following setting. For all settings under get buy box, the price will readjust to minimum price when the adjusted price is lower than the minimum price. So when the adjusted price equals or is below minimum price, we just want to be using minimum price. Okay. So let's see here. Further define how you want to be specifically competing against competitors. When turned on, you want to be getting overridden. So the only time I would say you can override is when your listing is FBA and the competition or the competitor is FBM, because we obviously are going to have a massive advantage, and that's when we can kind of like try and leverage that. But otherwise, like if we're selling as a, because obviously we're selling FBA anyway, and FBM is not something we're doing, so even these three are going to be irrelevant for us. But if our competitor is FBA, then we're on equal footing, and then if our competitor is Amazon, then we're going to be sort of like overpowered, I guess. So what we want to be doing is for this one here, so when my listing is FBA and competitor is FBM, turning that on. And so when the buy box winner is above minimum price, we want to be leaving that as is, so -1. So when the buy box price is, okay, I'll go $2, so plus $2 for that one. When buy box winner is below minimum price, use auto compete. Buy box winner is below minimum price, use minimum price. When buy box winner equals minimum price, use minimum price. When adjusted price equals or is below minimum price, use minimum price. Okay, so never do we ever want to be going below minimum price, ever. So now that we're in the buy box settings, what we want to do is we want to go into do not change my buy box price. Okay, and then in terms of competitors, we want to be looking at just FBA and non-featured FBA and not FBM. And then leaving this price change safety net off because it's not necessary for us, and then clicking next. And then it's going to take us to a page here where we're going to be able to create a schedule. And what you're going to want to do is turn on set repeat schedule. Okay. And we want to follow the steps here. So what we want to do is we want to pause repricing at 1 a.m. in the US. Doesn't matter what time zone, to be honest. You can do, let's do time zone. We're going to do Eastern time. And plus $2 for the price, and enable repricing at 9 a.m. So overnight, we push up our pricing a little bit higher. What that does is our competitors see that and they also increase their prices, and then we drop our prices so that we now have the most competitive offering, and we're able to sell through our products once we enable pricing. Once we enable repricing, and we'll set that for at 8 a.m. and we'll make sure that that is occurring every single day. And that's pretty much it for actually setting up our repricing rules and making sure that it is rule-based and not conditional-based. And for now as well, don't worry about any AI-powered buy box. Obviously, we can't be doing that with that many listings anyway on the basic version. So just don't worry about that. Rule-based is the way we want to go. And then after you're finished with everything there, all you want to do is click Save and Finish. And then you're pretty much done. So you've got your custom rule here. You'll be able to see it. Okay, you've got your rule ID 10. You've got everything there. So it's all perfect and ready to go. So let's talk about like what the buy box actually is, right? So the buy box is basically the add to cart or the buy now button on an Amazon listing. And almost 98% of all sales come through this box. So what am I talking about when I say buy box? I'm looking at this, like this product here, for example, right? Obviously, we've got the SellerAmp pop-up at the moment. But what we're talking about is this like buy now and add to cart button, right? This is the buy box. If we wanted to go outside the buy box, we would essentially have to come down here and select someone from, as you can see, like another seller here. But no one ever does this, right? This is very rare. And most people, if they're buying products from Amazon, all they're doing is clicking the add to cart or the buy now button. So if you're not in the buy box, shoppers must click see all buying options to find your offer, which almost never happens, like I said. And winning and rotating in the buy box is the number one driver of consistent and predictable sales. And essentially, so the way the buy box works is Amazon rotates the buy box between sellers based on price, so how competitive their pricing is, fulfillment method, which FBA obviously wins significantly more than FBM because we have the ability to be prime badged, right? And we have the ability to be processed in Amazon's warehouse as well. Account health comes into account a little bit, but less so than fulfillment method and price. But account health, generally speaking, if you have like a really strong account health, you're going to be able to achieve the buy box a lot more often. If you're selling a lot of counterfeit inventory, that's going to be negatively affecting your account health. And and that in turn means that you'll be less likely to win the buy box as well. So just keep that in mind. And then feedback, score, and performance is just typically like when we say this, we're referring to customers who give feedback on your products as well. And so this in turn also kind of like influences account health. So if your price is too high or your metrics slip, Amazon stops you from rotating in the buy box. So essentially, you want to be keeping your pricing relatively competitive, provided that it's actually above your minimum prices, okay? Because you never want to be going below your minimum, of course. So the best way so with that out of the way, and we understand now like what the buy box is, how it works, what is actually the best way to reprice now that we've set up our new rule-based repricer? So the best way to win the buy box without destroying the profit is to follow this rule. So to price our products based on the 30 to 90-day average buy box price and not today's lowest offer, right? Short-term wars mean nothing, almost nothing. Amazon always returns to the 90-day average once low ballers sell out. Okay, so how we want to be pricing properly is we want to be using Keepa or SellerAmp to check the 90-day average buy box, right? And setting our price to that average or slightly below if we want fast rotation. So we want to be avoiding undercutting. Dropping 1% just kills margins and it triggers price warnings. So let's have a look at that and what we mean by that. So when we're looking at this product here, for example, if we were to scroll down to have a look at Keepa, right? You can see here, if we pull up Keepa information, we can see the 90-day average in Keepa, buy box statistics, 90-day average is about $117, right? So our minimum should be around that, about 116 to 117 as a minimum because our 90-day average is at 117, right? And then what we want to do is we also want to come to the buy box peak within the last 3 months. And we can see it's around that 168 mark. What you would want to do, right? So we know 168 max and we know 117 minimum. So 117 minimum, 168 max. You want to come into your listings, go into your active listings. Make sure that the rule is set up for the product. So of course we set up the custom rule, so we want to do that. And then we want to go into the minimum price, make sure that your cost is there as well. Put into your minimum price, so 117 for your minimum price because that was the 90-day average buy box price. And then also the max price, which I believe was about 168. And so once you type in your minimum and your maximum price, right, and we've also made sure that we are using our custom rule, we want to go ahead and click save on Be Cool, and that's going to be able to essentially save our products, and we can be able to actually sell products through the buy box more efficiently with Be Cool. So in conclusion, right, and something I just want to wrap up on is that we need to be monitoring our listings somewhere between 2 to 3 times a week and just making sure that our pricing is still competitive and that we are actually still winning the buy box time and time again, right? And one way to figure this out is actually through the sell-through rate. And I'll talk about this in a future video as well. That's a great way to determine whether you're actually selling through your inventory as efficiently as you should be, given the amount of inventory that you might have at any given period of time. Now, remember as well, obviously we want to be staying within a profitable range. We never want to be going below our minimum prices, so ensure that that isn't happening, okay? Because if we go below our minimum prices, we severely risk actually losing money on our inventory, and that's absolutely the last thing we want to be doing. And also as well, like, just don't panic if the buy box dips temporarily, because it always pops up again anyway, and that's why we go off the 90-day buy box average, because more or less that's what the product typically sells for in the last 90 days, okay? And also, following on from our metrics video where we went through seller board, we need to be restocking aggressively on products where we consistently rotate into the buy box. So if you're selling products through the buy box, you're selling a ton of products through the buy box, then you need to be getting on top of actually restocking aggressively so that you don't have any shortages on that product and you can continue turning a product with the strong parts of your inventory. So that's going to be it for the repricing video, and I'll see you in the next one. Let's talk about replenishing products. So as your sales on Amazon increase, it's common to encounter stock shortages for some of your most profitable products. Maintaining adequate levels of inventory is essential to sustaining sales momentum, optimizing the efficiency of your spend, and reinvesting in proven products. By replenishing stock strategically, you can build on existing successes and drive continued growth within the business. And as an Amazon seller, identifying replenishable products is going to be key to scaling your business, because replenishable products provide consistent recurring revenue, which enables you to generate income without having to rely heavily on your time. And just remember as well that 20 products generating $5,000 per month will put you in a position to reach 100K in monthly revenue. So it's important to understand that the numbers do stack up, and it is really important to be capitalizing on replenishable products where applicable. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So firstly, we're going to be understanding the bigger picture of replenishing, getting a deeper understanding for that, as well as understanding a little bit more about the restocking framework and how we like to go about restocking some of our current inventory, as well as how we deal with price rises from suppliers, so how we kind of get around that issue too. So let's talk about understanding the bigger picture first. And it's important to understand that repeatable winners drive scaling. So as your business grows, not every product is going to be a one-off flip. A strong chunk of your catalog becomes reliable sellers that you can reorder again and again. Now, a strong chunk, we're probably looking at about 20 to 30% of your total inventory upon first purchase will be repurchasable when we look at replenishable inventory. Okay, so not only is that going to be a great product for us to pick up because we don't have to do additional product research in order to find it, but it basically means that we are streamlining our time, right? Because we're not using that time to have to, or effort to have to go ahead and find more products. We can simply replenish the products that we've already had and already have experienced a great deal of success with. So yeah, expect a 30% replen rate. So on average, around 30% of your SKUs will evolve into constant restockables, products that sell for months or even years with stable demand. And we see this in my business as well at the moment. I've got products in my business at the moment that we have sold since 2023. So we're going on just over 2 years now with those products, and we've been consistently replenishing those products every few months. So it's been pretty impressive. And generally what we've seen is about 30% of our SKUs that we source per month, we end up replenishing by the end of the month as well, which is really impressive. It's also important to stack winners over time. So the real compounding happens when you keep adding new profitable restockables on top of your existing base, slowly building a foundation of predictable revenue. So essentially what this means is when you are doing your product research alongside doing replens, right? So you're building up the amount of products that you're buying with your product research, and you're getting a larger and larger amount of replenishable inventory. What that means is you're going to have a massive snowball effect with all your inventory. So it's going to mean that you're going to have a lot more inventory to spend your money on. And in turn, obviously, if you're spending a lot of money on your inventory, you're going to be able to sell a lot of inventory as well for a lot of money and a lot of profit. Okay, so it's a real snowball effect where we talk about this compounding effect where you are going to be where you keep consistently adding more and more profitable restockables on top of our existing base of doing our product research. It also helps to create more predictability. So restockable SKUs make your weekly profits more stable because you're not constantly hunting for entirely new products every day. And this also helps to ease the pain a little bit of not being able to find products. So for example, let's say you're doing product research and you're at a point in your business where you've got a lot of replenishable stock. If for whatever reason you can't find any inventory, then you can simply go based off your replenishables, and you can still end up spending a decent amount of money with your replenishable stock rather than having to purely rely on doing new product research for products that you haven't bought yet. Okay. Within my business, let's just say I had to fire all of my product researchers today, I would still be able to run consistently with my business with the replenishable products that we've bought over the last few years. And so that's how potent it really can be once it starts to compound and stack up. It also helps to reduce decision fatigue. And so when you find winners that keep selling, you can double down, simply source, and spend less energy on low probability leads. So, it's going to take less energy, less time for you to do replenishable spending because you already know when a product is actually a decent product because you've bought the product, you've gone through the cycle of sending it to your prep center, sending it to Amazon, and then the customer buying it and the customer being really satisfied with the product, right? And you get paid for the product and you sell through all your stock. So you now have a good understanding of how that product sells. And so you have more confidence to be able to go even deeper on that product the next time around. And also, that kind of helps just to free up the decision fatigue that you sometimes experience when you're initially buying a product. Let's talk about the restocking framework. So with the restocking framework, we need to be ensuring that we are verifying profitability first. So we're opening up Seller Board and we're confirming the units sold, profit per unit, and the ROI. So you need to be aiming for at least a 30% return to justify scaling the product further, right? There's no point actually replanning the product if it's no longer profitable. So we want to be using SellerAmp on our dashboard and checking out our products just to ensure that we are actually making money on this product. And we also need to be ensuring, on top of this, that our refunds are relatively low, right? When I say relatively low, we want to be keeping it under 5% of our total stock sold. So for example, if we sell 100 units of a certain product that we are wanting to resell, right, or replen, we need to be seeing that less than 5 of those have been refunded. Any more, and it becomes a little bit more of a risk in terms of selling the product because obviously we lose money on returns and we don't want to be losing money, right? So just keep that in mind too. You can also double your order depth. So if the numbers look strong, extend your restock window from 2 weeks to 4 weeks by using the exact same formula as simply multiplying by 2. Okay. So what we do is we take our regular sales per month, right? Our estimated sales per month, we divide it by the amount of competitive leads. And typically what we do is we then divide it by 2 to get 2 weeks from 4 weeks because we've got the amount of products that we could buy or we could sell within a month. And then for the first spend, we like to only buy for 2 weeks worth. Okay. Now going to replen, knowing that we actually are confident with this product, we can go ahead and stock for 4 weeks rather than 2. We can double down. We can really go deep on a product once we understand how it works, how it sells, and we have confidence in it. And also making sure that it still passes our 6-point evaluation process. That's also really important. Like I said, making sure that we're still getting that 30% ROI. But if it passes all of our key points, then we should be absolutely doubling down and buying for 4 weeks worth rather than 2 weeks, as we do with new products. Maintain a consistent flow. So ordering deeper ensures that you avoid stockouts, keep sales velocity healthy, and maintain buy box rotations without gaps. And this is like one of the main things about. This is one of the main reasons why I suggest you actually double your order depth, right? Because what this helps you to avoid is stockouts, of course. So if you have more stock, you're less likely to run out, and of course, it keeps your sales velocity healthy, right? So you don't really want. The last thing we want is for customers to be wanting products from us and we are all out of stock, right? Especially for products that are still extremely profitable. So in addition to that, maintaining the buy box rotation without gaps is also important, because for example, if we lose stock of a product, then it's difficult to actually jump back onto that listing with new stock and then continue to maintain the buy box. Whereas if we constantly have stock rolling through that product and we're consistently selling, it'll be much easier for us to actually maintain that buy box price. Let's talk about dealing with price rises. So this is in the event that the product is still good, right? Still good to buy. We understand the ROI is good, sales per month is good, nice and consistent. Again, passes the 6-point valuation. However, that's based on the original price that we paid with the supplier, not the raised price that the current price is at right now, right? So here's what we do in this circumstance. We would go ahead and try and negotiate better pricing. So we would contact the supplier by either email or open phone, okay? And we would ask for the same rates that we previously secured in order to make that product profitable at that time, okay? And also, it might be worth sharing past purchase history, because that will definitely help strengthen your position. If they know that you are a previous customer, they'll probably do more to honor your business, right? And when it comes down to like email or open phone is going to be way better for this kind of task, because you can be able to get a straight answer from the supplier every single time, whereas by email, they may take a few business days to get back to you. And honestly, if you've got a product where you really want to go deep on and you want to replen, instead of having to wait a few days for the supplier to actually get back to you, calling them and getting an answer straight away is easily going to be the most effective way for you to get an answer and to get better pricing for that product so you can make it all work. You also want to be leveraging alternative suppliers. So you want to be searching for other legitimate retailers or distributors, using your sourcing tools or manual methods, and submitting any new supplier links for verification if you're unsure. Okay, so in the circumstance that you're unable to either contact the supplier, if you are unable to get in contact with the supplier by email or open phone, right? Then you also want to be checking out other suppliers and just checking to see if they can actually match those prices that you were able to get with your original supplier, or even do a little bit better. Okay. And then making sure that obviously submitting the new supplier link for verification if you're unsure as well. So, look, we also need to be understanding that we are protecting our target margins. If we can't secure the price we need, simply do not force the deal, because high costs are going to erode our ROI and slow down our capital cycle. And we shouldn't simply be doing ROI. We shouldn't be simply doing replen just so that we can say that we did replen, right? We only want to be doing it if it makes financial sense for us. If we're getting that 30% ROI, if we're making the 6-point evaluation work, right? And I keep coming back to that, but it is really so important that we actually follow that 6-point evaluation, especially when we are doing replen spend, okay? So yeah, making sure we're protecting those margins, and if we can't get the price we want, then we simply want to be cutting the product quickly. So margin's no longer working for whatever reason. Let's just say in the event that we either email or call the supplier and we try and get a better deal, they're unable to do it for us. We try and leverage alternate suppliers. Different suppliers can't match the same price that we were able to get from the original supplier the first time, right? Then we simply want to be removing the listing from our Amazon account, okay? And then just simply moving on, taking the guesswork out of it, no emotion, staying rational, and just understanding that our money should be invested only in profitable, repeatable winners. We don't want to be buying losers, that's for sure. No inventory is better than bad inventory. And that's what we like to say in my business. But yeah, just making sure that we are investing into winners and not losers. So in summary, we should be reviewing all sold out products weekly. When I say sold out, I mean products that are potential replen spend products. Obviously, we want to be buying those before we sell out, but if we do have sold out products, we do want to be reviewing those and doing it on a weekly basis. We also want to be reordering 4 weeks deep when sensible instead of 2 weeks, particularly when it comes to replenishing, of course, specifically when it comes to replenishing, and then 2 weeks for first purchases. And then also remember to remove dead SKUs to keep your inventory clean. And another thing as well with removing dead SKUs, it keeps you from having any kind of issues with your account, any account issues that you simply don't want. So removing SKUs that you have sold out of and you're not buying again is going to be the best way to keep your inventory clean. So that's going to be it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one.